Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 90. Oh, I think we got the same hat on today. You got your All-Tex on? Is that the All-Tex hat? Your mic on? Oh, you got your All-Tex hat on? I got mine on. Those guys, thanks, boys, for bringing them up. We appreciate you. We got some lids today from All-Tex. We also got, man, I'll tell you what, it was a lot. I don't know what is with our teams in the late in games. Holy crap, last night, up 25, they cut it to 4, 98-94. It's like, what are we doing? It was another, and I thought the Rockets were out of that. They had a stretch where they just couldn't play in the fourth quarter, and it's back now. Last night it was back. Man, they just, for whatever reason, they just let up, or something happens to them offensively. They got so convoluted, they got so disorganized, and they just couldn't do anything. And then Atlanta goes on a run. Terrence Mann was nice. How do you pronounce Zachary's name? Resacker? What is? I don't know what his
yes,
last. I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Well, in Germany, we would say
Risha.
but not in Germany.
Well, that's how they pronounce it.
Yeah, that's it. Risha.
But how he pronounces it.
German, we would say Risacher.
I think he's from France.
Risacher. Yeah, I know, but it sounds like a German name.
Well, yeah, but in Germany, if he travels to Germany, then they say Risacher.
Risacher.
Risha is his name. So anyway,
he's
got
some talent.
Nice. Yeah.
Is John there?
So your video is way behind. Something is going on with his video, Del. That is way behind. I don't know.
Well, just
what
listen
the deal
to me
is, but,
then. My audio's okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, don't forget.
Yeah, the audio's fine.
Now.
Yeah.
But no, he's good. He can play.
And what happened to Dell on the video? Everybody's gonna miss him. Twitch loves Dell, and he's not on there.
Well, we had an issue, so it's either I restart the stream or I wait till the break.
You're getting too easily distracted.
Yeah, I mean,
do it for the radio people, not the 17 people on video right now.
I mean, I'm waiting for the break to fix it, but if I don't, I gotta close down the entire stream.
He's restarting it. What do you think of the game?
Well,
the cat is being distracted by the silver stuff.
Really.
Stop looking at your laptop.
I know.
Well, I can't because this is how we do a show, so we can see each other and do the show.
I'm gonna have to work through it.
Just listen. Just listen.
You're gonna have to work through it.
You did radio lots without having to see.
No, I never did radio without.
Well, so here's the problem. So they give up 40 points in the fourth quarter. They break. There's a bunch of defensive breakdowns. What I hate about it though is that you ended up having players play. You had a 40-minute game from I think it was Jalen. You have 38. You have starters going deep into that one. That was so dumb. Well, it's not dumb from you ended up having to hang on to the game, but that should have been the game. Like you were cruising at halftime. That whole game was a cruise. All you had to do was handle your business, and you start rolling in the bench, and you get your starters end up playing 31 minutes, 30 minutes, 31 minutes, 32 minutes, and you're good. Instead, you have to roll them to extended minutes. That should never happen when you got a 25-point lead in the second half.
Yeah. 38 for Şengün, 39 for Van Vliet, 41 for Jalen.
41
minutes. 41 minutes for Jalen. Well, he was the best player on the floor last night. 14 of 24. He didn't shoot the three well, but man, he was driving. He came up with two beautiful little 4-foot jumpers. When they cut it to 98-94, the next two baskets were Jalen's, and then they were able to open it back up. Jabari hit a three, but those two little near the baseline 4-footers were just gorgeous, just awesome, and needed them at the worst time. He had Jalen had 11 rebounds. He did have 4 assists with 5 turnovers, but that's the kind of game. Jalen's been pretty inconsistent again. That's the kind of game that he needed. 14 to 24 is pretty damn efficient. So that's pretty good. He's got to keep doing that. He was really athletic. He took 7 threes that he maybe shouldn't have. 7 isn't a bad number, but he couldn't hit the threes yesterday. But he played when they needed him most. Cutting it to 98, 94 was like, what are we doing? What are we doing, guys? I mean, 25-point lead and you cut it to 98, 94. That is. Oh, they got through it. They've got Utah now, and Utah is really, really not good. So you got, let's see, I think Utah's next. Who's next? Yeah, Utah. At Utah.
You got
next.
two of them left with
and then
Utah.
At Phoenix.
Yeah. And you're in good shape. You're in good shape right now. You're handling your business. It wasn't they didn't finish it the way they needed to, but they're still sitting there in the catbird seat at number 1 and really just need to play good, not great basketball the rest of the way to secure number 2.
Yeah. Utah. You got Phoenix and the Lake at Phoenix, at Utah, at Phoenix, at the Lakers. Tough little stretch there. Phoenix is playing good basketball right now without Bradley Beal. They're just better.
Imagine that.
Record, they're like 11-3. 11-3 when Durant and Booker play without Beal.
How about that? If you just played if you didn't try to just collect talent, that's so played out. Hopefully Phoenix is the last time we see people who just, and it's not where you think, well, if we throw enough star level talent, no, there's only so many basketballs. There's only so much flow you can get into when you have 3 guys. It's just not a workable system to go 3 guys deep who all are number 1 caliber players. It's not going to work. You can't do it. So, that's on them. They made the trade. So Phoenix is pretty much dead in the water. They're not going to ever be anything because they can't put it together and they don't have enough, but they are a heckler and they are playing good basketball, as you mentioned right now. So they beat the Bucks the other day, a 2-point win, but they've won. They're in a nice little run right now. The Suns are, but so are the Rockets. The Rockets are on a really good run from a record standpoint, and Rockets are one of the hottest teams in the NBA right now.
Yep, they're playing good. Well, the schedule was certainly helpful, and we'll see if they can. Denver came in here, slapped them around, but you got a 2-game lead on Denver now. So, after Denver came in here, they lost. The Rockets win a couple of games, so you got a 2-game lead on the Nuggets, which is nice because you're going to need a little padding. You got 9 games left, and those games it ain't going to be easy. Despite Utah, at Phoenix, at Los Angeles, then Utah again back here. Now, you lost at Utah last time out, so you can't lay another egg like you did last time. You got to go in there and slap that team around. They are really, really bad. There was a highlight. KJ Martin in the corner maybe threw up one of the worst threes that you've ever seen. There was a highlight of him. It was just unbelievably bad. First of all, KJ Martin is still around, but he threw up one of the worst. And then he's rubbing his shorts as he's running up the court. Oh, that ball slipped. Nah, that was just really, really, really terrible, KJ. So you got the next 4. I think you got 2 Utah, so hopefully you at least take 2 out of 4, maybe 3 out of 4. Oklahoma City back here, and then a rough run at Golden State, at the Clippers, at the Lakers, and then Denver back here to finish up the season. There's a lot of basketball still to be played, and a lot of seeding that'll be decided.
Yeah, you got to win those Utah. The Utah games have to be W's. You got to build You got to build enough cushion that you're in good shape.
Yep, absolutely. How about just some other news as we get going here this morning? If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Steph, Diggs getting $69 million. I know only 29 was guaranteed. Do you think he plays out the 3 years in New England?
No, I thought that was not a great contract. That was pretty surprising to me. A guy coming off an ACL. Have you seen now Joe Shad had stats where they showed his PFF grade, which whatever, I don't care about that. But then they showed his yards per attempt. His yards per catch. They showed his touchdown numbers. I wanted to say there was 3 stats, and it showed a decline over the last 3 years. Now, from a touchdown standpoint, we know he didn't play as many games last year. But from yards per catch, it's real. It went from 13-something to 11-something to 10-something last year. You're getting an aging wide receiver, one who has some baggage from an attitude standpoint. He wears out his welcome wherever he goes. I don't think that happened with the Texans. I never heard anything. But, he was only here for a year, and he got everything the way he wanted.
Apparently he was a very good citizen.
Yeah, I mean, he got everything the way he wanted it. He wanted his contract voided, and he got his contract voided. You know what? He ended up making money.
Yeah.
He ended up making money because
he had a good quarterback, and he was winning football games. He had a good quarterback. He's not going to win. He was winning quarterbacks. Explosion on Drake May.
John, he was winning games and had a good quarterback at Buffalo and was miserable.
Yeah.
So it's not like that's, yeah, and with Drake May, he'll get frustrated. Like, I don't know. We'll see what happens at the end of his career, but I was surprised. I wouldn't have given him that contract. Coming off an ACL, it makes it even worse. I was really surprised.
Well, here's the deal is New England's got to overpay. That's all. I mean, you got to pay people to go there. And but I'm seeing, they got their wide receiver one. Is he wide receiver one?
No, he's not wide receiver one anymore. He's wide receiver two.
Yeah.
You get enough wide receiver twos, you're in good shape. But no, he's not a wide receiver one. He's 31, coming off an ACL, and he's declining. He doesn't get down the field. He's a possession receiver. Yeah. Well, he actually has been a possession receiver for actually quite a few years now. He's more of a target guy than he is an explosive playmaker. So, I mean, but it's New England. They're just trying to get better. He's going to, that's anonymity for him. He's done. His career is over. He'll go to New England. Drake May will have his ups and downs. They'll struggle. They're not going to be factors in the AFC. I don't think they'll be a factor in the time that Stephon Diggs is there. I think he'll play there for 2 years. And then that'll be that for Stephon Diggs.
Hey, give me $69 million to go disappear and walk away. I call it Cully money. I call it Cully.
Well, John, name an
give
NBA.
Me all that money, and I'll walk into the sunset.
Name an NFL contract you wouldn't do that for. Or you do it for all of them.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, non-drafted free agent. Maybe not. I'm not walking on the sunset for that. But
I mean, any 3-year deal where so much of it's guaranteed, you are for sure.
Right.
They don't have over the. I mean. Yeah, over the cap does not have all the actual specifics. I'm looking for.
It's 69, 3 years, 69, 29 guaranteed.
Well, because see, this says 4 years, 69.
That says
that's why I'm
69?
asking for. That's why I'm trying to get the exact. I'm trying to get the exact data from this and what. It really doesn't matter. I don't even know why I'm spending time on
3 years, 69. I got Diggs agreed to a 3-year, $69 million contract. With 26 guaranteed, 26, not 29, 26 guaranteed. That's what Adam Schefter reported. 3 years, 69.
Now, I was trying to look at the construct, how it's constructed, because Spot Track has it at 4. So maybe they've got, but once again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't bother our cap. I don't even care what they do. I don't even care. Well, Spot Track actually gets the actual contracts in the NFLPA. So I usually go Schefter too, but when Spot Track has something, they get into the NFLPA. So there's a portal that NFL agents can get into where they look at all the contracts. Like you have access to every contract if you're an agent. You just have to go through the portal. That's how my buddy did Vince Young's contract. His initial contract, he did it for Major Adams, and Rodney just went and studied every contract that was in the NFL, that was in the NFLPA. Basically in the vault. So yeah, he is. It says 4 year, $69 million deal, including $25 million guaranteed, an average annual salary of 17.25. So I don't know which one it is. Schefter's got something different than what this, but regardless, he made more money than he gave away, right?
Well, if it's 23, he made more. If not, 17 is right in the same neighborhood. He was actually probably, I thought it was 18 when he gave up. So that's, I mean, it's neighborhood.
Well, I mean, it's good for him to get it back.
If it's a 3-year deal, he made more than he gave up. So
but depending on how much it's guaranteed.
Right. Well, yeah, we'll see if he plays it out. We got a break. When we come back, Cam Smith makes the team, and we'll see. We got some interesting stuff about that when we come back right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's talk right now about Chastain Ford. Let's talk right now about you getting a square deal, about you getting a deal where you feel good about it, getting a deal where they're not adding on, where they're not marking up, where they're not just trying to gouge you for every penny that they can get out of you, where you can do it all online, where the other dealerships won't let you do it all online because they want you in there. They want to sell you that nitrogen in the tires. They want to sell you the leather seats and the tinted windows and everything else that they can add on so that it just keeps rising and the price of the truck or car keeps on rising and rising. It's truck month there right now. Chastang Ford's trying to give you as much as they possibly can. $6,500 off the 2024 F-150s. The Super Duties, you're getting $3,500 off, or $3,000 rather off on those, plus the Chastang discounts. Chastang's doing everything they can to get you in that vehicle so that you're having a great experience, okay, so that you go back again, so that you will be a return customer. I've been a return customer. I bought 4 cars from them, and I will continue to buy my cars because I love the way that they do business. You'll love the way they do business, too. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford. Yanni Demiris.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Okay, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Cam Smith made the team yesterday. And when Joe Espada announced it, everybody was in the clubhouse, all the guys. And he called Cam Smith's mom and dad. And he said, we're going to have somebody, we're going to need to bring somebody in. Called mom and dad. Mom and dad walked into the locker room.
He had a whole little trick set up.
Little ceremony.
A little trick. He was tricking them.
Yeah, he was tricking them. Joe, his mom walked in. Mom and dad walked in, and Cam was announced that he made the team. And Cam broke down, and he was bawling. And his mom, he's hugged his mom, hugged his dad.
Continued to cry for several minutes more.
Yeah, he cried and cried. He got a smattering of applause. It wasn't very enthusiastic.
It was weird. I don't know what I was thinking. I thought, I guess I'm used to seeing it's usually the non-scholarship players who get scholarships and the place erupts, totally when there's and the whole locker room will erupt when they find out that this, walk-on is getting a scholarship. That's usually when we hear these, where the coaches, the manager or the coaches talking before the team and he's getting ready to make that kind of big announcement and everyone erupts. He did this with Cam, and it's like it was crickets.
Well,
because there's a lot of guys in there like, oh, great, I'm cut.
So cool. That's totally different. Totally different. First of all, that the walk-on's been with the team for.
No, I know it's different. I'm just used to that scenario.
It's totally different. It's totally different. So, I mean, you're talking about apples and oranges because
no, I know I am.
These guys have
wired
known
for that.
Cam Smith. These guys have known Cam Smith for 5 weeks, maybe.
Yeah,
not even. And by the way, he's taken a job. I can certainly say it's pros. I found. I want to tell you, it was totally different going from high school football to college football. As far as camaraderie goes, as far as parent relationships, relationships with coaches, relationships with other parents on the team, totally different. It is because there's money involved, there's scholarships involved, and going from to major leagues, those guys don't give a rat's ass. Most of these call-ups that you see, you see the minor league coach saying, "Hey, come into my office. We got to talk."
That's a really big deal.
And he tells the kid he's going up to the major leagues. Really big deal, but it's usually just family. Because then he calls dad, he calls mom. I'm going to the big leagues. He's crying. All of that stuff. You rarely see. We haven't seen it anyway. Much of this where he makes the announcement in front of the rest of the players, right? And I think it was they gave him applause. All right, way to go, kid. He couldn't stop crying.
He came out into the dugout to come speak, and he still had tears streaming down his face. Like, dude, you're the number one prospect. You ranked all. It's already been out there that you were going to make the team, but it's an emotional moment. That was cool for him. It's nothing to get too fussy about, but I just will say that it was a little bit jarring to see no one seem to care, because I'm just used to when announcements are made, guys seem to care. And I've seen it where minor leaguers get called up in front of the team and the whole team celebrates with them, even though there's probably some jealous ones, but there's others that really, but you're right. They don't really know this guy. For some guys, they're trying to make the team and they're sitting there in the room and finding out, well, good for Cam. That's awesome. It was just, it was a cool moment. He was highly emotional.
The thing about this is he's the 14th overall pick last year's draft. He only played 30. He played 32 minor league games.
Good. That's how good he is.
It's one of the quickest call-ups, ever.
For an Astro, I don't know that we've ever seen a quicker call-up.
I don't think
you'd have to go back to like Cesar Cedeno in the 70s.
Right. I mean, it usually, and the Astros are a team that drags its feet, but they need Cam Smith. This is 2 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. They would never bring him up now. Never. Because they're set. You don't need a guy. Or you wouldn't have brought him up when they sucked either, because, we're not going to – look how long they took to bring George Springer up. He was their number one guy. Right now, they need him. They need Cam Smith badly. Without Cam Smith, that outfield is not good. I don't want to call people trash, but it's one of the worst outfields in Major League Baseball without Cam Smith. So they got to have this kid. They need this, and they need him to play well. We got him. You mentioned he was in the dugout. We got sound from him. Cam has still got tears on his face. He's still, and the media met him and asked him what all of this means to him being called up so soon and just joining the Astros just this offseason and now being called up.
Amazing. I said there's no bad days in Duncan Park, and I'm going to be able to live that out, starting Thursday. So I can't wait. Bring it on.
A lot's happened. Today alone, a lot's happened. Will it help to have tomorrow to kind of digest before you get out there? Because I know you want to succeed and you want to help this team a great deal.
Yeah, 100%. Just to get my feet under myself and to realize that I'm an Astro now. So it's go time.
It's go time. It is go time. He had the triple, and he homered his one homer off of the Mets pitcher that was a real Major League pitcher, because he had homered a few times off of guys that were not Major League quality talent. He went to right field. He went to right field with it. He hit it to right field. He was slow on that. The other night, he hit a triple right down the third base line. That's great that he goes the other way, but I don't know that it's on purpose that he's going the other way. We'll find out whether or not that Major League fastball is going to be a little bit too much for him.
If it's too much for him, he's going to fail as a prospect.
Yeah,
if you can't hit a Major League fastball, he will be a flame out. So hopefully that's
obviously, because they will bring that heat against him. And
he'll see 98 every game. That's it.
We'll see.
My guess is he can handle that.
I don't want to say anything negative about him because I don't want to get the same treatment you gave Jeremy Branham yesterday.
Well, look, that's why I've got
Jeremy,
my
by the
way.
Today. Jeremy, by the way, retweeted out your response to his tweet, which was you giving him double rods.
Right, that's right.
And
sometimes you deserve it.
Feel bad that you made a fellow a colleague feel the way that he did yesterday?
I don't think he feels that way. He's frequently looking for engagement. I think that's part of his plan, to be honest with you.
You think he?
Well, okay, look at his tweets. You've gotten fired up at stuff he's tweeted before.
So you're calling him Littlefinger because he loves chaos.
No, I think he likes to farm engagement. I think he would admit that. You see his page. You've brought it to the show before. You know that.
Yeah.
He says stuff that makes people mad. Now, I don't think that was an intentional one because I didn't even see it. You said you heard it, I guess?
No, I saw it. I saw it.
Well, he tweeted. He tweeted that.
He tweeted.
No. The Jose Altuve comment was something he said on the show, right?
No, he tweeted it. Tweet. But you said that he said it, John.
So he tweeted, how can we trust?
No, he pretty much said Pena. Well, Jose Altuve said Pena would be great. He tweeted that. John brought it to the show. I guess John initially said that he said it, but he tweeted. He might even said it on.
He said it on Twitter. He said it on Twitter.
He said it on Twitter. Okay.
Yeah. He said it on Twitter. He said.
Well, that's
Altuve also said that Jeremy Pena was going to be a star.
Yeah, so it's an anti-Cam Smith thing. It's meant to get a reaction, and he got me. What do you want me to say? He got me.
You got.
I got Branham.
Well, I've never.
You've been Branham.
I've been Branham. I got Branham. I did. I got Branham.
Can we make that a catchphrase here?
Yes.
You've been Branham.
When he intentionally does his troll tweets, I got Branham. I'll admit it. He got me. What do you want me to do? I'm admitting it right here on the show.
I don't think it was an anti-Cam Smith thing. I don't think it was an anti-Altuve thing. Altuve calls everybody a star.
Can't trust his opinion.
Well, you can't trust his opinion on Cam Smith.
Or anyone, because he's always like sunshiny and puppy dogs and stuff like that.
Yeah, anti-Altuve in Houston, that's not a trolly comment to make. Well, we're the ones who back Altuve on everything because he is a saint. And Jeremy Branham takes a little shot at him. I got Branham. What do you want me to say? I'm admitting it. You win. John, you win. Branham, you win. I got Branham. Del,
You
you
did
win.
get Branham.
You all win.
I didn't win. I didn't want you to get Branham.
America won.
I don't get
Branham.
I don't get Branham, and I hope others don't. So I wasn't rooting for you to get Branham.
You don't get Branham, but
No.
guess what? I'm wearing these today, so I can't be Branham.
Is that about the globe, the sun in your eyes,
it's
or
a big part of it?
What's it about?
It's a big part of
Blocking
it, and
the
I'm
haters?
unbothered. I'm
Okay.
unbothered.
Yeah, I proved that point yesterday. I'm unbothered. I wear my glasses when I'm unbothered.
Yeah, Del wore his when he's unbothered. I'm unbothered today. You can't bother me with Jeremy Branham. Can't tweet anything.
You're unbothered today. You know, I didn't know that Brisket and Branham would trigger you like that.
The killer bees.
Okay.
And the Branham thing really shouldn't have. I must have just been in a bad mood yesterday because the Branham thing shouldn't have even made me that mad.
But you said you came in happy.
I did. We extended a lead in the division without even playing. Well, I say a lead on the 2 spot.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you think
now Cam made the team? I'm happy about that too. I'm not going to be bothered. You can't Branham me today. I'm sorry, boys.
We will see. We will see. It's
not
early.
A challenge.
I'm not trying.
It's not a challenge.
John wasn't trying yesterday. John wasn't trying yesterday. I'm just saying.
But you Branhamed me before. It's not happening
no,
today.
You've been Olaleye is what I say.
No, when you do that, it's called Branham.
Not when I do it. When I do it, I'm not looking for engagement. I'm just looking to bother one person specifically, and that's you.
That's Branham.
No, he's looking for an entire group to come at him. I'm just looking to bother you. You've been Olaleye.
No, you're not going to let you have your own thing. You're biting off Jeremy Branham.
No, I'm not. You tried to put me in this category.
I
get after one guy, not an entire group.
It's better than being ball sacked like I was. Okay.
Well, that sounds
being Branhamed is much better than ball sacked.
That happened in college?
Oh, no, it happened right
here. He's trying to Branham you, John.
Right, I know he is. We got a break. You got to.
He was experimenting with a different website.
His name is Lachlan.
He was Lachlan.
Lachlan and Saxon. That's what they called him in college.
Oh no!
It's a White Lotus reference.
Oh, no. He's doing a White Lotus thing there.
I don't know.
Just don't watch it, John. Just don't watch this season.
I don't want it.
I mean, they always have girls in it that'll make you. They try to trap you into watching.
They do trap you. Why don't you talk about Zadok Jewelers? Because
mean, look, there's good decisions that are made and there's bad decisions that are made. Sometimes a bad decision requires a good decision, like going to Zadok Jewelers. Sometimes you just go straight good decisions, like for Mother's Day, for Valentine's Day, for a birthday and anniversary, special occasions. Zadok Jewelers is a great spot for special occasions. They turn the special occasion into a special occasion. And, one of the things that you can really do to screw up is take a special occasion, a 20-year anniversary, right? 10-year anniversary. Your wife gives birth to your first child and not celebrate it. And that's something that you should celebrate as thanks for, everything that she does for you and everything she's given to you and maybe sacrificed, whatever the case may be. Acknowledge it as Zadok Jewelers. Or maybe you just want to do something because you love that person. And that's great too. Maybe you love yourself and you want to get yourself a luxury watch from one of the top brands in the entire world. They have luxury watches that they buy, sell, and trade at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. And these watches are incredible. Wow. When you stop in and you see what they have available, how they look, you learn the history of them, you learn the precision of the timepieces. It's incredible. They have master craftsmen in store who are certified to work on all these different varieties of watches as well. It is a huge location with unbelievably talented people that work there, and they will help you stay in your budget to find the perfect gift: diamond bracelet, engagement ring, pendants, earrings, necklace, whatever you're looking for, they've got at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadok.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we talked about the Rockets. Rockets win last night. Nice job. Although the fourth quarter was can't have it. They're just not going to win big games with playing like that in the fourth quarter. They just got to get better. Got to do that. We talked about Cam Smith coming up. We talked about Steph Diggs. We haven't talked about the Cougs. We got a couple of sound bites, and it's in regards to the fan base. I think we talked about this. I mentioned it yesterday. I think in Wichita, it wasn't great. This is a great basketball team that has a chance to win a national title. They supported this team really well. I think the arena is perfect for them. It holds about 7,000. They fill it up. Very enthusiastic fans. Great fans, but it's a limited number. Sorry, Cougs fans, but this has been forever. This is how it is. It's just not like big time college basketball teams who follow their teams and are diehard and go anywhere and will do anything. It's just not that. So J1 and met the media, and Malik Wilson as well. J1 was asking about, how about the support that you get from the Coug fans and going to Indianapolis and playing Purdue. It's going to be predominantly Purdue. Here's J1 talking about the Coug fans and showing up for the games.
The fans are great, especially when we played in Fertitta. I feel like our support system is awesome. So just going out there and seeing, Cougar Red, it just shows how much support and how much love and want, that they want us to win. So just seeing, even if it's a small portion, there's always a group of people that want to see us do great. So, if you can make it, you can. You can't, we know you're supporting from the outside looking in. So everything is, appreciated.
That's a great answer. He said, even if it's a small amount of people, that's great. If you can make it, come on. If you can't, that's great too. Support us from wherever. Support us from Houston.
John, you wouldn't know this because you weren't in Houston. Most of you wouldn't know this. Only some of you wouldn't even know this. A small percentage of listeners. This has been a fight for University of Houston since my dad coached college football there. And I mean the early years. A little less so in the earliest, when they came to the Southwest Conference in 78. Actually, they came in 77. His first year, 78. We would have conversations in my car. My mom and dad would talk about it, and I'm just a kid in the car. And they would be talking about the amount of people in the stadium at the football games. And this has been an ongoing issue for University of Houston and a storyline for over 4 decades.
Yeah.
And it's never going to change. It's more of a commuter school and all this stuff. Like it's to the point where I don't want it to overshadow what actually the product is. The only thing that matters is how these guys do. I wish it were packed all the time. I wish we traveled as Houston, as fans here in Houston. I wish we filled up road arenas at a Final Four at a clip of 10,000. Or whatever, but my mom and my grandma went to 2 Final Fours. They went to New Mexico and they went to the New Orleans to watch University of Houston. And there were plenty of Houston fans who traveled, but it's always going to be an issue. And that's why I never wanted to override it, but it's just something Houston's never going to be able to get away from because it's a unique situation.
Yeah, I've been here for 30 years. I know the story. I mean, I wasn't.
No, I'm just saying it was into the 70s.
I've talked to I've talked about this with a lot of people, and it is what it is, and it's not going to. And it's not going to change. It's not going to change.
Like it keeps coming up as a storyline. It's never changing.
Yeah,
it's never changing.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the point of it though, and Malik Wilson addressed it. because he was asked about, you're going to Indianapolis, right? And, you put Purdue is in Indiana, so this is basically going to be a road game. And Malik said, that's okay.
I mean, yeah, they're going to have home court advantage, but, we feel like we're the best road winning team in the country. We've been winning all year on the road, so, it's going to be even tougher now, because the arena is going to be bigger. They're going to have a lot of fans in there, but we just got to play to how we play and play to our culture, and, we'll be fine.
What do you attribute that success on the road for you guys this season?
And just coming together, just being one, those what those the early mornings do for us, being on the field with each other, just going through the grind with each other, and that's what these moments made for, just sticking together when things get tough. That's why I feel like we was the best road team in the country.
Yeah, they were. I mean, you go undefeated in the Big 12 on the road. That's
they're built
awesome.
for it. I mean, they're built. Yep. They're built to avoid it, but I mean, it is an unusual scenario where one of the four teams who's the lowest seeded of the four has a regional home court advantage. That's a little strange.
Isn't that? I'm not crazy. I don't know that the committee could have done anything. I guess they could have put Purdue in another regional.
Put Purdue somewhere else. I mean, they had the regional bubble idea, but
yeah,
I don't love it. I mean, Tennessee. Look, the travel from Tennessee, those schools, Tennessee and Kentucky can get there easier in terms of driving. There's drives that can be made. Driving from Houston to Indianapolis is a long one if you can't afford to fly. So, and the flights are too expensive now for most people to really be able to afford. Yeah. So, you can get in a car and drive. I mean, you can get it done in a day. It's not the easiest drive to make, but you can get it done if you want to. But for Purdue, it is regional. It's a regional home court advantage. Just about buying the tickets. You can go in and out same day if you're at Purdue, which is a big advantage for them. But I don't know that it's going to make, it's also 4 fan bases. Now, here's the thing. Tennessee and Kentucky, depends on how many of those fans are in their seats and coming up, and they're probably cheering against Houston because Houston's the 1 seed. So everyone's going to be cheering for Houston to lose. And that's just the truth. They're all going to cheer for Houston to lose because you don't want to face Houston. I wouldn't want to face Houston. I'd want Houston. I mean, I'd be cheering if I were a Tennessee fan or a Kentucky fan. Man, I'm cheering hard for Purdue. If I'm any fan in the nation, I want Purdue to win because you don't want Houston to move on.
No. You absolutely don't. Yeah, I'm seeing one way to Indy on Thursday. It's 4:57 from United. 4:57.
One way. How you getting back?
Well, you get the return.
Do you think Jawan had a different thought about the fans showing up than heard your plight and then realized, okay, yeah, it's kind of tough. So I was a little upset, but I realized the plight of Lance and others. So
yeah,
I get it. I get
round trip tickets.
If you can show up, no. If you can show up, great. But if not, so be it. I understand.
That one coming
$1,100
back is a mother too. They don't give you any. You have to stay a long time to be able to. I think until Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday. That's a long stay for fans.
I got
in
the
the
round
hotel.
trip Friday to Monday, 900.
Yeah, that's a lot, man.
Yeah,
that is a lot. If you got to get hotels and buy game tickets and food and beverage, you're looking at.
And you're generally not going alone. So
no, you're not going to go along. So you're looking at about a $4,000. That's about $4,000 trip for one. For hopefully 2 games. Yeah. Because if not, what are you doing? You staying the whole time and flying back as if you play. God forbid they get upset.
2 tickets, you get. That's a good $5,000 trip.
Yeah,
with hotel.
That's a lot, man. That's for one set, and that's not even Final Four. That's not even it potentially is an Elite 8 game. Yeah,
and then of course, are you going to the Final Four? Or you tap it out at the Elite 8.
You can drive there if you want to just go straight. It's a 15.5-hour drive. Pretty sporty.
Well, that's something you could do.
You could drive. It's long. I've made a drive that long in one shot before from South Carolina to Houston. It took about that long, but this sucker's long right here. Woo! Sing it.
You know what?
Let me see how long the flight is from Purdue to Indian. Where's Purdue?
West Lafayette.
Yeah. How much is that flight from West Lafayette to Indianapolis?
What is it like?
How long is that flight?
70-mile drive or something like that? How long?
It's less than 2 hours. Yeah, it's less than 2 hours. Yeah, that is. It's you're the 4 seed, and you got the home court advantage. That's not great.
It's an hour and 9 minutes. You're right. An hour and 9 minute drive costs you $0 to get there.
No.
$0. Yeah. And by the way, I can't remember what time is the game? Oh, late game. So you're probably not driving back same.
Yeah,
night.
But even if you're sad as a Purdue fan after a Sweet 16 loss, you can be back in your bed. By 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 1 a.m.
Back. It's
even if you're sad, or you can just sleep in your car.
It's like going to Conroe. You're not going to sleep there. You're going to just drive home.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
You're just going to go home.
Yeah.
You're right. That's like, you're right. That's like going out to
the ride from my house to this place every morning is 45 minutes.
It's like Beaumont.
I would just go home.
It's like Beaumont at worst.
Yeah. Not even.
And you would never think of getting a hotel.
Well, it will be getting out of there. It'll be
a little bit more traffic.
Yeah.
But actually it's not terrible. It's not terrible there. You can park an offset lot.
And the Tennessee,
it's not
Tennessee
bad.
and Kentucky people might be gone. Yeah, you'll be fine. They might have already taken off and gone.
Yeah,
home
they're the
after
first game, aren't they?
Yeah. So it's a big
That's
advantage
true.
for
Half
Purdue
the stadium.
fans.
Yeah. The team that won probably hangs out. They're
going to enjoy it. Yeah, it's going to be a good time for them.
They want to see who they're going to play. Hey, we are the golf capital of the world right now. This month, are you kidding me? We got the Houston Open this week, and we got the Chevron Championship coming up. In Chevron Championship, I mean, they donate money. They're donating it to teachers in the Woodlands area. How great is that? The Chevron is doing that. April 24th through the 27th, the Chevron Championship is coming here. It's the first major of the year. Who's going to bring home the Dinah Short Trophy? That is the champion of the Chevron Championship. There's all kinds of events around it. There are great, tents that you can go to thechevronchampionship.com and buy tickets. You can just get, walking passes where you're out there and you're following the golfers out there, or you can get, into these nice, wonderful tents that have food and drink and everything else. You decide how you want to do it. I'm telling you, it's a beautiful golf course, the club at Carlton Woods in the Woodlands. It's the Nicholas course designed by Jack Nicklaus. It is just so nice. It's going to be pristine. It's perfect. Bring your daughters out there. Bring your sons out there. Let them see golf at the highest level. The Chevron Championship, April 24th through the 27th. I'm telling you, it's a great event. The first major of the year, thechevronchampionship.com. Dell, let's have Tom Izzo ready.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, so the basketball portal was a big topic of conversation yesterday because it opened up. And now it's opening up and this is the same thing that happened for football. The portal opens up during the playoffs, and you're like, what the bleep are we doing? What are we doing? We got guys that are, playing and possibly transferring, and they're behind. The teams that are alive are still behind because they can't, you know what? They got to focus on playing. We got sound from Tom Izzo. And you want to talk about pissed off. Tom Izzo is in the Sweet 16 right now. And here comes the portal. Tom Izzo, his team, okay, so there is a graphic here. I'm looking at a graphic of how many of your top 8 players that, as far as time, how much time they play, where they're from, okay? The top 7 players for Michigan State all started at Michigan State. They've got one transfer. That's the 8th man. Purdue has not one transfer in their top 8. The Cougs, their top 2 players are actually transfers. L.J. Cryer and Milo Zuzan.
Where did Cryer come from?
Baylor.
That's
Cryer,
right.
yeah,
That's right. Because they typically come here pretty quick. Like after, just like Quentin Grimes came after 1 year at Kansas.
Well, no, but Baylor, he was 3 years at Baylor, and then he came here the last 2 years.
He was 3 years at Baylor.
Wow. U of H, but U of H has 5 of their top 8 started at U of H. Alabama, you don't see an Alabama player that started there until their 5th most played guy. And then they only have 2. Their 5th guy and their 8th guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Duke, 4 of their top 5 were started at Duke. Texas Tech has 1 guy. Their 3rd most played player actually started at Texas Tech. Otherwise, every other guy is a transfer. Of course, they change coaches, right? So Ole Miss is a lot the same way. Chris Beard came in, and he has 2 players, the 3rd most played player and the 8th most played player. But Tom Izzo, he's 7 of his top 8. Tom Izzo said, listen, y'all can open up the transfer portal, but I ain't playing your game. Here's Tom Izzo.
But what my team's done has been incredible. And I'm not ready to move on. So, Judd, I've followed what you said. I'm going to worry today about the guys I got in this program that have done an incredible job this year. And that's it. And if that costs me later, so be it. But Tom Izzo isn't cheating the people that he has that have been loyal to him for this chaos that is going on out there. Is that cool? You got enough? No, because you don't understand. When I came back Sunday night, that was it. There was nothing on my mind but giving these guys a chance to win one more game, get to Elite Eight, and one more game, and have a memory that'll last their entire life, their kids' life, and their grandkids' life, because that's what it is. And so excuse me for being passionate about it or pissed off about it, whichever words you want to use, but I'm not going to talk about it because it's not fair. It's not fair to the people. You could say it's fair to your program. I'll run my program like I want to run my program. And people have a disagreement with that, God bless them. But these guys that gave me everything they could give me are going to have a chance. And I'm not going to screw it up by spending any time on other stuff other than, I don't eat, I don't sleep right now. So why in the hell would I do something else that might benefit me a year from now? And really, it's not going to benefit me now because I don't know what I have. I don't know how much money I have. I don't know which players are leaving or staying. I don't have any idea. So why would I do that? Waste of time.
That is a great quote. And it's so poorly done. I mean, one of the first things I saw Dana last week, and we were talking about it, and he's like, "We got to change this thing, man. We just got to change it. They got to have one portal, a couple 3 weeks. That's fine, whatever you do, but one portal. Doing it in the middle of the playoffs, it's terrible, and you don't know what you got. You got to know what you got, what you need, and who you got." He's absolutely right. It is a terrible, terrible. The NCAA could not have been worse at this whole thing, trying to setting it up. They did nothing. They sat on their hands. Emmert was the worst leader you could have possibly had when all of this NIL and the portal came through. Couldn't have been worse. And now all of these coaches are feeling it. You got all of these 16 teams that are sitting there. How do you know who's coming? You don't have any idea who you're going to go and who you're going to try to get and what you're going to need. It's stupid. The whole thing is stupid. Anyway,
yeah, I think it happened at a highly unusual time societally as well in 2020, where a lot of things were in disarray. There's a lot of people, frankly, afraid to move in college sports because it was it was a different time. Now there were a lot of coaches that lost jobs or almost lost jobs. Some of them, they probably, I guess, should have. Some of the things that were said. You remember Isa, Texas was almost eliminated, it felt like, from University of Texas. There was a lot, and no one wanted to say no to anything involving college athletes. And it all happened at a time. I think had it happened at a different time, there probably would have been guardrails, and there would have been people saying, no, we're not going to do it like this. But it almost felt like there was a fear of saying no to anything, and everything was retracted, and you could do whatever you wanted because no one wanted to be known as being racist. No one wanted to be known as being unfair to the student athlete, and what happened was it was given a very wide berth. And they always say you can't put the genie back in the bottle. That's a problem. Is it didn't happen at the proper rate. It didn't build at a rate. And you have problems now.
There was no leadership involved.
No,
there was no
none.
rules.
There was nothing. And the NCAA got their asses kicked. They got the Supreme Court blistered them, a full sweep of, and the NCAA basically said, well, we're done. We're not getting sued again because we're not going to win. Yeah. Because the Supreme Court is not going to back the NCAA, no matter what happens.
Mega blast. And John wanted all this, didn't he? Yeah, John wanted it. That's right. No, pay coaches $10 million and don't give the kids anything, Mega Blast. That makes sense. Hey, don't make sure that the kids can't move if they have a bad situation and they don't want to be in a place. Let's make sure of that.
But you could have done that without the way it was
Mega
done.
Blast. John wanted all this, but John wanted this to be done right. Not the way that it's done. Not with Mark Emmert just sitting on his hands and not doing a damn thing and just letting everybody just poach players from other teams. No, there's got to be rules, and there's got to be a good way to go about it. Not the way that they're going about it. You're right. I do want it, and I still want it. Not the way they're doing it, though.
But
I mean, because once again, the NCAA was toothless.
Well, but the players wanted everything they wanted right at that time, and not just the players, like everybody in community, everybody in society seemed to say that they all wanted that with no guardrails. No one was talking about guardrails. They just wanted everything.
Well, no one was talking about guardrails because the people that were supposed to put the guardrails on just
they didn't know what they didn't know what NIL actually was. If you were smart at all, you didn't have to be smart. If you had any common sense, you knew that NIL was just nothing but. An NIL plus a free roving portal was just you were opening the door to something that you were not going to be able to control at all. They should have come along at a slower rate.
The NCAA rule book is bigger than the Bible, okay?
But it doesn't matter anymore.
When they introduced NIL and the portal, they didn't even have a one sheet on it. I mean, honestly, it could not have been done worse. It could not have been done worse. So, I mean, yeah, it's a good idea. You got to do it. You got to pay the players.
Well, there's no portal anymore, John. You know that, right? There's not really a portal. The portal's a construct. Dell already pointed out how
the team and you go somewhere else.
The portal doesn't exist. Yeah, It really doesn't exist. You can play inside the portal if you want, but Miami already proved there's not really a portal. You can leave anytime you want and sign anytime you want.
Both Johns, I guess, this was a prime example of why you wanted it. Xavier Lucas, who's now a transfer at Miami, was playing at Wisconsin. For whatever reason, Miami chamfered, whatever reason, he wanted to go play at Miami after spending a year at Wisconsin. Wisconsin, the rule is no matter what the reason is, you have to put the kid in the portal. It doesn't matter what you think is going on. You cannot stand in his way. Wisconsin refused. We're not putting you in the portal. You signed some deal that actually wasn't enforceable yet. So we have your rights. So if you want to go someplace, try, but
which contractually you would think would make sense.
But except the deal wasn't in place yet because legislation wasn't finalized. So there was some lawyers involved. It turns out the portal exists as a database. You don't have to be in the portal to leave. In fact, the NCAA confirmed it when Miami pushed the issue. The kid transferred. He could have played the next day if there was a game. As long as he could enroll in school,
they admitted that
he could have played the next day in a game.
The portal doesn't really exist.
The portal is only a database. It's not anything real.
That's all it is. And you can leave whenever you want. You can play whenever you want. Like that's a problem. That's a major problem.
No, right. There's no rules. There's no rules. I mean, it's stupid. It's stupid.
We wanted to implement it as fast as possible with no rules, and this is what we get. And so now digging out of it's going to be hard.
Rules, but the NCAA decided we're not doing anything because we're scared of getting sued again. That's what that was it. Getting sued by the players again. We're not going to make any rules. The players can do whatever they want because we're not going to get sued again. I mean, talk about the worst leadership ever. Mark Emmert was the worst. Time to talk about Chastain Ford, the best as far as I'm concerned. You're looking for the best way to get that Ford car truck month at Chastain Ford. I've been talking about this, and I want you to get on over there. I want you to take a look at these 2024s because the 2025s aren't that much different. Honestly, I don't know. They'll explain it to you, Tony, the general manager over there. Maybe you'll see Patrick. You'll see whatever it is that you'll see. You're going to get the great car buying experience. It just doesn't matter who it is because the philosophy is from the top on down. All right. When you work at Chastain Ford, there's not going to be high pressure. There's not going to be, we got to add on, we got to mark up, make sure you upsell. That's not, they don't go into meetings and go, you know what, get as much as they just don't. But now other dealerships do that. They don't do that at Chastain Ford. It's just not what they do. It's not what they're about. They're not about adding on. They're not about marking up. They're about you getting in that vehicle the way that you want it. Well, right now, $6,500 off the 2024s plus all the Chastain discounts as well. And the Super Duties, $3,000 off with the Chastain discounts as well. I'm telling you, this is the best time. The new year, March, is the best time to get into that Ford truck. It is. It's truck month right now. Take advantage. ChastainFord.com on 610 and Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford. Oh, my God. I'm not going to say who it is. That Tom Izzo quote is BS when you know he's got his assistant coaches out there recruiting and cheating. He's got one guy from the portal on his whole team, and it's his 8th guy. Who's he cheating? Who's he out there going to cheat? Come on.
It's not even cheating
already
anymore.
It's not cheating. Well, it is
cheating
poaching
if you don't
is
follow
cheating.
the
but
time.
Poaching is cheating.
Well, is there a rule against poaching? What's
no,
the rule?
Poaching's not cheating
What happens
either.
if you get caught
You can
poaching?
say it's cheating.
No,
it doesn't
you cannot.
matter.
You cannot. No, you absolutely cannot.
What's the
call
penalty for it, John?
a kid on another team?
Okay, what's the penalty for it?
What happens to the
What's
team?
the penalty?
Well, I don't know. Nobody's turned anybody in.
Yeah,
stupid.
because it doesn't
because
matter.
they can't
then.
control themselves. So you
Yeah.
can't snitch
No.
on me because you're doing
No,
the
there's
same
no
thing.
controls whatsoever. That's the problem. There's
Yeah,
no
and coaches
controls
aren't going to
whatsoever.
snitch anyway, so it doesn't matter. So poaching is allowed because it happens all the time.
It's
We can
not-
say it's
well,
not allowed,
it's-
but until there's a penalty, it's allowed.
Right. Well, traveling's not is against the rules too, but everybody does it.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. Shoplifting's against the
But
law
it's supposed.
in California,
Well,
but I
yeah.
see people walk out with stuff all the time.
well, you see less of it now. Okay. So do you know who? Let's move on to the NFL. Ben Solak. You know Ben Solak?
Yeah, I know.
You know,
Lance.
man,
Lance is going to
Wow.
leave it at that because he said that.
No, he's a good guy.
He's from the
He's
ring.
nice.
He used to be with the Ringer.
Draft Network first.
Yes.
I've known him since he was at Draft Network.
Yeah. Then the Ringer with
He's
Phil
found
Simmons,
a nice
and now he's at ESPN.
He's finding a nice niche. Sometimes I feel like he gets out of his lane a little bit, but he's finding a nice little niche with what he does.
Well,
and he works hard. What did he say? Tell me what he said. He's one of the sons of Mina. Mina Kimes put him on, and now he's gotten big at ESPN.
Oh, yeah, he's big at ESPN. He put out the 2025 NFL free agency class rankings. Who is the most improved from this offseason? And it's signing your own players and bringing players in or trading for them. Who had the best offseason?
Is he going to say the Patriots?
No, he's not going to say the Patriots.
Milton Williams, Stephon Diggs, Harold Landry,
Milton Williams, Stephon Diggs, Carlton Davis. He got them ninth.
Okay, those are all starters, but okay.
Yep.
Don't tell me Houston, or we're moving on to the next topic.
Houston is 28th.
Okay, all right. So he did a good job.
But it's interesting what he said. Since you're going to Houston, we can talk about the other stuff. But since we are in Houston, it's interesting what he said. He actually thought that he said, I'm one of the few, count me among the few, who like the Laramie Tunsil deal for the Texans.
Oh.
Even if he returned to his 23 form, he was not saving their offensive line problems on his own. Getting a third rounder this year, second rounder next year is a good deal for a 30-year-old tackle on a mega deal, especially considering how many flags he draws. That plus shipping Kenyon Green off for Gardner Johnson was a good offloading of an offensive line that desperately needed a culture reset.
This is a smart guy.
That he's in the know on this. He's in the know.
Well,
what
I mean, and that's the point. One player can never save an offensive line ever in pass protection. One player is irrelevant. It's a team. That's why paying that many first-round picks for one player and saying you're going all in was the dumbest thing I had ever heard, because there's no such thing. An offensive line is a unit. So it's really about just eliminating your weakest link is the best way to build an offensive line. A good offensive line is to eliminate your weakest link, because a weak link can shut down everything on an offensive line.
Right. What he didn't love, he said, the second half of the offensive line plan. To buttress their now depleted offensive line, the Texans signed Trent Brown, Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, and traded for Ed Ingram. All four of these players have been liabilities on their recent teams, whether for mental lapses, diminished play in old age, or just a low level of talent. They are not the players I'd like taking snaps along my offensive line. Ideally, Ingram and Tomlinson are only depth for Houston, but still.
Ben Solak hit this out of the park.
Out of the park.
I mean, I think he hit it out of the park. That's exactly how I feel about the talent.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, it's like Ed Ingram to me is just not talented enough to be an NFL starter. He's going to get you beat too. I didn't think he was talented coming out. I thought he was an average backup that, would have to hang on for dear life at the second half of his, but by year four of his rookie contract. and maybe actually he may still be in that boat now that I think about it. But that's why when I saw these signings, you're basically just creating roster depth and competition. It's not fixed. Nick's got some work to do now to prove himself on the offensive line. It has not been good for Nick Caserio on the offensive line.
No, the offensive line has been his weakness. It's his kill it. That's if there's one thing. I mean, you can laud a lot of his draft picks and acquisitions and everything else. The offensive line there's a demerit. That's definitely not something that he wants on his resume.
And guess what? That's one that can shut down this whole team.
Yeah, it did last year for some
stretches. Yeah, sure. I mean, like it had an impact. It has an impact on your quarterback. That's a major deal. By the way, there's a new test that's out, and it's not the S2. I found out I talked to an agent yesterday about one of his players, and he told me he likes this other test called the AIQ. He probably likes it a lot because his player scored really high. But I was talking about it, I said, he said, oh, I wasn't going to let him take it until I asked for the test for Max Crosby, which is another one of his clients. He said, when I saw the test results for Max Crosby, so it's been around a little while. When I saw the results from his test, I realized, ooh, this is pretty accurate. This is exactly who Max is and was coming out. So he had his player take the test. He told me, I said, well, how does it work now? Because a lot of players used to all take this S2. He goes, oh, very few players are taking S2. And I remember when Brandon Alley, we had him on, I think we had him on the show, right? Yeah, we had him on the show from the S2. And he was on, and the killer was when he did the interview in The Athletic. And, well, that wasn't the killer. The killer was when the scores leaked, was the killer. And then the furor over the leaked scores and how unfair it was to C.J. Stroud and all that. And I get it. That information should not be leaked. That's team information. That basically derailed their business once that got out. Because a lot of agents now, the teams still want to use it, and the agents are telling them, unless they think their player's going to score really high, they won't have them take the test. And because the test gets taken by a third party, the S2, I can't remember the name of the company, but that company or AIQ will, they're the third party. They'll administer the test, and then they can provide results to the teams. Well, the agent told me, I will have my players take this test, and if I don't like the results, they go in the trash, and no one gets them. If I do like them, then I send them to the teams. So what you've basically done now is you've eliminated. So this is what's now happening for college football, for the NFL draft. It's changed a lot in the last 3 years. Players are now picking and choosing like a buffet what they're going to test on. So if they're not going to test well, like Will Johnson, I'll bet you doesn't run. He had a quote unquote a hamstring tweak, so he didn't run at the combine. The cornerback from Michigan, he didn't run at the combine. There's a chance Will Johnson is on the board at pick number 25 from Michigan. He missed half the year with an injury. He didn't run at the combine. Michigan Pro Day came up and he said, "Oh, I've got a hamstring. I just very minimal hamstring tweak, but I can't run. Okay, so I'm going to run it this day, or I'm going to work out it this day." Well, I talked to a couple of people around the league who believed that Will Johnson, and one of them thought Will Johnson was never going to run because he's going to run in a 4.6s, and he said Will have another hamstring issue and he'll never run. And then NFL teams are going to have, and he said, and I said, what's going to happen? He goes, he's going to fall because if he's just a zone corners ain't getting drafted in the first 10 picks, not even the first 15 picks. He said, you'd have to really, really believe in him or have some type of computer vision that tells you that his speed. Now, these teams can also get speed results from Michigan, catapult speeds, or some of them, like my guy at A&M who's created computer vision. He can tell you exactly how fast the player is running just on your game tape. Like he can do that for high school players. So he can find out how fast they play. But more and more teams, Chaz Chambliss, this defensive end for Georgia, man, that guy did like 32 bench reps. He had a good vertical leap, but then he didn't do like 4 different things. And I'm just thinking, what? It used to be you just tested. That was what it is. And now players like, nah, I'm going to do this and this, but I'm not going to do this.
Right.
And so it's getting
Right.
a little tougher for teams to get athletic profiles on players.
If CJ wouldn't have done the S2, he'd have been the number 1 overall pick. So thank you, S2. We appreciate you. We got a break. When we come back, we still got a lot of stuff to do. Don't you go anywhere on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, Lance, you need to talk about Craig DeServe.
Well, what I'm going to talk about is the great service that you get from Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. And you're going to find some rates from Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. You're going to see some of the, these vehicles are going to be all over the place at different dealerships. And what's going to set apart my friends over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC is the amount of money they give you on trade-ins, the dealer cashback incentives. They're standard, but I'm telling you, because I've seen Rick actually do this before, they get more incentives back for you. They dig and dig and dig to get you $500 here, $500 there. So they're going to do that for you. And the entire car buying experience is about finding you the best price, the best, giving you the best service, but also giving you the best selection of vehicles. They want you to find the vehicles that you love, that you want, with the interiors and the exteriors that you really covet and that you really want. And that's what it's about. It's about getting that new car, that new truck, that new SUV with everything that you want in it or on it. And so that you have a new car experience that you will remember for a lifetime. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Head on down to Angleton. You can check them out for yourself in Angleton. Better prices, better selection, better service, or start the car buying experience online at Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Art says, John needs to reboot. There's a delay on his end. Maybe change vests. That might help. Lance is the one who's delayed on my end. You guys are the ones that are delayed over here. So, and if I was wearing, I would love if I was wearing a vest right now. That means I'd be playing golf today instead of jumping on a plane and getting back to Houston so I could be at East River 9 tomorrow for the live show that we're going to be doing. And we want you to be out there at East River 9. Come on. Hang out with us at East River 9 tomorrow. All day long, we're going to be there. It's the start of the Houston Open. I always want to say the Shell Houston Open. It's not the Shell Houston Open anymore. The Houston Open starts tomorrow, okay? And we are going to be at East River 9. And we got it. Tell who you like this week at the Houston Open. Who you got?
Minji Lee.
Is she playing in that?
No, she's not.
Minwoo Lee.
Annika Sorenstam?
No, she does. I don't know if she's alive.
She's dead?
I think so.
Oh. Is that the men's tournament you're talking about, or the women's that you talk about when you do a live spot? Which one are we talking about right now?
The men's tournament is this week. The women's is next month.
Oh, I don't have a winner because I don't care.
Aaron Rye. Aaron Rye is going to win.
Is that your pick? Who is he? Is he from America?
He wears two gloves. Not really. Well,
where's he from?
His origins are
his origin story.
Yeah, Del. He's like us.
Okay? Who's like us?
He and you.
You're not like us.
Yeah. Look.
Stop.
What?
Yep.
Mustard on the beat.
You're not like us, John. Who is Aaron Rye? Explain it to us.
Aaron Rye is. I don't know his origin. He's middle.
He's probably a minor.
I don't know if he's Indian. I think he might be. He's Indian, but he's American Indian.
Native American or Indian descent, but he grew up here.
Descent.
Okay.
Indian descent. Yeah. I'm gonna see.
That's Rye, R-A-I.
What's
Aaron
the
Rye.
how's the
He's English. What are you talking about?
Well, but look at him. He's not. He's originally his family.
But you said American.
England. That's like saying, "Look at you."
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well,
forget about
he's English.
Forget about what he looks
English.
like. He's not American, is what you said. He's
Indian.
English.
Yeah. The Indian.
Culture
in England is. Quite
I don't know.
strong.
I've never heard him talk, but he's okay. He's British, but originally his family is not from England.
Okay,
but
and originally your family.
But you're an American. Even
no, right? I'm Italian. I'm Italian American, right?
Right. Why you never mention Greek? Are you embarrassed of the
Italian, Greek, American?
But you have to be prompted.
You always
to do that.
say Italian.
Italian, Greek,
You're
American.
embarrassed to be Greek. The good.
No, I'm not embarrassed.
You never
Greek
mention it unless Lance brings it up. Wolverhampton.
No,
you never volunteer that you're Greek unless somebody.
Well, here's why. Here's why. Is because my mom. I mean, I think her pronouns were Italian because
that's not how that works.
Because she cooked Italian. She didn't cook Greek.
Yeah, she leaned into the Italian.
Her
she
pronouns.
Her pronouns were.
That's not what it is.
Madone. That's what her pronouns. Yeah.
Your choice, Aaron Rye, was born in Wolverhampton, England.
He's a Wolf.
Home of the Wolverhampton Wolves.
I gotta
the
say,
Wolves.
Yeah.
If I wasn't an Everton fan, I think for their kits I'd be a
You'd be
Wolverhampton.
happier.
I kind of like.
You like yellow?
No. I'm very happy with Everton. Very happy. We're the
So-
hottest team. We're one of the hottest teams going the last 6 games.
Yeah,
But
stop.
so is this a good? Is it a good? Have you looked at the entire field, John? Is it considered a good field?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Rory's here. The Scotty Scheffler's here. Aaron Rye.
Oh
Wendell
man,
Clark is here.
That's a really good list.
Tony Finau is here. I mean, it's a good field.
Scotty Sheff is here.
Is he going to run over a Houston police officer?
God forbid he runs somebody.
Gala is here. He's another guy that's like me and you, Dal.
Stop. First of all, I'm not like you at all.
Busted on the beat.
What, do I have to start the song over again?
No.
I'm not like you. And
So you got Scheffler and you've got so Scheffler and
That's not
Rory
the
are the
same
two
beat,
biggest
John.
are going to be the two biggest names in it. All right, good.
Yeah.
Good.
And Aaron Rye. Why is Aaron Rye your favorite? Why is Aaron Rye your favorite?
I like him this week. He's playing well, and this
John
is the
knows the
kind
guys
of,
who are playing well.
But
we
is
are
he good for
we
the
are
course? I'm
this
trying to figure it out.
this course is. I mean, he's won before, but this is the kind of course that a guy who. I mean, you've had a Jaeger win. I mean, you got a lot of guys, more unknown names that win here. That's why. But I could certainly see. I see Rory's playing so well; he's going to be really hard to beat. Rory is just playing better than anybody. So that's going to be. Aaron Rye's got one PGA Tour win, and he's the kind of guy that wins in Houston. He's just the kind of guy. So that's why I got him. And he's one of the best players in this field. He's not up there with Rory and Scotty, but you never know. You get hot for a week, and he's been playing well. So Aaron Rye, everybody. Okay, that's
Right.
what
We're going to take a look at him and see what it looks like. When we get back, I want to get into the Astros roster, the Major League roster, and there's a lot of new names. Like, boy, it is when you look at all the bullpen and you start really going through the entire roster, you realize, oh my gosh, this is so far from the 2022 team. Like the 2022 team is being disassembled very, very quickly through no fault of anyone. Contracts are up, free agency hits, players get older, whatever the case may be. But you look at the 2022 roster versus now, we'll take a little look and see just how quickly this ain't your dad's. Well, this isn't your Astros team. You're going to have to get on board with some new guys. Let me put it this way. You're going to have to, there's some new jerseys that you're going to have to look at purchasing. Most people don't purchase middle reliever jerseys, though, except obviously Ort. You would buy that.
I'm getting an 11 Cam Smith jersey. That's what I'm getting. He's number 11. So
there's other ones you can get, too. What about a Brian King jersey?
A Brian King jersey? I mean, I want
to put short King jersey.
King butter. That's what I want.
Yeah,
I want a King butter jersey.
Get his hot sauce.
He's
got his own hot sauce and seasoning stuff.
Is it any good?
Wouldn't know. Wouldn't buy it.
That's Lance's ex-brother-in-law.
Yeah.
His name is King Butter. He legally changed it to King
literally
Butter.
Changed his name. Total douchebag. As if you couldn't tell.
King Butter. Time to talk about Doc Linville. Great guy. Love Doc Linville. Went golfing with him, took JT. JT after the round goes, most surgeons aren't like him. Okay. That's not what you imagine when you think of surgeon. Doc Linville's not it. Doc Linville's just a cool guy. He is really fun. He's like, I'm telling you, he's like us. That's why he's advertising here. He loves the show. He loves what we do. He's one of us, but he's a lot smarter because he knows how to perform surgeries. He's really, really good at it too. If your wife, she wants to get augmented in any way, shape, or form, then Doc Linville is here for you. Guys, if you want to keep your hair, Doc Linville is here for you. Doc Linville is awesome. This guy is really, really innovative. He wasn't even doing it. He said, well, this neografting thing is really, really cool. You know what? I'm going to open up a business. Open up the business, and it's one of the biggest hair replacement in the city of Houston. So this is how good this guy is. He's unbelievable. Now, it doesn't have to be the neografting. The neografting is taking the hair from the side and the back to put it on the top. You could just get the PRP. The PRP is just stimulating the growth of your hair, as is Propecia. He can prescribe Propecia for you. He's got all of the different ways for you to keep that hair. If you're starting, don't do it after you're bald already. Don't wait. Do it now. If you're losing your hair, 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Yeah, by the way, I need to. Dude was right. Pod Slamma Jamma was the guy who brought us the Malik Wilson. It was Pod Slamma Jamma. At PAWD SLAMA
Malik Wilson?
He's the one who interviewed him or
He
got the
interviewed
sound.
Malik Wilson.
Okay.
Yeah, so I want to give him credit for that. I'd never heard of Pod Slamma Jamma, so nice work, Pod Slamma Jamma. And it was a good question for Malik, and we appreciate it. And we used it on the show. So people follow Pod Slamma Jamma because he's out there hustling. I like hustlers. All right? That's good hustle right there. Way to go,
Did you hear
Pod.
about – so I don't know. How are you guys doing in your brackets? I guess I'll just ask that as my –
I thought we were going to talk about the Astros.
Oh, yeah.
And we did the bracket thing earlier this week.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's changed
Right.
since Monday.
No. This is a different bracket thing.
What? Well, we were talking after.
But I'll do that. So, John, I want you to pull up the Astros right now.
Okay.
I'm going to pull up the Astros 2022. Now, that was just, we all remember, it seems like just yesterday, right? It seems like Jordan was going yard, one of the longest home runs we've ever seen to center field. Montero was dealing. You had, who's the other one? Not just Montero, but who came back last year. What was his name?
Neris.
Yeah, Hector Neris. It was Montero and Neris, and you had a bullpen full of guys that were getting everyone out. Yuli had some kind of just
Presley.
Yeah, Presley. You had Yuli show up in the postseason after a terrible season. Previously, he was the batting champ, and then he couldn't hit at all anymore. And then in the postseason, he started putting it together. By the way, shout out to Yuli for making the team yesterday at age 40.
Yeah.
Martin Maldonado, catcher, the starter, Machete. That's why they call him Machete. You may remember him. No longer with us. Yuli Gurriel was our first baseman. No longer with us. Jose Altuve was our second baseman.
No longer with us.
Well,
At second base.
Jeremy Pena was our
Yep,
shortstop.
Still here. So half the guys you've mentioned so far are still here.
Alex Bergman,
Yeah, not here. No longer here.
no longer with us. Michael Brantley, Uncle Mike.
Well, he retired, so
Okay, no longer with us. Chaz McCormick.
he's here.
I noticed some of the
Here.
not the great ones still. Kyle Tucker.
No longer. No, but we're better. We got Cam Smith now.
Kyle Tucker. He cried a long time. I just want to see how he plays. Yordan Alvarez.
He's still here.
Still with us. Okay, so out of those 9, we've got 1, 2, and one of them's McCormick, by the way. Jose Altuve 3, and Jeremy Pena 4.
4.
So out of a starting lineup, you've got 4 back.
That's 3 years ago. The rosters turn over.
I know. This is a championship team, but so 5 are gone. Let's look at the bench. Aledmus Diaz,
No, we don't want him.
Trey Mancini,
We don't want him.
Jose Siri,
We don't want him.
Christian Vasquez,
No, we don't want him.
Jason Castro. I don't remember him.
Okay, what's your point? Because
JJ
I think we're
Matichevich.
better. I think our bench is better now than it was.
David Hensley,
Terrible.
Corey Lee. There's Jainer Diaz, by the way. ladies and
Bye,
gentlemen.
Corey Lee. Can't even play
Joe
for the White
Perez.
Sox.
Who's Joe Perez? Taylor Jones. We do
Remember
have
him?
still. Now we do
Remember
have still
Taylor
have
Jones?
Jake
He had
Myers.
3 at bats. Great.
We have
That's
Jake Myers.
terrible. We don't want them.
We have Jake Myers and we have Yainer Diaz still.
Did you see how Zach DeCenzo hit this spring? I mean, are you kidding me?
Let's not do.
We
how
got Victor
guys hit this
Caratini.
spring.
Okay.
I know.
We
You
got-
don't have to get mad. I'm just pointing out how different it is. That's all. You don't have to get angry about it.
I'm angry.
Why are you so mad about the lineup?
I'm mad because you're insinuating that, oh, look, our whole team's gone. Well,
I'm insinuating
some
that.
places,
And here's your pitchers:
in
Fromber,
some places we're better for it.
Fromber,
He's still here.
Verlander,
No longer with
Urquidy,
us. He's 90 years old.
Garcia,
Garcia, done.
Javier.
Done. Urquidy, beat it.
Odorizzi.
Oh, Jake Odorizzi, we got rid of him that season.
Yeah, Fromber is the only one who's still there. Presley.
Beat it.
Montero. I've noticed the crappy ones are still here. Chaz, Jake, Montero. We even went and got Montero back. Phil Maton.
Nope.
Hector Neris.
Don't want that.
Ryan
Maton face. No.
Seth Martinez.
Beat it. Beat it.
Brian Abreu.
Thank you.
Lance McCullers.
Thank you.
Hunter Brown.
Thank you.
Blake Taylor.
Thank you.
Is Blake Taylor still there?
No, he's not.
No.
We got Taylor Scott. We got another Taylor.
Belak, Mushinski. Renel Blanco actually pitched on that team. He's still here.
Yeah. He's
much to your chagrin. Pedro. So it's a lot. I would say there's about probably 9, maybe 10, 10 pitchers still. 10 total players on that team. It's just amazing how quick things can turn over, because there wasn't that kind of turnover you look at the turnover from 17 to 22. Not a ton of turnover from the first championship to the second championship. But now 3 years later, it's massive turnover. And that's the nature of that's why the grow your own is so very valuable. You can't sustain with free agency.
But they do grow their own.
No, that's my point. That's the point I'm making. This is why it's important to grow your own, because you have that chance. Now, eventually, if you don't sign those guys, you have to have a big reset. And this is the big reset is happening right now. We're in the middle of it. And it's not done. We're in the middle of it now. Fromber will be part of it too. He'll be pushed out. That's going to be part of the big reset that we have here on the team. And that's just the nature of Golden State's not even quite going through it just because actually, we're probably about the same as Golden State. The only guy Steph Curry's really Steph Curry's one of the only guys, and Draymond are only two guys. Most of Golden State has been touched up. It just feels like, it's just still Golden State because Steph's still there. Well, we still have Jordan and, more importantly, Altuve.
Right.
So we still have, and Fromber. Fromber's been there.
When you've been in it this long and going this long, there is going to be, because there's no way you could have paid Cole. You could have paid Correa, Springer. Bregman. There's just no way. There's just no way you could have just kept all those guys and kept.
No, there is no way. But that's why it's so utterly important for Dana Brown to do his job in terms of not just drafting the right talent and not just developing it, but also making smart trades that bring in the Cam Smiths, because they were always making trades where they were getting players and giving up players. A lot of those players never amounted to anything that hurt you. But now you've got to bring in your new guys. You got to bring in your next Jordans. You got to bring in, and that's a lot, but you got to bring in your next big time players. And
there was a lot of gnashing of teeth about Bregman this offseason.
I thought it was strange. I guess because people thought there was a chance he'd come back, and then some feelings got hurt, which felt weird to me. The people got that upset about him not coming back.
What are the odds Paredes has better numbers than Bregman did? Maybe not this year, but the Bregman's numbers last year.
I don't know. If he gets there, I'll be happy.
I think there's a chance that he could. Bregman's numbers were not great. Okay.
Yeah, but either was Paredes' numbers last year.
No, but he's in this park. I think it may be better for him.
Okay. Well, let's hope.
He had a 768 OPS, Bregman, last year. Over for Paredes.
Wow, his OPS was that low?
Yeah.
Good.
He was not good last year.
No. What do you think Paredes' OPS was last year?
Paredes' OPS was probably pretty similar.
Even lower, 633.
Ooh. Yikes.
Paredes had his worst year as a major leaguer. As a full-time starter last year. He's coming off of his worst season.
Bregman is coming off of his worst season too. Yeah. 768 was his worst. He's got an 848 career OPS. 768 last year was his worst year.
Paredes' home run numbers have gone from 20 and 22, 31 and 23. In 24, he had 16 home runs, and then last year he had 3. He played 52 games.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well.
I mean, the most games he's ever played is 143. Other than that, he's been 111 is the next highest, then 101, and then 52. So,
what are his strikeout numbers?
Well, I have to look at his strikeout per 9, but I'll look at his strikeout per 9. I mean, it's not going to be great. It's going to be worse than.
Well, everybody's worse than Bregman.
Yeah, Bregman's. I mean, that's one of the strengths of Bregman.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's why he's a little tricky because he can still get on base. Even that OPS, holy crap, it's that low. Now Paredes is even lower. I mean, Paredes is closer to 600 than 700.
Bregman hit 260. His on base was 315.
Yeah, that's really low for him.
Yeah, right. But 260 is low too. I mean, that OPS is really... he's a career 272 hitter.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about the average. I'm looking at the OPS, and that's way down on his OPS.
Well, he lost 50 points on his on base because of his average. He lost 50 points because his career career on base is 366. His on base last year was 315.
Yeah, but his batting average wasn't that far off.
No, his batting average wasn't that far off.
It wasn't his batting average that stopped his.
Well, he only had 44. He only had 44 walks last year.
Yeah, that's what stopped it, not the batting average. It was he didn't get as many walks.
Right. Right. I mean, he 145 games. No. His walks were way down.
So
and you know what? That's what Joe Espada talked about. Maybe he was. I think he was looking at Altuve and Bregman and saying, "We got to work pitchers. We didn't work pitchers last year. We need to work pitchers and that is going to be, I think, something that you're going to see that's going to be different this year is they're going to be taking a lot more pitches. They're going to be a lot more selective. Hopefully that's going to be the case.
Strikeout percentage, Alex Bregman's strikeout percentage is for his career is 13.4%. And last year it was only 13.6. Like he was the same as usual. His walk numbers were way down from his career is 11.9. Last year was 6.9. Way down. And maybe some of that was he was trying to be more aggressive to get things rolling. Maybe he was more aggressive earlier in the count. I would say if I could go back and look at it. My guess is that probably some of it. But his strikeout percentage 13.4%. Paredes' careers 17.6. So you're going to lose something there from Paredes. You're taking a step down with Paredes in the field and at the plate relative to Alex Bregman, more than likely. But, and there's a good chance you're going to take a step down from Kyle Tucker to Cam Smith. I mean, if Cam Smith plays like Kyle Tucker did last year, he's not only in the conversation for MVP, he's the easy rookie of the year. So, you're probably not as good at right field offensively. You won't be. You're probably not as good at third base. It's somebody's going to have to step up and do something now. And you hope that Walker gets back quickly. Now, that could be a big bump at first base. By the way, John Singleton cut.
No, but the biggest bump in baseball might be.
What's that?
From the might be the biggest bump in baseball from first base.
Yeah.
The Astros'
that's huge.
First base the last 2 years has been the worst in baseball.
But if he's healthy, he had an oblique issue last year. He's got an oblique issue this year. He's not even ready right now.
Yeah.
So he's got to stay healthy, but that'll be a huge advantage to have a real hitter at first base.
Listen, you mentioned something. I've already got Cam Smith Rookie of the Year. I've already got it. It's already done. That's who I got. Cam Smith Rookie of the Year. Thanks.
He'll have to play that way if they want to win this division.
Yep. Don't worry. I'm not worried about it.
And Dubon will probably need to have a huge year.
Are you going to take higher or lower with Cam Smith on underdog?
I don't know. I got to see the statistics. They're not doing it season long. Underdog Fantasy has in baseball. They do it game by game by game. So what you can do for your major league, when the Astros kick off, you can take a look at that first game and say, what are we going to do here? We're going to go higher on total bases for Jose Altuve. We're going to go lower on walks for Isaiah Paredes. Are we, we're just having this conversation now. Look, come up with your own analysis of a game, of a team and of a game, and then take a look at all the stats that Underdog Fantasy offers, and then go higher or lower. It's really that simple. That's how you make money, is you pick two or more players, and you can win up to 1,000 times your original play. Now, to win 1,000, you got to be, playing some no pun intended, underdogs, but you can go higher on a home run by Yordan, and that's going to be a multiplier right there that's going to help kick your number up. There's all kinds of statistics like that you can take advantage of that increase the payout. But you can't win if you don't play. So you have to go download the app today and go download the app. It's a great interface. It's easy to use. You can download it, and when you make your first deposit, use promo code Lance. When you use promo code Lance, you're going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash, and you are going to be set to start playing your tournament basketball, your NBA playoff basketball, your baseball. Look at all these games you have to play right now. They also have women's basketball as well. The WNBA right around the corner. They have statistics in that one at all times. So it's a great way to play along with the games you're watching. Use your sports knowledge use your powers for good with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older. And President of the State, where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Ooh. Chandler Rome said Walker will be in the lineup tomorrow, so that ruins your whole theory, Lance. Sorry about that. Paredes was an all-star before the trade last year. He was traded from Tampa to the Cubs. He hit that with the Cubs last year, but what did he hit when he was in Tampa last year, Lance? You only read half of it. You only played 50 games for the Cubs.
Lance's headset has been down. He has heard nothing of what you said.
Oh, my God.
I just turned it up.
Okay, let me go look at Paredes. Lance, he played for two places last year.
Who?
Paredes.
Well, I only care about the last place.
He was an all-star last year.
Not the second half of the season.
Well, you can't. There's no all-star game.
There's the second half all-star in my mind. I keep it.
Okay.
Okay.
I keep a list of second half all-stars.
Who was your all-star first baseman in the second half?
Easy.
Jose Altuve.
He didn't play first base.
I mean, Singleton was up there.
Oh, you mean the worst first base thing in all of baseball the last couple of years? Singleton was
Christian Walker was on it.
Oh, he was the all-star. Your
Mhm.
all-star. Okay.
Christian Walker was my all-star.
Paredes had a 792. He had a 792 OPS in Tampa and 739 for the year because when he went to the Cubs, he sucked. But yeah, he had an on base. I mean, he hit 22 homers last year.
Yeah, it appears as though upon further inspection here, he may have played 153 games.
Yes, played 153. He had 19 homers last year, 16-3.
So he ain't passing Alex Bregman.
739 OPS. It's about. I mean, you're not losing anything here.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, hopefully you get Tampa Bay. Hopefully you get Tampa Bay Paredes.
But think of the Crawford boxes.
But Chicago
the
Cubs
Crawford boxes.
But that's a massive park. Wrigley's a massive stadium. It's impossible to hit home runs out of that place.
Well, it depends on which way the wind's blowing.
Yeah,
sometimes it is.
How strong is the wind? And Lance.
We did have one home run when he went there. 52 at bats.
Well, how many did he have at Wrigley? See, you got to realize, Lance, the Crawford boxes exist here, which will be a big deal. No major league pitcher, no game plan will take that into account when they're pitching to Paredes, so he'll be able to just pepper.
Yeah,
I don't know that I'm not sure I'm buying in on Paredes better than Bregman. I have a hard time believing defensively he'll be as
Gold
good.
Glover.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. But hopefully you get Tampa Bay Paredes. I mean, that would be nice. You don't want Detroit Paredes. Tampa Bay, you had a good 2-year run for him, and then he was good before he was traded, and the Cubs thought they were getting something, and it just didn't work out. Yeah, he was a lot worse. Whew. My goodness, they thought they were getting way more from him than they did. He had 3 home runs at Chicago, but I don't know how many were at Wrigley Park. But I do know from seeing the statistics that he is a dead pull home run hitter. So there's no question that went into it when the Astros targeted him.
Yeah. He was born, so he's young. He's okay.
Yeah, he's only 25 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, he still could be
26.
getting better.
He's 26 now.
Oh, did he turn 26? Okay.
Yeah, 26.
So he still could be getting better. He's not going to steal a lot of bases.
Well, I don't want him stealing bases.
He has 2 for his career.
So he strikes out more than Bregman, that's for sure.
Yes, he does.
105 and 104. So that's not great. The year before, 67 in 111 games. That's not bad. All right, enough of that. You wanted to talk about the tournament? You wanted to talk about brackets?
So here's what I said. So how are you guys' brackets doing? Is your brackets good? I already know how John's doing. And actually, you and I are tied, I think, for anywhere between 56th and 88th place, Del. John, you got a lot of room to make up in our bracket.
Yeah, but I got all my whole Final Four still.
Yeah, your Final Four still alive. So that's the important thing. Did you see what? Let me pull this up here. Did you see what your boy? Is it T. Boone Pickens or no? It's Warren Buffett. Did you see what Warren Buffett does?
Pickens is dead.
Yeah, but he and Warren Buffett remind me of each other.
Okay.
Did you see what Warren Buffett does?
Did Warren Buffett not want Charlie Strong hired too? Was that the other guy? No, that was Red McCombs.
No,
Red McCombs reminds me of T. Boone Pickens.
I never gave the go-ahead on Charlie Strong.
That was Tom. What's his name? The car dealer in Minnesota.
No, Red McCombs too.
Red McCombs.
It's Red McCombs.
Oh.
Those two formerly Big 12, at least in Red McCombs' case, boosters remind me of each other. Team Boone Pickens and Red McCombs, they remind me of each other.
That's me too.
Yeah.
And Warren Buffett.
Yes.
They all remind me of each other. Kind of older white guys with a ton of money who don't want Charlie Strong as head coach, I would assume. The $1 million bracket. So listen to this. Warren Buffett, for a decade, Warren Buffett has been offering so he's got employees at Berkshire Hathaway conglomerate. There's about 395,000 employees in total among 60 plus subsidiaries that he has. And they have a bracket contest that he offers that usually gets between 60,000 and 70,000 entries. Now, when I tell you about the prize, you're going to wonder why he's not getting 395,000 entries. Everyone should be entered. It should be a no-brainer. The full prize is $1 million. No one had ever won it, but they have now. Now, wait until you hear this. So it's already over. You've already got it. The prize was $1 million every year for life. Every year for life, you get $1 million if you perfectly predict the Sweet 16. You don't have to have a perfect bracket. If you've got every person, every member of the Sweet 16, you get $1 million.
What?
It had for the rest of your life, $1 million for the rest of your life. It had never happened. It never did happen. It never did happen. The consolation prize was $100,000 to the bracket that remained perfect the longest. So if you had a bracket that remained perfect the longest, you got $100,000. And obviously there were brackets where were multiple people, so they just split the $100,000. This year, Buffett made it even easier. He lowered the bar so that he said he'll give $1 million to anyone who could correctly nail at least 30 of the first 32 games. So if you predict 30 of the first 32 games correctly, if you go 30-2,
Wow.
you would get $1 million a year for the rest of your life, and someone actually won it. And he said, I'm getting older. I want to give away $1 million to somebody while I'm still around as chairman. According to the update sent to the pool participants, Chester Q. Brackington, also known as I need a nurse in here. I need a nurse in here. He, after Michigan State beat Bryant late Friday night, this year's contest had multiple brackets that have one wrong, meaning 30 correct. So we'll have the prize awarded. After Oregon beat Liberty in the final game of the first round, Brackington wrote, we have our first ever confirmed award winner of the prize. He won $1 million. This guy, or multiple people apparently, won a $1 million prize, and they plan to identify the winner in a press release.
Whatever. I don't hear anything about a Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage gift card. I don't hear that. That's what we're giving away, among other things. Step your game up, Warren Buffett. Feed the people.
We're talking about.
Yeah, Dale, I'm with you.
How are you not in this contest? You'll do a lottery. If I'm working there, I don't care if I don't know anything. Just use Jay Billis's picks. Use AI. I don't care what you do. Scratch your just randomly pick them. How are you not in that? You have a chance to win $1 million for life a year. Why are you not in this bracket?
Yeah. Why are you not?
I would have loved to have been.
I mean,
I would have loved to have been, but here I am, and I'm not in that bracket. But how about Warren Buffett wanted so badly to give away $1 million? He made it easier to win. It's still hard. Going 30-2 is still hard.
Desperate to give away cash.
If he wants to give away $1 million so badly,
why not?
I'll take it. And I just want it one time.
You just want $1 million.
Just
not
$1
for the rest of your life.
I would tweet about him I'd say, man, Warren Buffett is great. You guys should go follow at Warren Buffett.
He seems like a man who's not looking for that as far that's
okay,
not
then I say,
to him.
hey, don't follow Warren Buffett.
No, I just don't think he's social media approval is what he's looking for.
Okay, well, what if I
what are you
mention him in a draft profile? Like this guy he's rich with arm talent like Warren Buffett of quarterbacks. I can say something like that.
It might work. You got to figure out what tickles Warren Buffett to get you that $1 million.
All I want is $1 million.
Maybe
you know what I would
do? To tickle him.
I would buy Gilbert steak every week if you give me for 2 months.
Did you go yesterday?
Only 2 months?
Not yet. Not yet. Yesterday was
going.
TV. No, I didn't go yesterday. Yesterday was TV. I had to do Mock Draft Live.
Oh, but you said you were going to go. Not
I am
yesterday,
going
the
this
day
week.
before.
I'm going this week. Week's not over. We're on Wednesday.
You're not going tomorrow. We got East River 9. You're going to go to East. You're going to go out there after East River 9?
Who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
Who knows? I think
no one knows right now.
I think we both know.
No one knows when it's going to happen.
I think all three of us know. It's not happening tomorrow.
It couldn't happen Monday or Tuesday. And Thursday, I've got TV. I've got a nurse in here Thursday, and we got East River 9. So, it looks like we got a couple days.
Maybe Friday.
Might be.
All right.
Friday might be the day that Gilbert gets food. Maybe.
See,
maybe.
He can't know. He won't guarantee it, though.
You don't know.
I guarantee it's going to be thought about.
No.
But what does thinking do for Gilbert's stomach?
Nothing.
Exactly. Get it done.
What does Ownwell do for you? I'll tell you what Ownwell does for you. Ownwell takes care of your tax problem because you got a tax problem, people. when Ownwell has had hundreds of thousands, they've had literally hundreds of thousands of customers, 5-star reviews. You hear about Ownwell now this time of year because your property taxes are up. How much are you paying in property taxes? Do you need to fight it? Because the government's screwing you. Hundreds of thousands of customers, and 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction. That means the government, do you know how much money that is? If you didn't fight it, 86% that they're overcharging on an average of $1,100 per. That's crazy money. Why are you not fighting your property tax? You need to. The government is in. So did the government lately said, nah, your house is worth less? No, never. Okay. So here's the deal. They are overcharging you, and you need to fight it. And if you haven't been fighting it, or you don't know how to fight it, or you're not as good at it as Ownwell is because you're not, then you need to sign up at Ownwell. It takes about 3 minutes to sign up. Ownwell.com. Sign up and let them. Then you do nothing. Ownwell does it all. All you need to do is sign, and you don't pay unless you win. Okay, unless they lower your taxes, you don't pay. So go sign up. The deadline for protesting most counties is May 15th. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today. Ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com. Ownwell.com. That's GulfCoastWindows.com. GulfCoastWindows.com is where you get your window on. GulfCoastWindows.com is where you get your door on. It's the best door. It's the best window. They're fantastic. So you're going to replace your windows. You got to replace your windows because they're shoddy. You got to replace them because maybe you feel, the wind coming in. Maybe if you walk by your windows and it's hot because the sun is beating down on them, then your windows are not doing their job. Gulf Coast windows do the job. Gulf Coast windows reflect that heat. Gulf Coast windows, you're not going to walk by there and it's going to be hotter by your window. It's just not, because they're just so good. Even the least expensive window that you could buy at Gulf Coast Windows is going to be better than the windows you've got now, the least expensive. So they've got the options for you. How do you want it? What do you want? What are you looking for? How that door, that window, just the best. Jim Fiumi's the best. He's been doing it for 40 years, going on 40 years now. A Pinnacle Award winner from the Better Business Bureau. It just doesn't get any better. The leader in the industry is Gulf Coast Windows. You're looking for doors or windows, and you're going to replace them, or you're building, GulfCoastWindows.com. Get the best. You'll save money in the long run, GulfCoastWindows.com. All right, let's get some calls in here. First, did you see the FIFA World Cup poster for Houston?
No, I haven't seen it.
It's an astronaut. He's bouncing a ball off of his chest. He's got the H up. He's got a soccer ball with a Texas on it. He's got a cowboy hat that's fallen off of him.
Doing that.
It's not great. FIFA World Cup 2026. I don't know. I don't want to. Somebody who, local artist Stephanie Leal. Okay.
No, I think she actually is considered a really good artist. I think that's.
No, I know she is. Well, she did. I mean, he's in orbit, I guess. There's.
Well, that's what Kobos has. Like that's one that is kind of famous around the city of Houston. There's a lot of that graphic is used for a lot of different things around Houston.
The astronaut, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the astronaut that's throwing up the H. That's actually in a lot of stuff. So I bet that may be what that's referring to.
Yeah. Okay. All right. 713-780-3776. Larry is here. Hey, Larry.
Hey, guys. The main reason I was calling, I wanted to get your opinion on who the best general managers in Houston sports are currently. But real quick, regarding the tournament, I think the name, image, likeness, and transfer portal have a big factor in why we're not seeing Cinderella teams. And we haven't even had one overtime game yet in the tournament, which is really unusual. And I think it's going to set up for a great Elite Eight and Final Four with all these powerhouse teams. But we're not seeing the Cinderella teams like in the past. And I think all you have to do is look at the player introductions at the start of these games. A bunch of seniors, a bunch of graduate students, which you never see. It's not like the one and done from a few years ago.
Right.
So I think we're going to see some really close games. And I did make a small bet that at least one of these games will go into overtime. But like I said, the main reason I was calling is want to get your opinion on who the best general manager in Houston is in Houston sports.
Well, yeah, you make some good points there, Larry, about the basketball. Yeah, because I'm getting paid now instead of going to Europe. If I'm not even going to get drafted by the NBA, I'm going to stay because I can make money at a big university. Used to be the reason the mid-majors were winning is they got guys that are there for 4 years playing together, and the one and dones would maybe. While they were better players, they weren't as cohesive.
They didn't stick around.
Yeah, they didn't stick around.
I think it's less so about European money and more so about, because a lot of these guys get paid anyway from their schools. It was about going to the pros, and it doesn't make sense if you're late first, early second anymore to go pros. So if you get legitimate intel about where you're going, actually it doesn't even make sense. I don't think really like the 24th, 25th pick. If you're good enough to go first in 1 year, you're good enough to go first in the next year. But there's also another thing, because I'm dealing with this in football. The COVID stuff created, if you could have COVID created, now you don't have red shirts as much in basketball as you do in football, but COVID has created basically an opportunity for everybody to get a fifth year. And so unless you're going, and there's only a certain amount of players from the NCAA that are going to the, that are going to go to the NBA draft early. So that's why you're going to see a lot of graduate students this year. It's going away. This is the last year of the COVID babies that that got the extra years of eligibility. So you're not going to see this, like you're not going to see the graduate players that much anymore. This is something that they've been getting these years ever since 2000. So if you came to school at any point during COVID, you got an extra year of college if you wanted it. And so that's why you see so many graduate students. But this is the last year of it. So it's going to go back to a 4-year.
Well, now though you've got if you go to a 2-year, if you go to a junior college, you still got all your eligibility left.
You do in theory, but there's not a lot of JUCO basketball players.
Well, no, but there's some, and some guys may go JUCO.
I don't think that's going to be a major deal. You just pull somebody from a portal. You just portal somebody from a mid-major.
Yeah,
that's where it usually happens.
Right. Well, there's still. We're supposed to. When was the last time you heard a guy couldn't play because of grades?
I remember Prop 48 was a real thing.
A real thing.
You could not get into college. Prop 48, you had to go to college. But that's back when college cared about grades. College athletics don't care about grades.
Listen, I was close. I've been close to a lot of college coaches, and I've heard them all the time saying, I just can't get that kid. I can't get him in. I just can't do it.
They say it now?
I'm working my ass off. Never hear that now. Never.
Yeah.
Never. You never hear that.
No, I think it's kind of people are just giving up on it. And it's just, it's a professional sport. There's some guys who really shouldn't be in college. There's a lot of people who shouldn't be in college. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're trying to play football or basketball, that's the only league you have to really play in until they develop an in-between league for. Now, you can go play in Europe, but that's for a year. If you're good enough to play in the NBA, you go there for a year and then you go to the NBA. But for football, you don't really have that in-between league. And physically, you're not built. You don't have the body type physically to to play in the NFL right away. It's a very important thing. The size standards are important in such a physical sport, brain trauma and all that stuff. So that's never going to go away. They lost in Supreme Court level with Maurice Claret. But I think you're going to
let's answer his other question. Mine is I'm going to go I think Rafael and Nick are I don't know
go
which one.
Nick Rafael just because it's harder being an NFL. There's way more you have to do with an NFL GM. So I'm gonna go Nick Rafael and Dana Brown's last.
Yeah, you hit on a couple in the NBA and you're going to be pretty good. I'm probably with you on that, although Nick's offensive line problems are hurting him. And then Dana Brown inherited. I think it's unfair for Dana because he inherited this team for the most part, and he's just had to make do without being able to spend much.
Yeah, it is what it is. I can't give him a big passing grade on the stuff he's done, but he also did, he got it at the worst time.
Right. Who's next, Del? JT, what's going on, JT?
Hey guys, good morning. I want to preface all this with saying I love Yordan Alvarez, but I think we can still be critical of our favorite players and his inability to take care of his body and his inability to ever learn how to play first base is the reason the Astros are lacking the roster flexibility and are doing things like putting Altuve in left field. I've been listening to Lance for years in the pre-draft process say, man, if a guy's getting soft tissue injuries, it's because he doesn't take care of his body, because he's not in shape. But for whatever reason, we don't ever pay attention to that with Yordan. He's always getting hurt. So now we have to wrap him in paper mache and not let him play left field, ever, full-time DH. And that hampers your roster flexibility. And then his inability to ever learn how to play first base. I'm sure it's much more complicated than, just learning to play a position. But without that ability to play out in the field, he's hampering them. And it's why, I almost feel bad for Altuve that he's getting sent out to left field because, you can't play second anymore. But, we don't have room for you at DH because Yordan will never play out in the field. And so I'm curious if you guys feel the same. If you thought the same things, what's the thought around, Yordan basically saying, well, I'm the full-time DH and there's nothing we can do about it.
Well, I don't know that that's a Yordan decision. First of all, it's not a Yordan decision. That's a team decision. Yordan said in the past he likes playing left field. And I don't know if the teams – and it doesn't mean that Yordan's not amenable to trying to learn first base. I think the team wanted to have Yordan and Christian Walker, have two bats. So I think there's a chance that really Yordan could become a first baseman in the future. So I don't know that I want to go after him on that because I don't know that that's necessarily those are Yordan decisions. What I will agree with you on, though, is this is a guy with a lot of injury issues for being so young. And some of it is soft tissue. Some of it was the hamate bone where he had that issue in
he's
both.
Got a thumb problem.
He's had the hand injury. He's had the knees. I don't know that knees are not a condition. I don't think his knees having the patella, but it was meniscus, right? I think it was meniscus. Wasn't it, John? The 2 meniscus surgeries I think he had, which are not serious injuries, but he had both meniscus. That doesn't necessarily mean he's not in great shape, but I do think that the point you make on a large scale is concerning that he has this many injuries. And on a smaller scale, how many of these, is he carrying a lot of excess weight or more than he should? He's a big guy. But big guys in basketball and football, a lot of times they'll look at their bod, they'll put them in a bod pod or the DEXA scan and they'll find out their lean muscle mass. And it tells them, wait, you're carrying way too much weight. Your lean muscle number should be this. So your body fat percentage, you need to be at 11%, 12%, whatever the case may be, 10%. I would say there's a good chance Yordan carries excess weight, more than he probably should. And it could have an impact on his durability. He's not a guy you can count on for 152 games a year, 155 games a year. That's not really happening. And that's early in his career to be saying that.
Listen, he's had some injury problems, but they're injuries. It's not like I think you guys some guys are DHs. You know what? He's a DH. Some guys are career DHs. Were they pissed off at Edgar Martinez in Seattle because he was a DH, or Big Papi?
No.
Big Pop. I mean, you're a DH.
No, I don't
He's a DH.
I don't love Altuve in left field. But that's not a Jordan call. But I think he is making the point. If Jordan were in better shape, his point is if Jordan were in better shape and took care of himself.
I don't think it's a shape thing.
I don't know if he's in shape or not. I do know that, for a young guy, he's missed 18 games, 27 games, 48 games, and then last year was 15 games. And that's not bad. Jordan missing 15. I don't love it at the time, but if he could play 150 games a year, I'd be happy. 148 to 150. Last year's the most he's ever played at 147 at bat. 147 games.
No, 147 is fine.
Yeah,
they rest him.
Well, it's good if you're resting him. He was injured.
But is the concern or the issue out of shape, or just, I don't want to use the word, but the fragility of him, and that's why they don't want to test it. Like, we're not going to put you out there, not because you're out of shape. I think it's that. But we're just concerned that.
I think they're concerned about durability.
We don't think you're going to hold up.
Yeah, I think they're concerned about
durability. We'd rather not play you out there as long as we can find ways around it.
Yes.
I think it's durability is the bigger concern.
Yes, I agree. Let's not risk him. You know what?
Remember, he had a knee injury at the end of last year also.
He's too valuable a bat to be putting him out there and both knees collapsing at the same time.
So he exited with a knee injury. So he had a knee injury. He's had 3 knee injuries, meniscus, and then last year he had a knee injury at the end of the year. He has had has he had the right hand and the left hand? Wasn't it both hands that he had issued, John? That he had injured, John?
I don't know. He's still got a thumb problem.
So
he had it this.
That's a lot. That's a lot of injuries for being so young.
He's had a patellar tendon in his right knee. Had a tear that was back years ago. I don't know if it was a meniscus that you're referencing. It might have been a patellar.
Double patellar.
Patella
injuries are not great.
A slight tear in a patellar in his right knee back in 20, and he had arthroscopic surgery for that on both knees in 2020. So the knees have been a thing going back that far, and you mentioned the late season injury last year. Yeah, I don't want to put out of shape on him. I just think, hey, you get banged up. We don't want you out there running around. Just hit the baseball.
There is such a thing as injury prone. Now, if it's soft tissue, that is conditioning and stretching and things like that. I don't know that he has had a soft tissue injury, though. That's the difference. Like, do I think he carries a little extra weight? I think he might. But I can't really recall a soft tissue injury. Can you?
Yeah, here are the things listed. The knee that you mentioned, he had a neck issue, another knee, finger, oblique, neck, ankle, hand illness.
Good Lord. He's had all those? I forgot he had oblique last year. That's what that was.
Well, the oblique was in 23.
It wasn't last year?
No. He had a neck issue last year, a knee issue, 2 knee issues last year.
Oh, the neck. Who had didn't somebody have an oblique last year?
Probably.
I mean, Walker's got it now.
I don't remember the name. So not really a lot of.
Hold on, he's had how many knee?
Well, I'm going back
neck
through his entire injury history. Yeah, he's had ankle, hand all happened in 2022 along the ankle, and illness doesn't count. Another hand issue, concussion. Remember he had a concussion. Hand. So nothing that would say, oh, he's not stretching or the weight's of issue. It's just injuries, and he gets a lot of them.
Durability concerns, but not. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's soft tissue type.
Not pulling hamstrings or anything like that. He's a big dude running around playing a sport. He gets hurt.
Yeah, and then, fouling a ball off your leg, he had to leave a game in 2021. I mean, what are you going to do? That's just
count for that.
That's just baseball.
Yep, that's baseball. That's just baseball. Time to talk about HRP. That's just business. Business. How's your business? Business good? It could be better. Business. How's your bottom line? Bottom line, okay, pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it's your responsibility as the owner or the CFO of a company to make sure that business is being as productive as it possibly can. The bottom line is as good as it possible. That's your job, right? Whether it's a privately owned business or if you're, the stock, you got shareholders, whatever the case may be. Not only that, but you have a responsibility to your employees as well. I mean, they're depending on you to feed their families. And if you're not as productive as you could possibly be, then you're not as good. And chances are everybody loses. Why should everybody lose? Make everybody win. HRP can help you with that. HRP can get you your HR and your payroll better than you can do it, or better than maybe a lot of admin companies can do, because the admin companies are not only giving you their payroll and the HR, but they're also doing the benefits packages, but they're doing their benefits packages that they make money on. HRP doesn't do it that way. HRP is going to get you as economically as they possibly can, technologically as they can, the payroll, the HR, and the taxes, but they're going to give you options on the benefits packages. Let HRP come to your business, evaluate your business, and tell you where you're going wrong, or what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and if they can help you. Maybe they can't, but maybe they can. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You better get in a hurry because we got News of the Week coming next. We didn't talk about one thing we missed is Russell Wilson going to the Giants. A one-year deal. Russell Wilson is he's just trying to find a team every year. And you know what? It's so quarterback thirsty. The league is so quarterback thirsty. Dude probably can do this for
Boy, 4 teams in 4 years, it could be worth as much as $21 million. Probably won't.
Can he get to 6 teams in 6 years? I think he can.
Oh, it depends on how he plays. The over-under for wins for the Giants is 3.5 this year. And Bart Scott made this point. So ESPN they're having emergency sessions on what this means for Shedeur Sanders. And I don't think it really means anything. I'm not sure that it means anything. Like, okay, you got Jameis there on a nothing deal, very little money. You've got Russell Wilson there on a bridge deal, a 1-year deal. You could still draft Shedeur Sanders if you chose to and have him in the room with 2 veterans.
Yeah.
And you got two
Absolutely.
veterans there. One is, one's churchy and one's, does the crab leg thing and is a little funnier. I don't know. He could look. They're going to be bad next year anyway. You cut it. The head coach is going to get fired, and the question is going to be: is Dion going to be the head coach? I mean, that's a legitimate question that will have to be asked. And I don't think it's best for Shedeur. I don't think it's best for the organization. But it's going to come up. It's going to play. If he gets drafted there, it's going to be a big topic of conversation because that's not going to be a good team. Now, what Bart Scott said, look, if the rumors are true that they were trying their best to trade up to 1 to get their hands on Cam Ward, then they obviously have a big split between Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders on their board. They don't think it's close because if you thought it was close, you wouldn't move any picks. You just take the other quarterback. And so his thought was you may not have the conviction for him as a starting quarterback. And are you going to pass on a potential gold jacket player in Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter in order to draft a quarterback that you didn't even, you were trying to trade out of that spot anyway? I think that's a realistic. And his point was you're going to suck next year. You get a chance to look at quarterback position next year and potentially take Abdul Carter. Now, if Cam Ward goes 1, I don't know that, like, Travis Hunter could go to the Browns. Shedeur Sanders could go to the Browns. I mean, that's absolutely possible. But this is Cam Ward starting to feel like he's locked into the Titans at 1, but it really is like picks 2 through 4 are really somebody's going to get their hands on Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter at a discount. Like there's a chance, especially if Sanders goes 2nd or 3rd, then, oh my gosh, the Patriots are going to be sitting there with the chance to get their hands on potentially the best player in the draft could go 4th.
Now that you've watched Travis Hunter, is he a top 5 corner or wide receiver, or is a combination of both put him there?
No, he's a number 1 corner who's a top 3 player in this draft. And he would have been the top receiver, but he would have been a little like as just a receiver in every other draft. He would have fallen, I think, ahead of Rome Odunze for me. But the problem is, but behind Marvin Harrison and behind Malik Neighbors.
So you believe he's better than the pure receivers in this draft? As a
he's
receiver.
better than, man, McShay will fight you. He has got Matthew Golden. He says Matthew Golden is the guy. And
I know, and Jahdae Barron is also the guy. I've already heard. Todd McShay's all in on the Longhorns.
Yeah.
That's good. Jahdae Barron he'll fight you for him. He'll fight you for Matthew Golden. Quinn Ewers, I read that he had an incredible pro day. Somebody put out his stats where he was 50 of 59 with 4 drops. So he had a really good pro day. No one guarded him, but he was 50 of 59.
Texas is back, folks.
Huge to get those pro day stats. And then NFL said, Quinn Ewers showing off his arm. Whoever's running that account did Quinn Ewers a disservice. They showed his last throw of the day, which was this long bomb. And I'm not kidding. I had to go back and watch it. It's a duck. Like he throws it deep, and by the midpoint, it's way up in the air. It almost looks like a Hail Mary. It's way up in the air, and about the midpoint, it starts to wobble, and it's a full-fledged duck by the end. And all I could think of was NFL, whoever's running a social media account, you really need to do it, because I went to look at the comments. There's no way I was the only person who saw this as a duck. Sure enough, duck emojis, gifs of ducks, a duck who was getting his, who was hanging from in a Chinese restaurant. A duck was hanging from a hook, like a bunch of duck stuff. You cannot put in for a player a wobbly pass and saying, he's him or things like that. It's super embarrassing for the player to have a total ducker quacking his way to the finish line. That's not the kind of throw you want to show off. So Jaden Blue ran a sub 4.3. He ran really, really, really fast.
So the Texans are bringing him in.
Jaden Blue. Yeah, I saw that. I thought that's pretty interesting. I think that's a Jahmyr Gibbs I think that's off the – now, Jaden Blue is not the runner Jahmyr Gibbs is. He's not a tough runner at all. He's easy to bring down, but he's really fast and he's really tough out of the backfield, like really good out of the backfield. I think third. I think he'll be one of those late, like compensatory pick type, third in that area of the third round. It's earlier than I would typically draft him, but because he's such a weapon out of the backfield and really became that in the second half of the season. Quinn Ewers was really basically, it was, if you weren't Matthew Golden, Gunnar Helm, or Jaden Blue, you weren't getting a football. Quinn Ewers was not going to throw you the football if your name wasn't Golden, Helm, or Jaden Blue. Now, Jaden Blue ran really fast. We already know that. There's some questions about why he didn't play his senior year of high school here in Houston. Some say he didn't want to. Some say the team didn't want him to. Whatever. But I did have a team ask me, because my brother, I think, was in the district at the time. And team asked me, hey, when your brother a coach there, find out why Jaden Blue didn't play his senior year of high school. So there's some teams digging around on that. But I think he goes in the third. Gunnar Helm, the tight end, who famously twisted his ankle in a false start before the 40-yard dash and then ran a 4.9, I think, a horrible 40 time. And then the picture came out. Hey, I'll give him credit, man. He had a bad workout or bad testing. He worked out in the field, pushed through it. Afterwards, he took a picture on Monday and posted it. His ankle looked awful. So he really jacked up his ankle. So I thought, okay, throw away any of the combine testing. None of that matters. We'll just wait for his pro day. He didn't run at his pro day. So now he has no 40 time, which tells me he knew he was going to run slow. And that tells other teams that too. I think Gunnar Helm's going to fall to the 5th round. He's not real big. His body type is bad for a tight end. Like he's not well developed. He's a guy that I had thought might be a 4th round pick before, maybe late 3rd, early 4th. I think Gunnar Helm's going to fall a little bit from Texas, the tight end, because he doesn't have a great body type. He does not have an athletic profile at all on him. And he's not the tough, like he's a competitive blocker, but he's not big. He's not big enough. He's only 240 something. He needs to be at least 10 pounds heavier.
Todd McShay said he's the next Gronk. So
yeah, no, McShay is all in on all the Longhorns.
Wow.
What did he say about, is he fighting people over Quinn also?
Yeah. I mean, I saw
I know Quinn Ewers must not have had a good day.
I saw a combo of Phillip Rivers and Phil Simms.
Okay, that's nice. I didn't get one text or phone call from Quinn Ewers' agent.
Oh,
that is a bad sign. Because if Quinn does anything, if anyone posts a positive meme or graphic about him on Twitter, I immediately get it sent by Ron. I got nothing yesterday.
Well,
no call, no
you.
squirty, no splashy squirt emojis. Those.
Yes, I know
those water emojis.
Yeah, we know what they are.
None of that. None of that even showed up.
You're a lost cause.
No, your hatred for Quinn Ewers
and the Texas program
the agent
overall
is probably done with you.
No, I like Quinn Ewers, the kid.
Man, your bias has just leaked through.
Yeah, the Quinn Ewers, the kid, seems like a good kid. I feel bad that he took so much crap for Longhorns.
He's just not good at football.
He's just a very average football player. Yeah,
wow.
He didn't get a lot better.
So the thing,
but I don't just give.
Not very good at.
See, what I don't do is give guys pushes up the board because I'm friends with somebody or I know an agent.
Who was that directed at?
Wow.
Well, actually, a couple guys have gotten busted doing that.
Anyone currently who we don't know about? You want to reveal?
I'm not going to talk about it. But he got a little too close with with agents. Agents typically don't like me because they want me to big up their players, and you
won't allow it. You stand on business.
Or maybe you're off. This guy takes his team to the playoffs 2 years in a row.
And that's what I want.
That's all you do.
That's great. I want that to happen. But Quinn has had a tremendous amount of NFL talent. You look at the wide receivers. He had Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell.
In his right arm. All that talent.
He averaged
He made those guys pros.
Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell. He won't be drafted ahead of any of these guys. He'll be drafted, I think, ahead of Isaiah Bond. He won't be drafted ahead of Matthew Golden. This guy's had a lot of J.T. Sanders. Like, he's a really good talent. He's had a wide receiver.
He's
had good running backs. Bijan Robinson.
Everybody around him better.
Doink. There's Xavier Worthy, fair catching a pass 40 yards down the field. He has to wait
His
for it. Fair
hatred.
catch.
Unadulterated hate.
Where
for Quinn
did
Ewers?
No, I'm just fading John.
Hey, show on this dial where Quinn Ewers touched you.
Why does
fading
it
John.
always devolve into?
I don't know.
Why do we do that?
John loves Quinn Ewers. John, he's not going to marry. You're married. You need to stop with this Quinn Ewers stuff. He's not gonna. He's not gonna have relations with you, John.
Yeah,
you don't.
No
have
matter
to
how
do
much
this.
you defend him.
You don't
Your
have to
hatred. Your hatred is beyond bounds.
Captain Save a Quinn over there.
Yeah.
Oh my
Captain
God.
Save a Quinn.
Watch when he's a great pro. You're gonna go.
Hey, I
"Man,
think
was
it's great.
off-
I don't
was
mind
off on
missing.
this
I hope
one."
he is a great pro. I hope for the Longhorns he's a great pro.
Why the
They
Longhorns?
wanted him
They're
out
not
of there
getting any
so
of his
bad.
money.
No, they would love him. They would love a great
They
quarterback.
would love for him to
hype
do
up.
well in the pros. Just don't come back to our university. That's what
No,
they
you
told
come
him.
back and you say, "Look what Sark made him. He's a great pro," and then that'll help recruiting.
Yeah, just don't
Feast-
come back and
feast
play
the beast.
another year.
Well, yeah,
Longhorns were very clear.
well,
we do
yeah.
not want you coming back.
I mean,
No, they don't want. We want Arch.
we wish you the best.
and
but
in
don't
fact,
play for us.
Quinn, and in fact, I can tell you for a fact, Quinn does not feel very loved by
The program or the people?
Because they love
people.
Arch.
Okay.
You can't
people.
love Arch and Quinn.
You can love two people at the same
Oh,
time.
really?
Oh.
Tell it to Major Applewhite.
Yeah.
Me and my wife met because we were arguing about Major Applewhite versus Chris Sims, and I was right. I was a Major guy. I was a Major stan, and she was Chris Simser, and I was right.
Fan polyamory.
Chris
We can
Sims
do
is-
that, right? You can love
Chris
both
Sims is
quarterbacks.
Cuter.
You can love both quarterbacks.
Fan polyamory.
You
Polyamory.
can,
do
but
that.
you can't like. Yeah, she only liked Chris Sims because she thought he was, better
attractive.
look. Yeah, I mean Major, and yeah, he had the 5-star designation.
Well, who's better
Major
looking,
was.
Quinn or Arch?
Well,
I don't know. You tell me, John. That's your.
You love Arch. You tell
We
us.
already know you're going to say Quinn.
Well, after the mullet, after he got rid of the mullet,
I don't know.
Lost all of his juice.
Arch has the
No, he
Manning
didn't.
stuff.
He took him to the playoffs. Goodness gracious.
He got carried. That's what Lance is saying. Wow.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that he
talent.
took them there. All I heard about was his oblique injury made it where he can barely throw.
Who'd
He
you hear
took
that
them
from?
there?
Oh.
Who'd you hear that from, Lance?
His agent.
Oh, okay.
He could barely throw because his oblique was so bad.
Well, they thank you. I don't know if you know this. You get beat up in college football. Okay.
Well,
All
John,
right.
if you
No. I've heard the same. No, Ron's told me he's taken him there. He's never lost a road game in the Big 12.
big time leader,
He's got some good. There's some good graphics on him.
never lost.
I just had to watch the tape, and I'm like, I thought it was going to be better.
You've been hating him for years.
John, if you were starting a team today, would you draft Quinn Ewers?
Quinn Ewers first overall.
Okay.
Yeah, his looks like John will be fired.
Are you running the Brahmas?
I'm running the Roughnecks.
Okay. By the way, our good friend Raheel back as the in-stadium entertainment with the Roughnecks.
All right. Nice, Raheel.
Yes.
Is he really?
Job.
Yes.
Easy. All right. Billy Brown, is he going? I don't know if he's going to games. I don't care. All I need to know is that the toilets are working there, right? At wherever it is. And hey, you got a business and you need your toilets working. Of course you need your toilets working. Because if not, oh, gross. No one will come back to your business. You have any plumbing problems, Aqueduct Plumbing is here for you. Billy Brown, doesn't matter if you're business or your home, residential, it doesn't matter. Billy Brown's got his trucks out in the street. I forget how many did Billy say he's got? 8 trucks out?
Yeah, I don't know what. I mean, his truck total's gone up over last year, and he said he has a lot of listeners from the show who give him a call. That's good because they're the official plumber of our show.
Yeah, no. He said, and this is for any of you potential advertisers out there. Billy said at our golf tournament, he said the return on investment for this station for him has been the greatest investment he's made. And thank you, Billy. We love that. We love Billy though. Billy's got a great product. Billy's got a product that he can come to. He's going to come to your home and he's going to fix your stuff. And he's not going to charge you to show up. He is going to be there for you, and he's going to get the job done. He is going to work until it is done. My buddy had a problem with his, and Billy was on it. And Billy, there were some issues there, and Billy took care of everything. And I'm going to tell you this: he's going to do that for you too. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com 281-488-6238. You have an issue. Put this number in your phone now: 281-488-6238.
Let's talk about allstatewindowsandsiding.com. That's the website. Go get your brand new windows at discounted prices. And it's not just the discounts that you find online at allstatewindowsandsiding.com. When you mention you heard about it from Lance Zierlein at ESPN 97.5, you are going to get a big additional discount for being a listener to the show. That's how they roll. And they are family owned and operated. So, it's extremely important to them that you love the product, you love the installation, you love the service that you get. So they're going to do everything they can to get you the best price and the best service, but of course the best product made right here in the state of Texas for Texas tough weather. You cannot do better than allstatewindowsandsiding.com. But remember to mention you heard about it on 97.5 and 92.5 from Lance Zierlein to get the additional discount. That's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
Hi, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did you guys happen to see Rick Pitino going to the New Mexico-Michigan State game? He went because he wanted to see his son, Richard, coach New Mexico, and that was the last game he will coach them. He's going to move. He's going to Villanova. But Rick Pitino was in the crowd, and right behind him was a woman. You can't see her face, but she was wearing a very tight sweater. And Cam Soda. You know what Cam Soda is?
No.
Cam Soda is a porn site.
Cam Soda?
Cam Soda.
Okay.
They're offering nearly $250,000 for her to share her identity and then put her body on full display in an hour live broadcast following the Maryland versus Florida Sweet 16 game.
So it's like a cam. Okay, so it's a cam site. Is that we consider that porn? That's not porn, is it? Cam girls?
Well, they're calling it a porn site on this.
Okay.
I don't know. Is that
so? They want to pay her $250,000 to just be.
Yeah, to just sit there, I guess. Naked.
I'm not googling this site on my NFL computer.
Well, she is. Listen, they've got a picture of Pitino sitting in the crowd, and trust me, you're not looking. All you can notice is this sweater. Okay, and would you take a couple $100,000 to sit for an hour after the Florida game naked?
No.
Couple hundy.
No.
Couple $100,000.
No, I'm not sitting naked for a couple $100,000. Would you let your wife do it?
Nope.
Okay. Where's your answer? Because the guys don't want to see you anyway. They want to see your wife.
Right. Well, maybe the girls want to see me. I don't know.
Would you let your daughter do it?
Nope.
Would you let JT do it?
Nope.
What about JT?
Nope.
He said no.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
He'll have that. He'll have a discussion later.
We'll see if she does it. We'll find out. A Florida robber was jailed. He held up a Dairy Queen at gunpoint. He stole $1.50 from them at gunpoint. Do you feel like he should aim a little bit higher?
I was just doing some research about when they're most cash full. Did he only ask for $1.50, or that's all they had to give him?
That's all they had to give him.
Taking the cash from the register, she grabbed a tip jar containing $1.50.
Oh no!
You got to do your research. Maybe she can't.
Now I don't. Now I'll be honest.
Because some places, like I worked at a Barnes & Noble, it won't open unless you're doing a sale. I just couldn't open the register.
Well, then you would have got shot in the face.
Apparently, but do your research as a criminal and understand that maybe the register isn't accessible unless a sale is made.
Well, I don't know if she just pulled out the gun, demanded money from the cashier, but instead of that, she just grabbed the tip jar. First of all, who's given the counter? Why are we? I guess Dairy Queen. I guess
I had this thought, John, because I don't go into Whataburger. I do curbside. I do it on my app, and I have curbside. Should I be tipping the people who walk my burger out?
No.
Yeah, I mean they are performing a service, bringing your food to you.
I hadn't thought of it until the last time. I've done it a lot, and the thought popped in my head the last time.
Dude, we gotta stop this.
So we don't.
Everyone
you say
gets
yes,
a tip
John?
now. Everyone. How about the people who own it start paying their people?
Why
do we have to subsidize every worker? Why don't people start paying better wages to their? Why do we have to pay it?
No, minimum wage here. Last night we went for ice cream, and I gave 20% just for scooping my ice cream.
Oh, I give the person at a Great American Cookie, whatever factory, whatever it's called. There's a spot on the receipt where you can tip them, and I do it.
But serious question: why are we subsidizing their living?
Well, it's just they're providing an extra thing. We just give them a little bit. It's just
what about this is their job and people pay them appropriately?
Talk to the owners of Waterbury. I don't know.
Yeah, the owners aren't paying. They just keep not paying. Well, how come we can't afford anything? Because you ain't getting more money than you. Your rates are your salaries are staying the same. We have to pay for it on tips.
I'm not tipping the grill guy. My question is, they actually did something extra. It's part of the.
What about when you get this? Okay, sir, thank you, and they turn around the screen on you.
That's
there
fine.
You go.
Yeah, that's fine.
I've
come to expect it. I've come to expect it's fine.
That's right. It's everywhere now, Lance.
I know
I'm used to it.
You go to the gas station. You go to the gas station and pay, and they want a tip.
I've never done that. For your Extends pills.
They're offering a service. They're putting your stuff in a bag.
So
they're putting your Dr. Pepper, your Diet Dr. Pepper in a bag.
So if you go curbside next time, if you ever go to Whataburger when you're here, you would tip the person.
I don't go curbside.
Not you, but John, you would if they walk the food out to you. Okay.
Everybody who flips the screen over, I tip them.
I do that.
Yeah. I do too, and I don't know why. I shouldn't. I shouldn't have to give you money for just.
For what? Making you your food?
For a Burger Chan downstairs. Why am I tipping Burger Chan?
Why are you
doing your job?
I don't know. They just say, come get your food. I order. I fill out the form of my order. I turn it in. They charge me. I pay. Here, you want to give us a tip? And then I go, and then a buzzer goes off. Ring, ring, and I walk up there. I get my stuff. I don't get it. What am I not doing? What makes you different than Burger King?
Right.
A better product, I guess they would say.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But why am I tipping?
So the tip is bigger because it's more. It costs more, so the tip is bigger.
That too. They get you both ways.
All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll be at East River 9 tomorrow morning. We want you all to come out. Well, all day long we'll be there. So we want you to come on out, hang out, make your tea time now. Come see us, hang out. You can drink, watch. We'll watch basketball games. We've got golf to watch, Houston Open to watch. We got East River 9, great sports bar. Let's go. Get on over there tomorrow. But first, Lance, a little John Daspit.
He got up, so he didn't hear you, but now he's back.
Hey, guys, let's talk about John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, a chance for you to be represented by the best in the state of Texas. Personal injury lawyers. Nobody's better than John Daspit. It's a proven fact. And in the power ratings, he comes out number one all the time. And it's not just in the city of Houston. It's across the state of Texas. He has offices. I don't talk about this much, so I want to focus on this. He has offices in San Antonio and Austin and Dallas, all over the place, the Beaumont area. I mean, he can handle claims and handle issues from across the state because he has offices everywhere around the state. People are hurt by someone else's negligence, maybe at the workplace, on the roadway, wherever. Of course, along the coast, there's serious injuries with refinery blasts and offshore accidents. But he's going to fight for you, fight for every dollar you have coming to you for your medical bills, for your physical therapy, for your surgeries, for your time missed from work, and especially for your pain and suffering, because you didn't ask for that injury, and yet it could have an impact on you in the short term or, unfortunately, long lasting. And for some people, it lasts the rest of their life. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Remember this name. It's this number. It's really easy. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Welcome into the show. As this show was beginning, Lance Zerline was filming something for social media because our social media person knows it's baseball season, so she's going to provide baseball content for the people. So coming soon, you'll see a lot of us. I've tried to get out of this. I'm still fighting the good fight. We've been asked to pick our favorite songs that we think would be walk-up songs for, let's say we play for the Astros or any other Major League Baseball team. We pick a walk-up song, it gets filmed, maybe we talk about it, so be ready for that. I'm not going to give away what Lance picked, but it isn't his real song. He's a phony. He had to pick a song he thought would go over well. That'll come at some point from all of us. John's going to be back in town tomorrow because we're going to be out at East River 9, so he'll do it as well. We'll all do it. You'll see that as we get ever closer to baseball season, right around the corner, right? With the Astros solidifying their final opening day roster. And got to give some credit to Sean. We talked about this yesterday. Why were they making this decision so drawn out, the Cam Smith announcement? It turns out they need to fly his family in and film it for social media. Before we get cynical about it, because we will do that here, we will start the nonsense pretty early because I have thoughts on how that all came about. What happened was the Astros flew Cam Smith's parents in, and they made the announcement to their son. They let him know. They told him, "Hey, you're on the big league club. You get to start with the Astros, and of course, that means he's going to start in right field. He'll be your opening day right fielder." So let's get to the sentimental part of it first. Cam Smith, after being told, was very emotional. He was in tears minutes even after that, talking to the media. It's got to be a big day for him. And what a rise from Florida State baseball player to a Cub on the minor league level, barely played any double-A games, and now is starting right fielder for an AL contender. A team I don't even know if he loves Major League Baseball as far as watching it, because some guys love playing but they don't care about watching the sport. But if he does watch the sport, and he did over the last decade, this is one of the best teams in baseball. So he's joining a big-time baseball organization. He's going to start for them, and they need him. So we got the sound that's saved over there of Cam Smith talking about getting the call and being a right fielder. And he's very emotional, very happy from the moment. Here's Cam Smith.
Amazing. I said there's no bad days in Duncan Park, and I'm going to be able to live that out, starting Thursday. So I can't wait. Bring it on.
A lot's happened. Today alone, a lot's happened. Will it help to have tomorrow to kind of digest before you get out there? Because I know you want to succeed and you want to help this team a great deal.
Yeah, 100%. Just to get my feet under myself and to realize that I'm an Astro now. So it's go time.
That's Cam Smith. It's go time. Everyone got what they wanted, right? This was what people were hoping for as soon as they saw him. Hell, the guys who cover the team were very impressed, just him walking off the bus and walking into the facility. But once he got on the field and people saw him, it was like, all right, this has to happen. And he didn't give the Astros any reason not to do it. When you have a young player like that, I assume you're looking for reasons not to go with maybe your instinct of playing him. Maybe the instinct is just not to play him. He's young. Let's not throw him into the fire. But he made it so they had no choice. He didn't give them a reason to say we're gonna start you off someplace else. So credit to him, and you have an outfield of, at least it's crazy. Your two solidified spots right now are Cam Smith and Altuve. It feels like, and then center field is, well, it could be McCormick some days, Jake Myers other days, maybe someone else is playing out there depending on the day. But your corner outfield guys are not outfielders. We're gonna say poorly constructed, but maybe they hit on something. And they're very fortunate to have done it. Comes off a trade that they felt like they had to make because they didn't want to be in a situation that they were in with Bregman, with Kyle Tucker, where you were going to lose that guy for nothing. And I appreciate it from the Astros because another year and then an offseason of, will Kyle Tucker come back? off the backs of the Bregman one would have been too much. So they get a guy, and of course, Paredes is part of that as well, and he is going to be your starting third baseman. So Dana Brown's getting a lot of credit for getting on Cam Smith and getting Paredes as well in the deal as your starting third baseman. Who would have thought you got 2 starters out of a Kyle Tucker trade?
Boom, fleeced, and 9 combined years before you have to pay them.
That's always so important to baseball people.
Yeah. Baseball's really a game about not paying your players.
It's really about exploitation of your players.
Yeah. Never mind that, Dodgers won the World Series, Yankees lost the World Series, Mets played in the NLCS. Never mind that all the teams that pay their guys actually go far in the playoffs. No, it's about not paying your guys.
Now the Astros will tell you, and defenders of the Astros will tell you their payroll's pretty high, which it is.
Yes.
They just have a certain price point, and if you are an established player on their team, we wave goodbye to you in quick fashion.
They like to spread. You know what? They like to spread the money around.
Yes, to players that won't cost them 30 plus over 6 seasons. The next 6 seasons.
I mean, they will. I mean, they're paying $36 million for Rafael Montero and Jose Abreu.
But they understand that was a mistake.
Okay.
They understand.
But also it was a short-term deal.
Yes.
So it was only 2.5 wasted years
yes.
of a 3-year deal.
That's what they would say. Yes, we made a bad decision, but we didn't make it over the course of a half a decade as far as the length of the contract. And it's been a good way of going about it. And if you're going to hit on Cam Smith, it's even more validation for the way they operate. You trade Kyle Tucker, who the Cubs may or may not keep past this year, and you get his replacement immediately. Before you play your next meaningful game, you have your replacement in place.
The guy literally doesn't play a minor league game for you.
Yes.
You trade for a minor leaguer that immediately starts.
And if he happens to play a minor league game for you this year, means something went wrong, or he's on a rehab assignment because he got hurt, which means something else went wrong. So
fleeced.
I can't say they fleeced anyone because
they haven't actually played.
Yes. I see the talk of Dana Brown cooked, he fleeced.
Mm-hmm.
And then if Kyle Tucker has a great year and the Cubs re-sign him, and Cam Smith if he struggles as a rookie, then who got fleeced? I wouldn't say the Astros did, but I certainly wouldn't say the Cubs did. It all depends on what happens when a season is actually played and the future plays out. Nah. Yeah, I know. I shouldn't take things and put some context around them. I should immediately react to everything.
No,
and pretend the moment
they got fleeced.
In the moment, this matters now and in the future, and nothing else will change.
We have to be like, thank God that the Astros are calling up a guy who is going to play the least amount of minor league games in MLB history before making his debut.
And it's all going to work out.
And it's all going to work out. But if he does have a stretch where he's 2 for 40, then we get to play the other side. Be like, what the hell is Dana Brown thinking?
Yeah. Either way
we win. That's awesome.
It's great. As long as we want to be reactionary to everything, pick a side.
And we know the Astros are going to, be in that 80 to 90 win range. So they're probably going to, at least be in the playoff hunt for most of the year.
Uh-huh.
We come out on top. It's going to be a pretty good team. And if Cam Smith is awesome, we get to pull up the pom-poms. And if he stinks, then pitchforks.
Do you think we should have a Kyle Tucker tracker as well this baseball season?
I'll keep an eye on him.
Keep an update on what he's doing.
See what's up.
So we can go day to day judging if the trade's good or not.
Yeah, we'll just try to find a stat every I don't know, once a week.
Once a week we'll do a Kyle Tucker update just to keep track of how things are going.
And then I'll look for the stat where Cam Smith or Isaac Paredes are better than him and go fleeced.
Fleeced or not fleeced?
Yeah.
It's the game we'll play week to week.
Michael,
get on that production. Fleeced or not fleeced?
Cam Smith is gonna, when they play the Cubs in Wrigley, he's gonna hit a home run, and when he goes in the dugout, he's gonna go, Kyle Tucker over me, like he's Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler had a not so great night, at least on the court.
Well, hopefully it goes better.
If we're fans of Cam Smith, we're gonna need him to play a lot better than Jimmy did against his old team. Although, how many times is Cam Smith actually going to play the Cubs over the course of the next 5 years?
Yeah, like 3 games a year.
Yeah, maybe. So, and Jimmy gets 2 a year if he's available. He was available last night. Did not go well.
Oh, he was? All I saw was pods out there.
You make a point. We'll move on to more from the NBA with the Rockets, certainly, and also we'll hear the announcement being made in the clubhouse and the rather tepid reaction from the players as Cam Smith's family walks in and tells them he's on the roster. But the Warriors fans, not that there are many here, but there's some. We see them out at games when they're in town. Get ready, and mostly you guys are Steph fans. Get ready for like 60 more of those games from Jimmy over the course of the next 2 seasons. The hey, did Jimmy play? That's part of the lore with Jimmy Butler, where the playoff Jimmy thing exists because he's so much better in the playoffs than he is in the regular season. He takes a much more aggressive approach. So when you think you need him the most because Steph is out and you don't want to lose a game to a bad team, that's the game where he shoots like 13 times and scores 12 points. That's what it is. That's what he is. Now, the silent part that maybe no one is saying is he may not be capable of giving you 30 when you need it the most. It might not be in his bag anymore. He is 35, 36 years old. Just comfort yourself with knowing that playoff Jimmy is coming. Of course, the last time playoff Jimmy was a thing, he didn't even make it to the playoffs. He got hurt in a play-in game. And that was really his final real act as a member of the Heat. So that happened last night. The Warriors are a pretty good team. They played a bad team, but it was a giant story because of the return of all people, Jimmy Butler to Miami. But the Rockets played last night as well. They were great for about 2 quarters and 3/4 of the third, and then it all turned. But they found a way to pull it out. So we'll talk about that. But we will hear the clubhouse reaction to the Cam Smith announcement when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I know it's a big thing when a player gets called up, and usually when it's filmed for social media, we see it on the minor league level. Like the minor league manager will tell the player, hey, you're going up to the show, things like that. And it goes viral and people love it. I don't remember ever seeing it. I'm not saying it's never happened. I don't remember ever seeing it in the Major League clubhouse. And that's partly how this Cam Smith story is unique. I don't remember ever seeing them back in town in the Major League clubhouse telling the guy he's made the team with all the guys waiting around. So that's the setup of what you're about to hear. It comes from the Astros social media. So certainly a plan, and that's why I said in the first segment, Sean suggested this might be the case. Cam Smith's announcement as far as his making the Major League roster wasn't public because they wanted to do something for it. Shout out to Gusto for not getting that, just getting the customary, hey, you made the team. Hey, you made the team. Cool.
Maybe whip together a Twitter graphic or something.
Maybe, but you're not getting a video. Your family's not flying in. So this is what you're going to hear. Joe Espada talking about what it means to be a major leaguer in dreams. Then he does a little bit that maybe we'll take his acting into account, because we talked about Jerry Jones being great at it. I don't know if Joe Espada matches what Jerry Jones put out on Landman. So here it is, the announcement to the team and to Cam Smith that he had made the roster.
But my dream was, one day I became a major league manager, I wanted to make this special for someone, and I'm about to do that. I always said, like, if someone tells me, Joe, you're going to the big leagues, who will be the first person you will call? Who will be the first person you will call? I say my mom, my dad, my family, right? Because I think you want to share with someone who's been there for you from day one. Little league, travel ball, good days, bad days. So we're about to do that right now. So I'm going to make a phone call to someone, and that someone's going to come out here. It's got a special announcement to do, okay? Let's see if I can find this number.
Here's the acting.
Hello? Are you here? Okay. Oh my God.
So as I said, the Astros flew the parents and Cam Smith's parents in to make the announcement. So did Joe Espada, hello, are you here? He wasn't sure that they were outside waiting, or was it something where they had to edit? Hey, I'm going to make a call. Hey, make sure they're in. Oh, they're here. Let's bring them in. I'm going to give his acting C+.
Yeah,
C+.
I think it was like, what would you say if you're actually calling someone and like meeting up with, like, someone was having to meet you somewhere? You go, oh, are you here yet?
Yeah.
But it's like, for this whole thing to work, it doesn't.
Did he even?
Of course they're here.
Did he dial the phone? Did he hit a button? More like it. No one's dialing the phone. Did he hit a contact number?
I think he did.
Okay, so someone actually talked to him on the phone and said, I'm here. Or were they waiting off screen and out of view, and then they heard him say, hey, are you here? And they walked in.
But I think it works better if there's an actual phone call as the cue to come in.
Okay.
Then
they're like, yes, and they walk
put your ear up against the clubhouse door and see what Joe Espada. Try to figure what Joe Espada is saying.
So that was
also. Can we put a mic on?
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna make it social media, why do I have to enhance his level so much to even hear it? Hey, get it together. You had all that time to prepare. You made us wait. You made us wait. Yeah, put a mic on. You made us wait this long for this obvious thing to happen. You didn't have a mic on him, but either way. That's us being cynical. But if we want to be, regular human beings, it's a good moment, a great moment for Cam Smith. You heard the emotion from his mom as she was there to let him know. Now, the players, on the other hand, the clapping, by the way, I had to enhance things to make it loud enough for you guys here. The clapping sounds like it's enthusiastic.
Applause?
Yeah, it wasn't really.
It was clapping.
It was more clapping.
It was
not applause.
clapping, not applause.
No, it was more like, oh, we're supposed to clap here?
Yeah. This is where we clap. Okay.
And they did. The faces of the players suggested, well, I got Joe Espada up here acting. Can we get out of here? What are we sitting here for? Why do we have to be here for this? I think the moment's cooler if I hear about it, not shown it, because it makes it seem what it was, this pre-planned event that we wanted to get for the socials. Like if they flew the family in and it's a surprise and Cam is maybe in Joe Espada's office and it happens and we hear that story, cool. But this, while what actually is happening as far as what's going to be Cam Smith as an Astro, that's cool. But this made for social media moment, I could have missed it.
Yeah. Normally these things happen in the manager's office. They're like, I want to call you into the office, talk to you. And then normally it's some sort of slow wind up to congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to the show.
Yep.
I feel like you could have had his parents walk into Espada's office. Like you could have just done the same thing, just not include 30 guys who are sitting with their arms folded.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Wondering what's going on.
Yeah.
Until they find out what's going on.
This is the first time I remember the Astros ever doing this. I don't remember one of these for like Bregman back in the day. Maybe I'm wrong and there was one.
Maybe now that happened quite a while ago. So it's a different world, I guess, as far as social media is concerned. But I don't remember seeing any major league club do it in this fashion where it's everybody on the club waiting for this.
Yeah. Again, this is what college teams do when a walk-on gets a scholarship.
Yes.
Like when they announce that it's like after practice. And by the way, those guys are normally way more excited for for their guy than this.
Very happy because they know what it means. Like Cam Smith, one way or the other.
So does.
But Cam Smith, one way or the other, is going to get the shot.
I guess.
You would assume. The walk-on means I don't have to pay for school anymore. That's major.
Yeah. But the Cam Smith is I get a major league contract now.
They care less about that. They're like, whatever.
1 year closer to arbitration.
What? The exploitation starts now.
Yeah. What? They're not manipulating the service time.
It's true. That was the fact that was part of the argument. Not that the Astros were having it, but part of the argument about why they wouldn't do it is why baseball's a little silly to me. Hey, we have nothing in right field. This guy we think can help us immediately, but service time.
So we might just wait.
We might be a worse team on purpose and wait because we want to delay this. You're not serious, people. Baseball.
For me, the delaying it happening is like, can we see this guy play minor league games?
If that was the point, I would agree.
That was why I was always like, "Are we sure we like need to do this?"
But a reason to do it simply because you want to delay service time. When you actually believe he would help you now, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
But if it was actually, hey, we're not sure about it, give him a couple more.
This guy who's played right field for 3 spring training games.
If it was on field stuff and that was the cause of a delay, I'd be all for it. That's a baseball decision. The other stuff is just, well, it's called manipulation for a reason. All right. So that happened.
How do you feel that the Astros did this?
I don't like it.
Oh,
that wasn't clear from how I was talking about it. To be clear about it, I like that Cam Smith is on the opening day roster. I don't like that they made a for social media moment around it.
For clicks, we're fighting for wins.
There you go, Dan Lanning. There you go.
There's a difference.
The Astros are the Colorado.
They're fighting for clicks, not wins. They should have announced it 2 days ago.
They knew.
So they had to wait.
They weren't waiting on anything other than making sure they can get his family in a town.
Yeah. Cam Smith's parents to get on a American Airlines flight. That's what they were waiting.
They couldn't have got on Jim Crane's PJ?
No. Hell no.
What's he
what
up
are you talking about?
What's he up to? Flies. If you're gonna go all in, just fly him on the PJ.
Way cheaper to here's a middle seat.
I know. A middle seat. They couldn't even get first class. Well, they came in on Southwest. I don't know where he resides, where the Smith family resides. I don't know.
He went to Florida State. I don't know. Is he from Florida?
No idea. I didn't do that type of research. But either way, they were in town for the moment, and the Astros filmed it with the ring light to get it done. No mic, but a ring light.
Florida.
Okay, so Southwest flies out of Florida. I guess it just depends on what part. So everyone's happy. We got our guy, and we get to see him, Altuve, and likely Jake Myers to start.
Yeah.
As we're
the big three.
This is more like the Kings were saying Sabonis and Fox and
DeMar
DeRozan were a big three. It's a big three, and because we want to just put a name on it. Like, what are the legitimate big threes? The one that happened in Miami. You give the Celtics one. Would you even give it to Clay along with KD and Steph as a big three?
I think so.
They get the real big three title.
Yeah.
Anyone else fit the bill?
Or maybe, oh yeah, I guess with KD, that is better.
Yeah, the KD
than the
not
Draymond one.
Yeah,
because that is basically what the Boston big three was.
Yeah,
it's a shooter, but more defensive-minded big man, and the best offensive player.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't know.
We don't have a big three. We'll see if it works.
I mean, what's a big three to a core seven, Dell?
I meant in baseball.
Oh.
I meant the Astros.
I thought you meant the current Rockets.
No, we'll get to
the core seven.
We'll get to the Rockets when we come back.
Twice as many.
Ime had an update on one of the core seven who was out. Another member didn't play either. Ahmed didn't play either. Didn't matter for like the first, let's say, 40 minutes of the game. Maybe that's too many. Maybe the first 36 minutes of the game, it didn't matter. And then it got tight in the fourth quarter. But the Rockets found a way. Okay, Willie P, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. We will talk some Rockets as well. And also, Stephon Diggs found a new team. He's back in the AFC East for a lot of money. So for all the talk about him giving up money and wanting to get to free agency, turns out an ACL doesn't keep you from getting paid. It only takes one team, a desperate team, and Stephon Diggs took advantage of that. We'll talk about that and more when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Rockets hold off the Hawks. Jalen Green not only had a big night, had big moments in the fourth quarter. He had an and one to get some separation. Rockets started knocking down some threes to get some distance, and still the Hawks fought back. But they hold off that team, bounce back win after losing to the Nuggets. We'll get more into that, but let's get to Willie P. Willie P, what's up?
Oh, snap. How do you turn this off?
I don't know what you're doing.
Hey,
what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Sorry, I live in the Heights, so my backyard is Buffalo Bayou. So, like, once a week I have to fog my backyard for mosquitoes. So that's what I was doing in between the call. But anyways, good morning, guys. Love the show. Always listening. So I had 4 questions for you real quick. Quick questions. So first question has involved the U.S. men's national team. So I saw a lot of discourse on Twitter and other spaces where people are like, we're better off. We should have kept Berhalter over Pochettino. We're regressing under Pochettino. We're going to have a worse showing at this next year's World Cup than we did at the previous World Cup with Pochettino. I want to get your opinion on that. 1. 2, how come, ever since Berhalter had the falling out with Gio Reyna at the World Cup, how come he gets called up now by Berhalter and now by Pochettino, but doesn't get to see any game time? I don't understand that. I hear on these broadcasts, we have a game changer on the bench in Gio Reyna. We have a playmaker, somebody who can change the flow of the game, but yet he never seems to get a look. I mean, it's always the MLS guys coming in first. So I want to know what the deal is with that. 3, I don't know if you saw the Sky Sports debate where the one female and the guy were talking about the best strikers of the 2000s, and the guy was like, 08 Ronaldo is hands down the best striker or best forward of the 2000s in the Premier League. And the girl who was like born in 2000 was like, no, the best striker of the 2000s Premier League is Mo Salah. I mean, she's tripping, right? Like, there's no way you can compare Mo Salah to what Ronaldo did with that year when Man United won. When he won the Ballon d'Or, they won the Champions League versus Chelsea out in Russia. They won the Premier League 3 years in a row. That was just insane to me. And then last thing, with Harry Kane scoring his goal the other day, then the other debate was who's the better forward, all-time great forward for England, Harry Kane or Wayne Rooney. My opinion, I believe that if Wayne Rooney's playing in today's time, he would be the most expensive forward in the world because of his work rate. I mean, the goals he scored, just his tenacity and dedication to the game. But everybody voted Harry Kane as the best striker in England's history. And I'm like, he hasn't won anything. And he's choked in, the Euro finals, the World Cup semifinals. So I just thought that was crazy. But anyways, I just want to get your opinion on that. I'll hang up and listen. You guys have a great day. Sean A. Mace, what do you do, baby? Peace, fellas.
So this time, because he said 4 things, I took a couple notes.
I also started writing down each one.
I will say that the couple guys you are backing are Man U guys. So it wasn't lost on me that you're taking Ronaldo on Man U versus Salah on Liverpool. You're a Man U guy. And also Wayne Rooney, another Man U guy, versus a Tottenham guy, now a Bayern Munich guy. You mentioned Harry Kane and what has he won for England? You mentioned them choking. How far did England ever go in a major competition when Wayne Rooney was their striker? Like as much as we can dunk on England because it's funny, because they always think they're God's gift to the sport of soccer, they have accomplished much more in Harry Kane's time over the last 6 to 8 years as far as a soccer playing nation than Wayne Rooney's team ever did. So maybe that's where some of that's coming from. We talked about Albert Sengun yesterday and making a all-star game, even though he's having a worse year than he did last year. Winning matters. And Wayne Rooney, great Premier League player, great forward for England. But England didn't win anything under him, didn't accomplish anything with him. And I'm not blaming him. That's just how it is. So I think that plays a part. As far as goals scored for England, Wayne Rooney scored 53 in 120 appearances. As I bring up Harry Kane, as we fulfill our soccer obligation for the day, 71 and 105. So Harry Kane, a more prolific goal scorer. His teams accomplished more. I'm going to give it to Harry Kane. Maybe you're treating Wayne Rooney like he's Dion, and he got that aura about him.
He just had to be there.
Just had to be there for. I was for both. And Harry Kane, I've seen Harry Kane play in finals and semifinals of big tournaments. Never saw Wayne Rooney do that for England.
Yeah, but rings.
He doesn't have
domestic
those on
rings.
Okay. Yeah.
Club rings.
Harry Kane has never won anything in England. Tottenham never could. I think they made one a Champions League final, didn't get that. And then his first year at Bayern, they don't win it either, I believe. Or maybe that was the second year. I think he's won one since he's been there. But I'm taking Harry Kane. Sorry, you lose there. I don't remember Ronaldo so much, and he's talking about the Portuguese one, not the Brazilian one. For people who maybe don't know the difference. Mo Salah has been great for Liverpool. Ronaldo was great. I hate these back and forth debates.
Give me Drogba.
Ooh, I like me some Drogba. He scored the final goal in a Champions League penalty kick final.
Mm-hmm. Killer instinct.
He scored the tying goal late in the game.
Clutch gene.
After Bayern had taken the league, and he did it against Bayern in Bayern's building.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't afraid of the moment. I love me some Drogba.
I just remember him being awesome when I was a kid and knew like 5 soccer players.
Yeah, he was one of them.
He was one of the non-Team USA guys that I knew.
Yeah, I get it. That was back when I started to watch international soccer a lot, and Drogba was one of those dudes, and was after that as well. So I don't want to hear any Ronaldo Salah debates. What about Drogba? As far as the,
I like how we're basically the Kobe guys. And
and LeBron and Jordan. What about what about best Premier League strikers? Drogba's got titles. He's got a Champions League win, big moments in the Champions League final. What are we talking about here? As far as the U.S. national team, we all remember the Berhalter moments, right? What game are we playing here? Oh, they're going to have a worse year, worse time in the World Cup than they did under Berhalter. You mean losing in the second round? That was the peak of Berhalter's time here. So if Pochettino doesn't get out of group stage, then sure. But if he loses in the second round of a World Cup, we're used to that. That's what we always do. Of course, it's at home, so we think we should advance further. But I remember the Berhalter days. I'm not playing this game where I pretend like that didn't happen and that wasn't miserable.
Also, are they expanding the World Cup for this World Cup, or is it the one after that?
Is it? I think it's 48 this year.
Okay, so they are expanding.
Because of, I don't know exactly why, other than, hey, it's more money and more matches. But I think it's 48.
FIFA, it's like, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to.
We're FIFA. What are you talking about?
It's going to affect the competition and the quality of it.
Who cares?
But more matches, more inventory, more money.
Yeah. Don't you want to see Madagascar make the World Cup?
Not particularly, no.
Oh, come on.
I understand it. I don't like it, but I get it. I'm not fighting progress, but I can register my disdain for
that. I've never watched the World Cup. Be like, man, I wonder what the 16 worst teams would do.
16 worst teams. How would they fare in the World Cup? We already got games where teams get beat 7-1. Let's get more teams who, although what they're going to do, which actually is going to do, they're going to open it up to more teams who, there are certain regions of the world that are worse than others. So a team that is much better than another team that qualifies out of a different region will play. So we might get better games because there will be better teams, but there'll also be some worse teams as well.
So it's 5 SEC teams making the playoff.
That's a nice way to put it. Instead of
1, maybe 2, it's going to
be 4 or 5. So they're going to be better quality teams, but they're also have to give chances to the other teams in worse regions of the world, and they'll get opportunities.
Ain't played nobody, Paul.
They never do, really, because it's CONCACAF.
I don't want to see whatever the abbreviation for Asia is. I don't want to see them. They can't do it.
Can we get
like
Paul
Belgium
Feinbaum and Greg McElroy doing this thing for the World Cup, where they bitch about the dilution of the World Cup because
I can't believe you left off Estonia.
Because a fifth team from Oceania gets in or something like that.
Yeah.
I wish we had
what
that life to live.
What would Vegas have New Zealand versus Luxembourg, huh?
Oof. It is the World Cup, but I may stay away from that match. That's one match I might not watch.
Hey, now there's 48 teams confirmed.
We got it. We got
producer of Soccer Matters, Brian McDonald, texted me saying it's 48.
I also did look it up. I had it already. I typed it in. We're good here.
We got 2 sources on
Appreciate it, Brian, for confirming it. Yeah, the internet and Brian has told us it's 48 teams.
Our show's soccer expert, Brian McDonald.
Yes. We're going to have a lot of teams we've never heard of or have heard of, but don't care anything about, don't know. oh, that player plays for that team. There's gonna be a lot of that in this upcoming World Cup, which the U.S. will be a part of. They're not currently on a great track, but it's a year plus. We'll
Thank
see.
God they don't have to qualify for this one.
We've seen that not happen.
Yeah,
in recent history.
Thank God they get in because they're hosting.
Yeah, Argentina, the defending champion, used to be a guarantee. The defending champion used to be a guarantee. Now they had to qualify, and they did that this week, and then they embarrassed Brazil like 4-1. Brazil got embarrassed by their continental rival in a game. So thanks, Willie P, for that. That's probably our soccer stuff for the week. Although anytime he calls in, it's pretty much about soccer. And he was pushing his Man U agenda. You didn't sneak that by me. Saw what you were doing. It's not the show for that. If Fulham can beat you in Old Trafford, I don't want to hear any of your Man U agenda. All right. We are way late. We'll get to the Rockets when we come back. It was an anxiety-driven win at the end, but they found a way. So let's talk about that when we come back. But before we do that, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, and with baseball here tomorrow, it is such a great time to get on Prize Picks because part of Prize Picks is the variety. You have college basketball, you have obviously the professional basketball, you have baseball starting off, you have hockey still going strong, soccer that we talked about all segment. I don't know if they have any Didier Drogba senior tour lines, but you can do it on Prize Picks. Golf with the Masters coming up. You're going to have a sport you like. If you're listening to my voice, it'll be available on Prize Picks and you can make some money off of it. I have just put together a lineup for in celebration of opening day for the Astros. Give me Clay Holmes and Framber Valdez to allow less than half of a first inning run. I think the first inning of the season, I think we get out of it scoreless. And then to 3 times my money, Cooper Flagg, the special. Cooper Flagg needs to score more than half a point against Arizona in the Sweet 16. I think he can do it. I just need a clean inning from Framber Valdez and Clay Holmes. And I have 3 times my money on Prize Picks. You can too by downloading the app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to make that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So the Rockets were up 94-74 going into the fourth quarter. Everything was easy. They had a lead of, I believe, 25 points. That was their largest lead of the game. And then over the next, didn't even take that long. Over the next like 4.5 minutes, let's say 5.5 minutes, the Hawks went on a 20-4 run. It's 98-94. And you credit Jalen Green for a couple big buckets. To our point yesterday, we're giving him a lot of credit for making free throws. He made a shot and then had a chance for a 3-point play and missed it. KJ sent me a tweet about it. They missed another one. This one wasn't as consequential. It was a little earlier in the game.
DiCaprio, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
We talked about it, and there it is again. It was 102-94 at the time of his miss. So that wouldn't even be defined as clutch, according to NBA rules, the time of the game and also the difference in points. But they find a way. Jabari hit a big three, a couple on consecutive possessions. He made a couple threes, and that's after the Hawks had missed a couple threes after they got offensive rebounds. So they find a way. Jalen knocked down another jumper. It was a nice back half of that fourth quarter until the Hawks kept knocking down shots late. You felt pretty comfortable. Like you're up 114, 103, about 2.5 minutes to go. Alpern made a layup, and then the Hawks kept knocking down shots, and the Rockets, as they are somewhat prone to do, had poor possessions. And they were bailed out by their shot making. And, of course, Fred made his free throws, which we know he is capable of doing it down the stretch. So they held him off. Won that game 121-114 after it got a little ugly midway through the fourth quarter, and then the Hawks made another push. So you take that as a win, you move on. And right now you're just trying to find a way to maintain a lead that, because of the rest of the West and their losses, even with the loss to Denver, you're actually still gaining ground because they had a back-to-back. They lost on Monday night. And the Grizzlies are not playing well. The Lakers are in the midst of a 3-game losing streak, and then the Warriors, who were never going to catch you, have lost a couple as well. So right now, it's you and the Clippers. That would be the matchup right now, and that will still be decided because the Warriors are only half a game ahead of the Clippers. So that feels like something that's going to come down to the wire. The other teams like the Lakers would have to be really bad down the stretch to be in danger of making the play-in. They're likely not going to catch the Rockets 3 games back. So if you're looking at likely opponents right now, it's the Clippers, the Warriors, or the Wolves. And the way they play the Clippers this year, I'd welcome that matchup. Of course, Kawhi's playing better. The Clippers are playing better. It's 8 out of 10 they've won. I wouldn't want a hot, healthy Clipper team. Come on, they're not going to be both good and healthy at the same time. So I don't think we have to worry about it.
And if they have to come through the play-in, if you're the 2 seed.
Yeah. They have to. And knowing the Clippers, they would lose a home game and have to win another one. And then you wouldn't have to deal with them.
100%.
That's just how they are. So if we're going by lack of trust in the Clippers, expect the Warriors or the Wolves as your opponent.
I'd say those are the more likely teams. Although the Lakers, the Rockets do have 2 games against the Lakers, so they can the Lakers can make up that ground.
Yeah, that's
pretty
true.
easily, because we're looking at the end of the Rockets schedule. Like I think we've talked about this just when we're looking at the easy part of their schedule, which they're wrapping up against the Jazz, the Suns, then they go to the Lakers, and then they get another Jazz game. And then the last 5 games of the season, Thunder, which might be actually an easy game because they'll rest everyone, but they're still a pretty good team if they're resting.
Yeah, they're the not effing around crew. So even when you think they may not be trying, they will try.
Oh, great. Kason Wallace is going to
and maybe
he turned into Kobe tonight.
And maybe Shea will just play a game you don't expect him to play. Stuff like
they're
that.
They're not going to shut him down for a week, 2 weeks straight.
Yeah.
And then you go to Golden State, then you go to LA to play the Clippers and Lakers, and then you finish at home with the Nuggets. So that's all the West teams right there. And you play them to end your season down the line. Now, again, with the different scenarios, we don't know, maybe the Nuggets are searching for a matchup that they really want, or maybe Jokic still doesn't play because he's now been out for like 5 or either 5 out of 6 games or 5 straight games. Like, this is not you're just resting him if you're sitting him in a close race for 5 straight games.
I think the report came out either Sunday or Monday that he was expected back for the homestand. Now, he did not play in their first game back in the second night
he
of that
didn't play against
back-to-back.
the Bulls.
So, will he play against the Bucks tonight? Don't know. We know someone who won't be there is Damian Lillard. Lillard is out indefinitely. It's just been not good. I can't think of anything else to say about the Bucks and where they've been late in the year after the acquisition. Going back to last year, he and Giannis were hurt. They got knocked out in the first round by the Pacers, I believe. And this year, he's out indefinitely. And considering it's a blood clot, he's probably not going to play in the first round.
Yeah, they said that they're optimistic that he could return this year. And I from what I gather, it's because the blood clot was found in his calf, and therefore it's like less serious of a thing than
blood clot serious, but not
shoulder and then definitely like lungs or whatever.
Yes, those get scary. Now they're prioritizing his health. All the statements you hear are all about that. It'll simply be about how they can manage that. He's on blood thinners, and of course that could be dangerous as well. So, but there's a chance he's back there, but there's also the chance that they're not gonna chance it, and he might miss a significant amount of time if he's back at all.
Yeah, he'll have to try to like ramp up in the first round of the playoffs, and the Bucks are a team they're gonna have to play a pretty competitive first round playoff series, likely against either the Knicks, the Pacers, maybe the Pistons, but probably not. Probably more like the Knicks or the Pacers, who are both teams that I would favor in that series, especially without Dame. I mean, we saw what Pacers versus shorthanded Bucks look like last season. They handled them pretty easily. So we'll see. But yeah, that's just really the Bucks have just in total had pretty terrible luck, especially with the timing of their injuries, where guys are getting hurt in the first round or right before the first round of the playoffs. But this still will be another year where they don't make it out of the second round after winning the title.
Yeah, since their title, we've got a Middleton injury. You've got Giannis getting hurt.
Yeah, missing like half the Heat series.
He got hurt early in the first game of that series, and then came back in game
4 or 5.
Came back in game 4, and Jimmy goes off for 56, and then game 5 happens, a disaster for them at home. So, and then of course last year where he and Dame were dealing with things. So they made a move to prolong the championship window. They didn't think Drew Holiday could be that guy anymore for them. Of course, Drew Holiday goes to Boston and wins, and they're even still with Cleveland being the number 1 seed in the East. A lot of people still think the Celtics are taking that if they have to play each other in the series. Drew Holiday's been a main component of that. And Dame, better player, but just a guy who hasn't been healthy when they've needed him most, and not certainly blaming him for it. It's just how it's turned out. The Rockets, on the other hand, hope that Tari Eason will be healthy. He took a couple shots yesterday. I was wondering, is Tari going to get up? He was able to finish the game. Amen didn't play, and Reed Shepherd missed yesterday's game and continues to miss time. But we do have Ime. We'll get to him before we wrap it up. Ime Udoka talked about, I believe it's over there, Reed Shepherd and his return and where he's at and how close he is to returning.
It's going well. He much less pain, obviously, at this point. Can take the splint off part-time when he shoots and works out. I think he had a scan 2 days ago and showed good calcification of the bone. And so I think in the next 4 to 5 days, we should hear more and evaluate him from there.
Reed Shepherd can be back in time for the playoffs to not play. Is that what we think?
I was going to say, this is like the least consequential injury update, like positive injury update that you could get for a guy you drafted 3rd overall.
Yeah. Maybe he'll be able to get time in games that no longer matter for the Rockets late. He'll get extended time. That would be great.
Yeah.
Maybe
if they're up 30 in a playoff game.
Or maybe he just starts the last couple games of the regular season because you're resting guys.
That too.
Up 30 in a playoff game, we wish. Hopefully.
Just 25, the Warriors didn't show up for game game 2, and because they got their one in game 1.
They came in and got their one. Yeah, that'd be great. I think Reed Shepherd, if he does play extended minutes the rest of the way, it's because a lot of guys aren't playing the final couple games of the regular season, and that's kind of how his season has gone. He started one game when guys were out and played great, and he was like, that's cool. Bye.
All right.
And then he got hurt.
See ya.
Thanks for your contributions. Doesn't mean anything. Cam Whitmore's been talking about that. Well, he said it once. He hasn't said it again because I'm sure they had a conversation. It doesn't matter what I do. Doesn't matter how well I play.
We did say that I made a core 7 remark, and he said, well, 2 of them didn't play. And I thought, can Whitmore play? Because I think 3 of them might not play.
I don't consider him part. I know he's part of the core 7. I think they're barely a core 6.
Yeah.
Until proven otherwise with Reed Shepherd. They're a core 5. And then one of the core 5 can't play back-to-backs. So maybe they're just a core 4.
Okay.
At this point. Jabari, Amen, Jalen.
Core 4.5.
Shagun. Yes, because Tari will play.
Plays half of them. And I saw, of course, some Rockets fan stat where the Rockets have won the last 11 games that he started or something. I'm like, well, man, they've lost 3 games since the start of this.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
This stat.
I wouldn't actually just hand it all to him as the reason why that's happening. But however you want to dole out credit, you're more than welcome to maneuver any guy you want to get the bigger piece of the pie. All right, we'll wrap up hour 1 with that. We'll come back with more. If you want to call in, you can, 713-780-3776. There's a revival coming. I don't know if you watched the show when you were growing up, Sean. I picked it up on reruns. I didn't watch it first run, but one of the key members is gone. Do you know who Dewey is? Does that name strike a chord with you? The name Dewey in television?
No, not off the top of my head.
I'll explain it when we come back. Hour 2 gets started in a couple minutes. So, Sean, you didn't know the name Dewey. You came in and told me you thought it might be DuckTales, but they've already done their revival.
Yes, when I think of Dewey, I think of DuckTales.
So not
and they've already done, and also in the context of it wasn't something you watched as a kid, but got caught up on reruns. I was like, I don't think he's watching.
Got it.
Reruns of
I actually did watch DuckTales as a kid,
but not the reruns.
But no, I didn't watch the
It was
reruns,
something
no.
you missed out on
and
at
went
the
back
time.
to it. No.
Yeah.
And what I mean by reruns, it was still going on Fox. I just wasn't watching it like on Fox Sunday nights.
Oh, it was like on syndicated.
Yeah, I was watching
TBS
syndicated
or whatever.
stuff. Yeah. Malcolm in the Middle's back, Sean.
Okay.
Malcolm in the Middle's back. Frankie Muniz and others. Bryan Cranston, I think, is going to be in it.
If you don't have Cranston,
What
back,
are we doing?
Keep it.
Yeah, I don't want it.
If you don't have Muniz or Cranston, whatever.
Keep racing cars, Frankie. If Bryan Cranston's not coming back, so he's back. Forgot the mom's name. She's back, but Dewey is not coming back. Dewey doesn't act anymore. So
okay.
So he doesn't show up for like the cast reunions when they meet up for like lunch or whatever, or Comic-Cons, or conventions. So he's not there for that. But the rest of the other brothers are. Christopher Masterson. There's another Masterson that's been in trouble. It's the brother, not that one.
When I pulled up the cast, that was my first thought was, what? Is he coming back?
No, it's 70s Show guy.
Yeah.
His brother was an actor and doesn't have the issues.
Wow, they had a brother on Malcolm in the Middle and that 70s Show.
And a sister in Walking Dead.
Big three.
Acting family. Well, we did talk about that. Well, now it's up 2. It's a 2. And you would have thought the brother who is no longer part of the big three would have had the bigger career, considering what show he's on and how well liked he was on that show as far as the character. Yeah, not so much. Things went awry there.
Wow, it has such a long Wikipedia page.
What, Malcolm in the Middle?
The Malcolm in the Middle has such a long one.
I don't know who was looking for this. I wasn't looking for the Malcolm in the Middle. I don't think any stories needed to be retold, but they're going to do it because nostalgia always wins. It feels like at least it gives old shows and movies a shot. Now, whether they execute it, it's another story. But yeah,
I think in general, I'm good on revivals where, especially the main character or characters were children or like young adults, like high schoolers.
I don't need to see them as adults. I don't really care.
I don't care. Now it's like the show's now changed. Like
it's not the show anymore.
Yeah, it's not the same show because now DJ Tanner, now she has kids. Like I don't care.
It's true.
I just don't care.
And they couldn't even get back the stars of the show, the Olsen twins.
Yeah, right.
And I'm not sure I want to see the Olsen twins anymore.
No. By the way, they have like the rankings for for the ratings, but then they have like the rankings. I don't know what it's ranking, like total shows that year or something. It topped out in season 1 at number 18, and then in season 2, 22, and then just like fell off. Like,
yeah, why? Why is this coming back? Other than you can, and Frankie Muniz is someone who has backed away from acting. Maybe that's the appeal. People want to see him.
Yeah,
since he hasn't been in the public eye
for some new Muniz.
Yeah, you with the ear to the streets have heard.
Yeah,
that everyone's looking for Muniz. Hey, get out of that race. Get out of that race car.
Cool, but like, come on.
The race car stuff will be cooler. I'm going to tell you right now, the race car stuff will be cooler than this revival.
Yeah, and until they.
Oh, is he a race car driver in the show?
There we go. Now,
do they take us to the track?
Days of Thunder in the middle.
Who's a Nicole Kidman to that? If he's gonna play the Tom Cruise, we need a Nicole Kidman.
I think you cast like a new character. It's not someone.
Yeah, not some ex-girl from the show.
Yeah, no, not some like 9-year-old he knew, growing up.
Well, I'm sure there is a girl who showed up on his
in season 4 in an arc.
Yeah, who was probably like 14, 15.
Who had a 3-episode arc.
That's still acting that they could pull in if they want to connect the dots to, wow, we really like that guest star. Let's see what she's up to now. Malcolm and her had some chemistry
25 years ago when the show was
in this absurd comedy that we were doing.
Yeah, no, until Frankie Muniz reboots Agent Cody Banks.
Oh yeah,
I'm out.
Or
Big Fat Liar.
Who was
Get back Giamatti?
I remember that too. Didn't he get to Agent Cody Banks 2? Wasn't there a sequel? Or was it Big Fat Liar 2?
No, there was a sequel to
Agent Cody Banks.
Agent Cody Banks 2 Destination London.
I love a subtitle.
Especially one that's like 20 letters long.
Yeah. Destination London. The movie title is already 3 words. The original title is 3 words. Let's add a couple more and a number to it. Had Anna Faris in it.
Let's reboot this.
No, that's not Anna Faris. It's just a woman who looks like her.
Anthony Anderson's also in it.
Yeah, I misspoke. That's another blonde woman. That wasn't Anna Faris. She wasn't in that. I don't think.
Never mind.
Yeah,
Keep it.
Yeah.
Give me Big Fat Liar instead. Bigger, fatter liar.
They can't do that. They can't name it. They can't name anything that anymore. They could have got away with that if they made the sequel immediately after the first one, but you can't call a movie Bigger, Fatter, Liar. Can't.
Too big, too fat, too liars.
These are things you can't do. What was the Jack Black movie where he wasn't a good person?
Oh, Shallow Hal?
Yeah.
Shallower Hal?
Another one. You can't make again.
Yeah, you could reboot that.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Make it social media. Make it about social media.
Think about Gwyneth Paltrow. She was the woman of his affection in that dumbass movie.
Yeah. Great movie.
I've seen it once, and I wouldn't classify it as great, but that's one man's opinion.
Cult classic. That's what I can say.
The Mapes cult.
When I know no one else will back me up on this. And whatever Rotten Tomatoes says will not back me up.
The Cult of Mapes thinks is a cult classic.
Let's see.
You're gonna look it up. I bet you it's lower than you think.
2001 film. No, about what I thought. 49% on.
That's better than I thought. That's better than. Wait, hold on. That score is better than Captain America: Brave New World.
Because it's a better movie.
No chance. It's no chance.
It's a better movie.
No way.
Only 45% on the popcorn meter.
Even for Red Hulk. Even Red Hulk makes Captain America: Brave New World better than Shallow Hal. Maybe I'm just not a Jack Black fan. That could be it.
Yeah. I mean, Gwyneth Paltrow, her I guess real life, what she looks like in real life is kind of like the Red Hulk. There's a transformation, so to speak.
I'm not going to get into that with you. I'm not doing that. All right, that wraps up that segment. Just wanted to let everyone know, if you were looking for more Frankie Muniz, it's coming.
I mean, I think just in general, if you're looking for more things that were on your television or in movie theaters in 2002, it's coming. Just in general.
There's a Buffy revival coming. Of course, the sad news surrounding that was that the little sister, Michelle Trachtenberg, died very recently. But there's a Buffy, not spinoff. Buffy's going to be in it. That's a 90s show. So we're doing this again.
Yeah, come on.
I don't mind it. I'll give Buffy a shot. I watched that show growing up.
Yeah,
too.
I'll give the Shallow Hal reboot a shot.
You're not going to get it.
8-episode miniseries.
A prestige TV show on Shallow Hal?
Yeah.
It's more
Sundays on Max.
And it's more just it's 8 episodes about therapy. Just sit him down. And
it's all one shot.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah. Like adolescents. It's just Jack Black talking to Gabriel Byrne about what he saw and why he saw it and
he was
how
raised
he
this
grew up.
way, actually.
Yeah. Dad will be blamed, certainly. Maybe mom too, for not being a strong enough mother figure. You never know in a therapy show. Okay, we're done with that. I'm going to tell you now, I won't see a second of the Malcolm in the Middle revival. Not a chance. Because there's no Dewey. What am I doing there? If there's no Dewey, I love Dewey.
Is that on Netflix or something?
I don't know where it's going to be.
This feels like a Netflix reboot.
And I shouldn't say there will be no Dewey. Dewey has been recast. The original actor playing Dewey
I'm
won't
fine
be back.
with that. Again, this goes into it's been 25 years. Like, there's no way I would know what this guy looks like as an adult man now.
Yeah, so it could be anybody. I won't be thrown off by it because it's 20-something years in the future. All right, we'll get out of that. We'll talk about where Stefon Diggs is. It worked out for him. He wanted his deal scrapped when he got traded to the Texans, and the question was, where's he ever going to get that money again? Well, there's one team that's willing to pay him because they're desperate, and they pay. We suck, and we play in Foxborough, or at least the Boston area tax. So they get Stefon Diggs. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Stephon Diggs was a major acquisition last year for the Texans. For his time on the field, it worked. He was not a dynamic player anymore. I don't think that's what you're going to see in New England, but he scored touchdowns. He was a security blanket, I guess I'd say, for CJ. Now he's going to try to be that for Drake May. I don't know if the Patriots, you assume they know what they're getting into as far as what he is on the field now. He's not a guy who's going to make plays down the field. So when the AAV is $23 million a year, you think to yourself, they needed anyone, and they didn't want to wait on the draft. And also, they didn't want to be in a position where they were forced to use it on a wide receiver if they didn't want to. So they signed Stephon Diggs, 3 years, about 23 per year.
Only 26 is guaranteed.
Yeah.
So this tells me
he's definitely not going to finish that deal there.
Yeah, it's a 1-year deal.
Yes, and if they want to get out of it,
they can.
They can.
Or if they want to restructure it,
they can figure it out.
So he's not the 12th highest paid receiver in the league.
And now that you're into this part of his career where he's on his third team in 3 years, you kind of know how this is going to go, right? I don't think he's going to be a bad citizen in New England, but halfway through the year, people are going to be talking about he is not worth what he's being paid. It's just how it works. Yes, I'm banking on history. If he is the exception to the rule that I'm following, that's cool. But 3 teams in 3 years, 30-plus-year-old wide receiver, got a big deal from a team who was bad and has no options for their young quarterback. I'm sure he'll get targets. I'm sure he'll catch a couple touchdowns. But I don't think there'll be much of an impact at all from Stephon Diggs in New England.
Yeah, it's like he helps. He's right now the best receiver on their team. But they still need better receivers. That's kind of where you're at. When in 2025, when Stephon Diggs is your best receiver, it kind of means, we could really use a number one.
Particularly if you don't have a freak at quarterback like Josh Allen. Whatever Drake May is going to be, he's not the player that Stephon Diggs played with in Buffalo. He needs dynamic players on that team to help, and Stephon Diggs is no longer a dynamic playmaker.
Yeah, he helps more than whatever rolling into a season with Pop Douglas, number
Kendrick
one.
Bourne or whatever.
Yeah, so it's it helps, but it's not gonna be some major, game changer. He was solid on the Texans, for 7 games, 8 games, however long he played, for the team. But at the end of the day, he wasn't it wasn't adding prime stuff, 2021 Stephon Diggs to this team.
He waited and he won. The deal is one, at least for a year, that surpasses anything I thought he was going to get. It just makes it funny to think about the conversations, or at least the tweets about, hey, Stephon Diggs is still out there.
Yeah,
maybe the Texans will revisit that. Maybe they can get him. No one signed him, and it turns out there was always a team waiting.
It was like the Alex Bregman deal.
Yeah, I don't think he didn't know the Patriots were an option. I just think he wasn't all that looking forward to joining them until there was no other option.
And for the Patriots, they obviously tried on so many different wide receivers.
Guys refused.
Yeah.
They were, and this is going back years now. They were in on Ayuk. He was like, no, I'm good. They wanted Chris Godwin. No. This offseason. No, I don't want to play there. He took less to stay. Higgins, guys, I'm sure they had conversations with Higgins in that time period where the Bengals allowed him to seek a potential deal someplace else. And you mentioned Devontae Adams. Nope, none of those guys want to play there.
Yeah.
And this is what you're left with. You're paying a guy coming off an ACL who doesn't fit the profile of a receiver who gets paid the type of money he's going to get paid in year one. But you got to do it. You got to show that you're at least trying to help the progression of your young quarterback. Keep cashing checks, Stephon Diggs. And it makes me think of this. It's on your page. The Stephon Diggs sound about when his teammates asked him, when he had teammates being asked about whether he would be a suitable option for their sisters. And
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
And he was so surprised that no, not Diggs. He's the last guy I would want.
But nobody want me to do this, is it?
No. Now, I don't know who the sisters that are the sisters of Patriots players, but Stephon Diggs has a nickname for a reason.
Yeah.
Community D. That's his nickname.
Yeah. Watch out, Christian Gonzalez.
Hey, Drake May, I don't know anything about your sister. I don't even.
No, I think
I don't even know if you have a sister.
I think he has 3. I think he's the youngest of 3 brothers.
Okay, so he doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, because Luke May is one of his brothers, and they all went to UNC.
So he doesn't have to worry about it.
No,
but the rest of those guys,
I don't know. How big's the community is what I'm asking.
I've not seen it stretch to the other side of the road. The community is a 1-lane highway from what I've seen. I don't know.
Would nobody want me to do this,
brother?
Oh, see, you can't do that. We can't do that. Sean Mapes, everybody. Started off this show.
I'm positive.
Congratulating him on being right about something, and now this is what didn't you pull something like this yesterday?
Just wait. I'll be right about this.
Something yesterday.
When will you stop doubting?
There was something yesterday where I was like, "Oh, Sean's better than that."
I know what it is, but I'm not going to self-report.
Yeah, don't snitch on yourself. I can go listen back. I don't remember what it was. I cannot agree with what Sean Mapes is implying or suggesting because I have no knowledge of anything that Community D is up to other than dating rappers' girlfriends.
I'm just saying, let's not limit him. I'm asking how big's the community, But at the start of spring training, none of us would have said Cam Smith would make the opening day roster either. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. One improbable thing means another improbable thing is possible.
That's all I'm saying. Upsets happen. Not in the tournament, but upsets happen.
Not this tournament, at least. I will say if that is true what you're suggesting, this isn't even a 1 versus 16 from all previous knowledge. This is like the last team in the NIT beats the Cougs.
This is 1 versus D2.
Yeah. This is St. Francis going down to Division III and then beating the Cougs the next day after that announcement. By the way, that's real. St. Francis, after losing a close game in the first forward of Alabama State, has decided we don't play D1 basketball anymore. We're not even stopping at D2. We're going to D3.
I do wonder why they didn't stop. They just rolled past D2.
Maybe they did the finances. They figured out the finances and said it's too costly to even play D2 sports. So we're going to D3. Or
they're like, what if we just win every single year in D3? How sick would that be?
St. Francis is changing the ages of all their kids, like their little league, and saying, hey, we're going to pull this move where all our kids are 3 years older than everyone. But instead, all our players are talented enough to win a D1 conference. And we're going to beat up on the D3 teams. Hey, we just want to win. We want to win a national title, no matter what the level is. I would commend them, but I don't think that's what's happening. I think
it's the same trophy.
It is.
It's literally the same
trophy. The NCAA, I don't know if I want to give them credit for making it the same trophy or saying, hey, let's add a little pomp and circumstance to the D1 title.
I think they should just make it bigger. Just make it's the same.
Like those hats that guys wear?
It's like the same form.
That Brian Robinson was brought to the table. It's the first time I ever saw those giant hats was on Brian Robinson. Yeah.
Wasn't called like Big Hat Inc. or something.
Might have been.
Yeah, just make like the D2 one is, I don't know, a foot. D3 is like 8 inches, and D1's like huge. So you can tell
that this one means more.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to do it. I think they're just going to keep doing what they're doing.
A rinky-dink little.
It's not a great trophy.
No, it's a plank of wood, right?
Yeah,
it's like 2 planks of wood.
Like what looks like a medal on it, NCAA written on it, and then you have like where you can engrave the champion on glass. I think that's what it is. College football, whatever you think of their current trophy, they did have the crystal, which was cool. You can lift it off the trophy and lift up the crystal.
That's what they should do for every sport. Just a crystallized version of
a basketball. But a baseball's too small. Would you rather have a bat or a ball for a baseball?
A bat
title, I think so, or a glove.
No, a bat.
A bat.
A crystal bat that you lift off the trophy.
Yeah,
a lot of accidents would happen.
Yeah, something's going to happen. And it's not going to end well. I think that was perfect. The Sears Trophy was perfect for football. Now, I don't know what that is. It's not great.
Yeah,
championship trophy.
It's like a vape
great.
pen.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
It's not a bad call. Step up. The NCAA can't even be blamed for that one. That's not their trophy.
No, that's on the committee.
Yeah, they don't control the playoff.
You know what? I'm mad at the committee right now. The college football committee, Boo Corrigan thinks he's going to get off the hook because it's March and no one's mad at him. I'm mad at him.
It makes sense. You're an SEC fan. You guys are plenty mad.
I don't even know if it's still Boo Corrigan.
Why
Just a
not be
funny
like
name.
South Carolina and Alabama and Ole Miss? Just be mad at the committee.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Alabama goes and plays Michigan and looks awful. It was a rainy game, but they looked terrible.
They were trying.
The only team was Duke.
They didn't want to be.
The only team was Duke who suffered at the hands of Ole Miss. The only team who suffered from anger
The wrath.
the SEC had after one of their teams not making the playoff was Duke. Everyone else, Michigan was like, oh, Alabama was angry. Couldn't tell. I know Jalen Milroe played, but they would have been better off without him that day.
Probably helped us draft stock too.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going to get drafted. That's a guy.
I think higher than we think. I think
someone's
going to
fall in love with the athleticism.
Yeah.
I just can't pin down where he would be taken, because you see him play and it's like, are we sure that's a quarterback?
Yeah. Pop in the Oklahoma tape from this year. You're not going to be like, yep, love it. Give him a year to sit behind and learn behind Russell Wilson, and then
yeah, those aren't the vibes.
Yeah,
with him. If you're drafting him to play quarterback, it feels like a long-term and really just an experiment to see if you can find a way to turn all that ability into a reasonable facsimile of a NFL quarterback. I don't know about him. I don't want to do the whole, hey, let's switch positions. I just don't know how he's
I'm
playing.
not doing that.
Yeah, watch out.
I'm not catching a Bill Polian.
No one's looking for that. You've already accused the guy on my television of catching things or delivering things, depending on what you think of him.
A chance.
There's
I don't think he is. I just think I don't know him.
There's no evidence to suggest what you're saying.
There isn't. Other than
what you're doing is pulling a less aggressive version of Granado. You don't know. That's pretty much what you're doing.
Yeah. And if I have 20-something more years of experience, I'd be more aggressive with it. If I knew I was untouchable, I'd be more aggressive.
You don't need 27 more years of experience, just 27 more clients behind you, where nothing matters when you say it, because, oh yeah? What about Gulf Coast windows? You want them gone? Let me say what I want. All right. We'll wrap up this segment and avoid Sean getting us in, well, it's him in more trouble. I've disassociated from this conversation, separated myself. It's not me.
You're the one saying Jalen Milroe can't play quarterback.
I said I don't know.
I think that he's a surgeon back there.
Trust me, you're not going to be able to protect yourself by propping up Jalen Milroe. Not going to happen for you. All right, a couple more segments to go. But before we do that, it's late enough in this segment to talk about something. And that's really me talking about the logistics of the show. We're way beyond a break, which leads me to talk about this. The place you need to go to if you want spring savings. That's Monument Chevrolet. And I mention those spring savings because with the Chevy Silverado 1500s out there, they're giving you a chance to experience what their employees do. Those spring savings come with employee pricing, which means you get to pay what they pay. And they treat their employees like family, and they're going to treat you the same way. So just go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out all they have to offer, whether you want that Silverado 1500 or you want maybe a Blazer or a Trax or the regular Silverados. They're out there too. They have a wide selection of their inventory available for you on the website. And then once you see the prices, you can take those prices in your mind and check them out, and you're going to see the same prices at the dealership. Just go to Pasadena for Beltway 8 and 225 and see all that Monument Chevrolet has to offer. Maybe you run into Sammy, who's their salesperson of the week, or maybe another salesperson. Sammy, if you run into him, he's a Spanish speaker, so if you rather do business in Spanish, he'll help you out. But all the salespeople out there are great. They'll walk you through the entire car buying process and set you up with a great car and a great deal. So from the pre-owned inventory to the new cars, or maybe something for your fleet, it's a wide selection for you. Monument Chevrolet is the place you go in Pasadena. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
UConn has issued an apology. We remember back on, was it Saturday? They lose to Florida on Saturday. Or was that Sunday? Over the weekend, UConn loses a tough second-round game to Florida. Dan Hurley seen cursing. Video went viral. A staffer yelled at the reporter who posted it and said, "I'll ruin you." Well, that reporter has gotten an apology. Joey Ellis is the reporter in question. Bobby Mullen was the UConn employee, the communications director, who talked about ruining his life. He has said, "I'm sorry." Joey Ellis tweeted out, "I spoke to Bobby Mullen a short time ago, during which he apologized for his behavior. I've accepted it, and life rolls on." So I need Bobby Mullen to do it publicly. I need someone to create a commitment graphic, but really it's just an apology graphic. If you're going to be that loud on Twitter and then have to apologize, take the Twitter to apologize to the man you insulted after you threatened to ruin him. So this was always going to be the final conclusion. It was going to garner too much attention for UConn to ignore it, and they asked Bobby Mullen to make good with a reporter. At the end of the day, it's an overblown reaction to something we all expect of Hurley. Like Hurley yelling that out and telling everyone, or at least the Baylor people, hope they don't F you like they F'd us. It's what we expect from him. That video goes out. It's a bad look for him. He moves on, and we're done with it. It's like, oh, that's just Hurley being Hurley.
It's a private conversation.
No, not really.
We shouldn't have an look inside the mind of Dan Hurley, which is
I prefer not to.
Yelling and bitching about the refs after you lose.
Everything. Like saying, don't you know who I am to a ref during the middle of a game. That's pretty much what he said, because he didn't like the treatment he was getting. I got to say, as far as the viral videos we've focused on, well, and the Cam Smith one hasn't reached that yet, probably won't. Maybe the inside videos that I would choose not to see, I'll take the Hurley one over the Cam Smith one. At least the Hurley one wasn't planned. It was just him being nuts.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
who he
spontaneous.
Is. Yeah. The Cam Smith one is the Astros pre-planning it, delaying the decision, public announcement, just to get the clicks.
So
fishing for clicks.
Yeah, they're playing for clicks. So you're okay ruining a reporter's life? Okay.
No.
His life is going to be ruined because of the UConn AD.
I did ask a question.
Or not AD, SID, which makes it even funnier.
Yeah, it wasn't even the guy.
The sports information director.
Yeah, it wasn't even the guy who does all the hiring for the sports programs at UConn. It was the guy who kind of corrals media so Dan Hurley can talk to them. He was never going to ruin his life, so that's why this was always going to be the final conclusion. Hey, you effed up. Apologize to him so we can get out of this. Let's not make this a bigger thing. The worst thing that should have happened to us was losing to Florida.
That is the worst thing that happened to him. I think
to the program, yes.
I think
but it should have ended there for UConn. Have some emotional goodbyes to anyone who's a senior, because that was part of the complaint, that the focus should have been on the emotion that Dan Hurley showed walking off the court with his players and hugging and talking and consoling.
There's a different emotion that he showed.
If he would have allowed us to do it, that would have been the case. But Dan Hurley didn't want that to be the final say.
It is funny because I think the SID getting involved is like the major Streisand effect of this, where like that was, I guess until the Maryland Colorado State game, like that was probably the best game of the tournament, or at least the best game of that round.
Yeah. You got the defending champion pushing the 1 seed. Yeah.
That was like a really good NCAA tournament type game that like you don't really see, because both teams, like the level of play was actually relatively pretty high. It wasn't that the 1 seed was just kind of like messing around and that's why the lower seed stuck around. No, they're both playing at a pretty high level, and that should have been the takeaway. I mean, even like that could have been the takeaway, and also Dan Hurley making an ass of himself as he's walking out after a loss, like he always does. But adding in the fact that like that the UConn whatever media relations department is waging war on some random
from Charlotte.
Yeah, some random reporter. It's like that's all we've talked about. You know, the last 2 days. That's been the main focus of that game, which again was one of the better games that have been played this tournament.
Because it's a overblown reaction to something that's pretty.
Also, it's been a pretty mid-ass tournament.
Yeah, and we have all this time in between the games. I mean, Gonzaga got it right. Kelvin Sampson got it right.
Kevin Sampson. Oh,
I said okay. Sean's on one.
I can only get one right.
Sean's on one today, just so you guys are aware. I don't know what's going to happen on the Paul Gallant show, but Sean's ready. We'll see. That game became intriguing because the Cougs were about to blow it, but they controlled that game throughout until the final stretches where they kind of shut themselves down offensively. And
the Houston Rockets were like, we can do that.
Well,
looks like us. It's the Atlanta Hawks.
Hey, the pros modeling, or at least the college kids modeling their game after pros.
Yeah.
They've seen enough Rockets games to know this is how you make your fan base very uncomfortable in a game they thought they were going to be cruising to the finish line watching.
Yeah, that Rockets game got the mute on the laptop treatment in the by halftime.
Yeah, you're like, okay, I'm watching the game. This isn't competitive. I'm watching the Hawks broadcast, and I had heard enough of Dominique Wilkins and stuff. I think one of the comments was about, hey, Dominique, how much would you average in today's game if Trae Young was your point guard?
They probably have never talked about that before on the
Hawks
broadcast.
It's never happened.
It's never come up. Wow.
How great Dominique would have been against these defenses. That's never a topic in old head talk.
And
brings up.
It's a double whammy because you can it's today's league. You can do that stuff. And then you can also you're also being like, our point guard's so good that he would have me open all the time.
It's not just about the greatness of Dominique.
Because of all the all-stars that Trae Young has created.
I mean, there are plenty of assists, but not really, hey, look what Trae made or did to make his teammate
You really
better.
brought out the best of Bogdan Bogdanovic. I'll tell you that.
I mean, the Murray thing, him and DeJounte Murray didn't work out. Who could have predicted that? Oh,
What
yeah,
if Dominique,
a lot of people.
What if he gets asked that? Like, he'd be like, I'd average probably 26, 27, and then ask for a trade because
I don't want to play with Trae
because
anymore.
I don't want to stand there and watch Trae Young dribble for the entire possession.
Yeah. And there was a little of that last night because that's part of Trae Young's game, and maybe that's the reason why they were down so much. But because the Rockets are the Rockets, sometimes they allow teams in it. It's just part of their game. Sometimes they don't take good shots. It led to a comeback, and the Hawks were really good from the start of the fourth quarter up until throughout the quarter, because as I said before, they made a couple pushes, but just the lead was too insurmountable.
Also, Jalen Green, I noticed this when they're showing the final his final line. This is the rare Jalen Green game where he shoots pretty poorly from three, actually really poorly from three, but still efficient, relatively efficient. Good game. There we go, Jalen Green. Made the mid-range shots when he needed. He kind of was the guy staving off the run. I guess staving off the run after it happened, like kind of stopping the bleed and keeping it at about a 6-point game.
It felt like if the Hawks took a lead, maybe the Rockets aren't coming back. So he made a couple big buckets. Jabari knocked down a couple threes and gave them some distance until the final run. Yeah, you mentioned it. He was awful from
1
3.
for 7.
Yeah,
right?
it was bad. He was bad, but if just doing the matters of addition and subtraction, that means he was 13 of 17 inside the arc. That's very good.
Yeah, take that.
And he had 11 rebounds as well. 11 assists. What am I saying? He had 11 rebounds as well. He was big. As we'll make the jokes because of the inconsistency, and we asked the questions. Well, not just this show, but the previous show about who can the Rockets depend on to go get a bucket in a playoff series, because these are how these conversations kind of roll when we talk about best player, who will show out in the playoffs. We weren't really sure. Maybe it's best that we don't know. I tend to disagree because defenses tend to lock down late in playoff games, and you want a guy who you know can either create for others or get to the line or knock down a shot. And Jalen Green's the most likely candidate because no one can really stay in front of him. As much as Fred VanVleet is willing to take shots, they're going to come on jumpers. They're going to come off of other people drawing two. He's not a guy who's really going to draw two and get guys shots. Jalen Green's the best candidate for that. You saw some of that last night, mostly for himself. The progression of his game will be, whether it comes in April and May of this season or next year. If we're going to put the ball in your hands, can you be someone who creates for others when defenses eventually say, we're not going to let you beat us?
And I think it helped that he was so terrible from three that
it forced him to
down the stretch.
It
forced him to go towards the basket more, or at least take. I mean, because he was hitting some mid rangers.
Yeah, he made a
one to like fall away.
He made a fall away, which would have turned into a 3-point play, but he missed a free throw. That was a tough shot to make. Contact, falling towards the baseline, and knocked it down. So that's the guy.
Yeah, if he can do that in a playoff setting, like, we're good.
Yeah.
we got, we can probably stop talking about like Devin Booker or whatever. Like, if he can do that consistently, I'm not saying like single-handedly win a playoff series, but if he can show that at the not even the higher levels, and
even just the first round,
second round, like, again, pass the test, Jalen Green.
Sean's got his grades. Sean's got grades, and he's looking for you to at least get a B.
Yeah. That is all I'm looking for. I'm just looking for a B.
I will look for couple of possessions and some close games in the playoffs down the stretch. Doesn't have to be the entire series, as you said.
Yeah, just be good.
Can you be efficient? Can you get shots for yourself and others? And then we have something to really talk about as far as where he can be in the coming years. Okay, that wraps up the show for us today. Did a lot of things. Sean may have to talk with someone about something he said, or he's just fine.
Might have to post a Notes app apology.
Maybe you need to call Stephon Diggs yourself. Like,
need to check in.
Bobby Mullen did. He had to apologize to Joey Ellis. Maybe apology is coming from you. All right, we're done for the day. Paul Gallant is up next. We're going to be out at East River 9, the entire station, from 7 to 6 tomorrow. Come out there and join us. It's a good time. Great course, great food. I've enjoyed one of those two. Guess which one? We'll do that tomorrow. But since we're done for today, what does that mean, Sean?
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
Thank you, Stephon Diggs. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
It's happening!
It's happening. Cam Smith, opening day roster. Let's go. We found out right after I got off the air yesterday what a great day it is to be alive. Today, the greatest day of all of our lives. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show on this Wednesday, March 26th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We're going to be talking about that all show long. Cam Smith, he made it. He's going to be the opening day starter in right field for the Houston Astros. It's crazy to think about. It's probably not smart, but it's fun. And that's all I care about. I'm a baseball casual. I want something that's fun. Now, a week from now, 2 weeks from now, could we be looking at this decision and saying, have the Astros ruined Cam Smith? Have they killed his confidence? But today, we celebrate. It's happening! Hopefully, I'm not being too loud right now, Sean. And I know that people get very mad at me with the way that my volume fluctuates.
George stuck his head in because apparently he walked in mid it's happening.
Oh. What does he think? Middle management to upper management Joe now.
He just remarked on that was how he opened the door and heard that.
Hell yeah, dude.
But he chuckled. Doesn't seem to be
just a chuckle.
upset.
Just a chuckle. I need more than that.
He was wiping away tears in his eyes because of how much he was laughing.
Thank you for saying that.
And crying because of how poignant it was.
Wiping away tears and crying, much like Cam Smith. You guys know that I'm a mama's boy. Love both my parents, but I went to high school living with my mom in St. Pete, Florida. My dad and my sister stayed up in Massachusetts when I was in high school. A little bit awkward. Everyone made it out okay, but I'm a mama's boy. And the way that the Houston Astros told Cam Smith that he had made the opening day roster should bring a tear to your eye. Very cool move by the Astros, who had Joe Espada talk about, hey, if I want to hear good news, I want to hear it from my mom. I want to hear it from my dad. I want to hear it from another family member. And so Cam Smith found out that he'd made the Astros opening day roster from his mom, who came into the clubhouse after everything was said and done. Cam Smith, very emotional, spoke with Houston media. This video courtesy of Ari Alexander. This must have been such an incredible day for Cam Smith.
Yeah, I always thought it was possible. I think I had a great group of guys around me to help me out to get here today. So I always saw it as a possibility, for it to happen. And, we're here today talking about it now. So I'm very blessed.
I know this is very emotional for you, but just the special nature of having your mom deliver that. You said you broke down, but can you just take us through the idea that she would be the one, after all she did for you, to tell you that you made the major leagues?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
At one point it was just me and her in the house. She struggled to take me to baseball games and practice, and I'm just happy to do it for her.
Oh my God, give that man a hug. Give him a hug. These heartless media bastards sitting around Cam Smith as he cries for them, as he opens up the joy that he experienced, the journey he and his mother went through, the sacrifices she made for him. And classic liberal media using it to their advantage to get some clout online. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Why didn't anyone hug him? We got all these chuckleheads in sports media who laugh at the most mid jokes. But when a man is crying, no one hugs him. What have we become? Who are we?
I don't think I actually would have hugged Cam Smith. I don't know him, but I would have been tempted to hug Cam Smith. I'm a hugger. Nothing wrong with being a hugger. It's nice to be emotional. It's nice to share those emotions with other people. Very cool, though, for Cam Smith. 1, to make the Astros opening day roster. 2, to start in right field. But 3, for the Astros to announce it to him the way that they did. So that's all the fun stuff. That's all the happy stuff. Now, we got to ask some questions. Should this happen? I mean, think about it. He is, Cam Smith, the 3rd quickest position player to make a team's opening day roster. Only 2 drafted players have made a Major League Baseball opening day roster with less experience in the minors and majors. Cam Smith, we're talking 32 minor league games total and just 5 games above A ball. That's it. Only 2 players have had less experience before making the opening day roster. Pete Incaviglia for the 1986 Texas Rangers. He played 0 games. And John Olerud, you might remember him, of the 1990 Blue Jays, who played 6 games in the majors to that point. He played his last college game 8 months ago. Is 1 spring enough for Cam Smith to cut the line? Dana Brown's aggressive when it comes to putting young guys in. We saw that in Atlanta. We saw it last year with the Astros. This is still an incredibly quick turnaround for a very young player with limited experience. And there's always that possibility, which is the reason that you see so many people preach patience when it comes to bringing a guy up to the major league level. You don't want to shatter the guy's confidence. I'm of the belief that, hey, if you're going to make it, you're going to make it. If you're not, you're not. Some guys have that mentality. Others don't. I suppose it can be learned over time. But in baseball, a sport that is built on failure, man, you got to get over it quickly. And some guys never are able to develop that. We know from the articles that we've read about Cam Smith leading up to the year that this is a guy, at least per every single one of his teammates in the clubhouse, who might be just saying this because, of course, it's only spring training. It's not the rigors of an actual regular season, but he has drawn rave reviews from his teammates. Mauricio Dubon said he could be a 60 home run guy. Jose Altuve said he'll be the next Astros superstar. Jeremy Pena's complimented him. Christian Walker's complimented him. Obviously, Joe Espada has, and now Dana Brown has, just by putting him on the opening day roster. Everyone's loving what they're seeing from him so far. Is that going to stay into the regular season? How are they going to feel about him when he inevitably goes through his first slump? Is that first slump going to happen right away? You know, if you want to go back to the last time the Astros had a top prospect who crushed it in spring training, it was Kyle Tucker, for what it's worth, in 2018. And Kyle Tucker did not make it on the opening day roster. People thought he should have. He did come up, I think, at some point in 2018, and he struggled when he came up. The next season, okay, that's when Kyle Tucker really took off. But this might not work. It's very fun today because there is just hope for one more day that Cam Smith is going to be an incredible player. But is this too early? That's question number 1. You can answer that at 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Cam Smith made the Astros opening day roster. He'll start in right field tomorrow. Too soon? Or did he earn it with this spring? You get to answer that on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Cam Smith made the Astros opening day roster. We found that out right after we went off the air yesterday. Did he deserve this? One texter says, this reeks of desperation. Yeah, it's certainly a little desperate. I mean, Dana Brown's not inspiring a lot of confidence in the Astros defense. Dana Brown on his outfield defense. Worse comes to worse, I think Altuve will be average. We know Myers is going to be really good, and I think Cam Smith is going to be strong average to above average. What the hell is strong average? I think the outfield is going to be pretty good when push comes to shove. Well, Dana Brown's always a tad political with everything that he says. More Dana Brown on Cam Smith in right field. Quote, Smith is looking like he's an average outfielder right now. I'm very critical on defense. If I don't think you can play the position, I'll tell you straight up. I'm very blunt about that. Well, we did just read that article that Chandler Rome had written about how he's trying to be a little bit less blunt, shoot a little bit less from the hip. And I think he would have to be when it comes to telling Jose Altuve how he's been playing in left field. I really think he's going to be fine, continued Dana Brown. But we put him in right because we were like, this bat may be usable right now at the major league level. Again, it doesn't sound certain. So I can understand why a texter says it reeks of desperation. Another text at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text. It's not as much about Cam, but rather how bad our outfield was before him. Well, yeah. I mean, Jose Altuve is playing left field. Not ideal, certainly. And then on top of that, who else is going to be playing in the outfield? I actually do not know 100% who's going to be the Astros starting center fielder. I'm assuming it's Jake Myers because of how good he is defensively and because you got two outfielders to either side of your center fielder who have never played outfield before in a major league game. Another text. Yo, yesterday, Paul was going all in, on Cam. Today seems a little, what is happening? What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. The Astros really don't feel great about their bats in the outfield. There's an element of that. I am excited to see him out there. But yesterday, I think I was more at a point of exasperation. Can we just know what the hell the Astros are going to do? Is he going to make the opening day roster? Today, I have to be a little measured. The idea that Cam Smith is immediately going to be just like Kyle Tucker was at his best is unbelievably over-optimistic. It is going to take time. And maybe he ends up having the kind of season that Carlos Correa had as a rookie, but Correa had a damn good amount of seasoning before that moment in time. And also Correa, he didn't end up playing until, what was it, late May, early June with the 2015 Astros. They manipulated his service time, and perhaps going forward, if you don't manipulate a player's service time, he's going to be more willing to sign a deal early with you. But that's another thing to keep an eye on. All those other teams that the Astros view themselves as in the same category as, teams that have more money, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, those teams now get a crack at Cam Smith a little bit earlier. But hey, if they're actually going to have a chance to pay Cam Smith, and if they're actually thinking about paying Cam Smith, that means that Cam Smith will have worked out for the next 5 to 6 years or so. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. One texter very excited. Astros fever is back, he says. Star emoji, American flag emoji, Mexico flag emoji. Baseball experts now have the Astros winning the AL pennant. Red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. Or are those orange? Yep, they're orange. A little colorblind. Hard to see those emojis, Sean, on the
Context.
OPC.
I think context, because he wasn't bringing up bad things.
Right.
He was bringing up good things.
Bringing up good things.
It feels like if it was he was bringing up the negatives in this and then flags, I would assume red flags. That this is a red flag.
But since it's an orange flag and there's 4 of them, which is how many American League pennants the Astros have, makes a little more sense.
Yes.
Technically, they have 5 pennants.
I was gonna say don't short the 05 team.
But that one's a red one.
Okay.
Brick red flag.
Yes, that would get confusing to mix in a red one with a bunch of orange.
I'd rather have a brick red flag than a red flag. Another text. Mets Astros playoff atmosphere this long weekend. Juan Soto, aircraft carrier. Did you know he's not 21 anymore? Cam Smith, aircraft carrier. Aircraft carrier off. It's just like the Battle of Midway. Remember that battle? Anyone? World War II.
Yeah.
USA, Japan. 2 fleets looking for one another across the massive, mighty Pacific Ocean. And that's what it's going to be like between the Astros and Mets, minus the death, violence, sunk ships, and sharks, minus all of those things. A little bit different, but not that different. Aircraft carrier off. Let's go. Yeah, guys, get excited. Because again, it's 100% early. It's definitely not rational. It's definitely not pragmatic, but you know it's better than being those things. Fun. And it is kind of funny to see all the people who were saying, oh, there's no way. The baseball experts with their glasses on. All these baseball experts, they said that Cam Smith couldn't do it. And it's fun to see them be wrong. I'm not going to lie. I like being a casual observer of the sport and having a prediction that is entirely crazy and not based in any baseball thought whatsoever. I like thinking long and hard about it and then ending up being right when the people who know way more about baseball, which I will admit, end up being wrong. I love that. It makes me feel smart. It makes me feel like a big boy. It makes me feel like I'm in an imaginary booster seat, but no one sees the booster seat. The boost is just in me, a confidence boost, if you will. Huzzah.
It's a win for the common man.
100%.
That's what this is.
It's a win for the casual.
Yeah, the casual baseball fan who sees spring training highlights and goes, that guy's awesome.
Yeah.
He should be on the major league team. Boom. He's on the major league team.
I love that. Casual baseball fans matter. Casual baseball fans' lives matter. People don't talk about that nearly enough. It's a thinking man's game. I'm stupid. It's hard for me to understand how this sport works with the ball and the bat and the bases. I don't know how the double switch works. Also, I don't have to because it's not an American League thing, right?
It's not an any league thing anymore.
That's right. You're out of here. It's all gone. That's right. Thinking man's game that became a lot simpler for dumb old me. And now Cam Smith, he is doing the exact same thing that I would be doing if I was still playing MVP baseball 2005. You think I wouldn't put somebody in the outfield who had never played in the outfield before and then just control that guy whenever the ball is hit his way? Hell yeah, I would.
Yeah. Yeah. So what? I already have Scott Rowland on my team. I'm trading for Alex Rodriguez, and I'm putting him in right field.
Uh-huh. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
He'll figure it out.
He'll figure it out, just like a video game. The computer generally makes the guys a little bit better than they actually are in real life.
Fast. You can run it down.
More comments here on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Eric, the driver, said, Cam Smith cried. Ugh. I got the ick from that. Hey, come on. Come on. It was a heartfelt moment with his mom. Let the guy be emotional. You got the ick? Come on. Eric, the driver, longtime listener of the Paul Gallant Show. Sir, we're going to need you to give Cam Smith a little bit of grace. I got the ick. We can't be like all the broads out there who have that long list that if you've ever seen it on Instagram that just keeps on adding to it. I think we're at 890 bullet points now of things men can't do, like show happiness, There's lots of things that give women the ick. Showing happiness is one of them. But we can't have the ick for Cam Smith. We can't be like the broads who constantly reject me on the apps, okay? We can't be like that. We've got to be better. We've got to be welcoming to Cam Smith because today is the greatest day of Cam Smith's life, and he deserves a hearty congratulations. Tomorrow might be the worst day of his life.
It won't be the worst day of his life. It won't be the worst day of his life.
It might. I mean, like, what if it's just an absolute disaster?
No.
What if it's a 3-error, 0 for 4 strikeout performance?
Okay, then maybe.
That would be really tough.
But I don't know. He was talking about how it was just him and his mom for some time, and how they're struggling to make it to all the travel baseball stuff. Like he's lived a hard life. I hope that making an opening day roster and being introduced as the starting outfielder for the Houston Astros, I hope that's not the worst day of his life.
I hope so too, but you never know.
I hope he's had a much worse life. Is what I'm saying.
Whoa! Come
I realize that's kind of what I'm saying.
A little messed up.
He had.
I hope he's had some horrible days.
Yeah, come on.
From the 832, bringing up Cam Smith, says Zach, gives the Astros more excitement for their fans than you could have possibly had to start the year. Exactly. And I think some people see that and they're like, really? A publicity stunt to open the year? I can get the pushback to that. I can understand that for sure. More texts from the 832. Altuve will tank in the outfield. Everyone knows this. A lot of balls are going to be hit over his head. He doesn't have the arm to throw anyone out. Much more of a casualty in the outfield, and he is best at second base by far. I'm projecting Jake Myers to have his best offensive season this year. You know what? Like, honestly, all that text made sense until the very end. And I'm going to use the last part of that text to ignore the facts that you brought up about Jose Altuve defensively.
I don't know how the ball going over his head. It's just short.
We haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, like
the ball's gone off his glove twice while he's been trying to.
But that's because guys are standing on third base looking at him.
Mm-hmm.
Ready
that's
to go
true.
home.
Maybe Jose Altuve, he's got that eye of the tiger. He saw the guy looking at him from third base, and he was like, "This guy thinks he's better than me."
Yeah, he's like, I can't look away. I have to alpha him.
Transfixed.
Keep staring at him.
Also from the 832, any man that says, I got the ick isn't a man. Hey, Eric the driver's a man. Come on. You're allowed to say you've got the ick. It's a term that is used today by people younger than me. It's used.
It is.
And it's used by the women all the time. Some women might.
I was going to say it is I will say it is primarily used by the women.
Yes. But who are we to be sexist about who can and can't say a word, okay?
It's 2025.
Yeah.
You can say the word the ick. You can also cry at when you get announced to the opening day roster.
Especially when your mom is the one who does it. Come on, guys. We gotta give Cam Smith a little bit of grace here. Eric the driver. I don't like the energy you're bringing. Okay, you are bringing down our collective chakra on what could be the greatest day of our lives. The greatest day of our lives. Sean Mapes is behind the glass on Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Cam Smith made the Astros opening day roster. You want to weigh in on that? That is a topic all show long. Up next, who's been soft in the world of sports? We've got a bunch. Is it UConn's communications director who's taken home the title of the softest person alive? Is it Gen Z and their inability to handle things not going 100% their way at the basketball level in college? Is it a bunch of other NBA players? We'll discuss. Stay put for Soft Boys. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka called LeBron James a soft-ass boy in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game last year, every single Wednesday at 12:30, we talk about who's been soft in the world of sports. We got some texters doubling down. Cam Smith, soft for that interview with Ari Alexander. I think we got to play it one more time, Sean. This is also with other members of the Astros media. Here's Cam Smith talking about what it meant for him to make the Astros opening day roster, where he will start in right field tomorrow against the New York Mets.
Yeah, I always thought it was possible. I think I had a great group of guys around me to help me out to get here today. So I always saw it as a possibility, for it to happen. And we're here today talking about it now. So I'm very blessed.
I know this is very emotional for you, but just the special nature of having your mom deliver that. You said you broke down, but can you just take us through the idea that she would be the one, after all she did for you, to tell you that you made the major leagues?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
At one point it was just me and her in the house. She struggled to take me to baseball games and practice, and I'm just happy to do it for her.
Let him cry. Cam Smith in right field. Let him sing. He's gonna deliver us from pain, 'cause Kyle Tucker's gone. He walked right out on me, and so did Alex Bregman. Cam Smith is him. No. Let Cam Smith cry, okay? Let him cry. King of Twitch, very annoyed that we're talking about Cam Smith, which is something to be excited about. Oh, he's batting sixth, right? It's going to be a mess season when all the talk is on an AA prospect. Nope, he's a major leaguer. He is a major leaguer, King of all Twitch.
Yep. He's wiping away the tears, and he's ready to bat wherever a spot needs him.
Yeah. I think you're soft if you don't look at this storyline as one of the greatest storylines in Astros history. First World Series, second World Series.
First World Series after Hurricane Harvey.
Yeah. Cam Smith making the opening day roster, honestly, one of the biggest days in Astros history. That's clear. I am excited about it. I'm being a little bit facetious here, but come on. Be excited. It's fun. At least for the next 25 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say until he strikes out.
Oh, don't say that.
Just one strikeout.
If he hits a home run his first at bat, oh my God, Friday is going to be the most insufferable radio show of all time. I might show up drunk. I might bring in champagne.
Yeah, I was going to say champagne like when they won the title.
Yeah, I'm going to pop champagne like that meme they show of the guy who comes in sixth place, who's celebrating. He's having the time of his life. That's going to be me.
3-1 loss to start the season, but the one was a solo Cam Smith home run.
If Cam Smith hits a home run in his first at bat, I will be the most annoying person in the history of Houston sports radio, which is saying something because I already might be that person. Some would argue Josh Innes. Whatever. I will be such an insufferable douche, and it'll be great. It'll be great radio. So let's all manifest it to happen. Soft boys, who's been soft in the world of sports? UConn Communications Director Bobby Mullen is soft. First off, he apologized for threatening to ruin Charlotte sports reporter Joey Ellis's life for having the audacity to record Dan Hurley doing Dan Hurley things. Honestly, I think most of us just shrugged our shoulders at Dan Hurley saying, yeah, watch out, Baylor. You don't want to get bleeped. Most of us shrugged because that's just who Dan Hurley is. We don't even care about this stuff anymore. But UConn's communications director, Bobby Mullen, got so pissy that he decided to threaten this rando sports reporter who just happened to be recording Dan Hurley walking into the locker room. He didn't know that Dan Hurley was going to drop that. But he apologized privately. I think that's softer. If you're going to apologize to somebody, you should have to do it publicly for everyone to see. Private, no, that's not enough. So I really think that's a soft move by Bobby Mullen. Also, if you're a communications director, you should never apologize. Be the Baghdad Bob that the coach you work for wants you to be. Stand up for your guy. So to apologize is soft, and apologizing privately, also soft. I don't think he thought that Joe Ellis would share with everybody, much like he shared that video of Dan Hurley getting pissy. I don't think he thought people would share, this specific reporter would share the fact that he apologized privately. This guy, not very good.
Hey, if it's a major news story, this goes for sports and maybe outside of sports, and you realize that you're sharing something with the reporter, assume the reporter's going to share it.
Yeah.
If they're maybe on a group text with you, assume they're going to share it.
Yes, 100%. Especially if you're apologizing for something that made national headlines during a relatively boring weekend of college basketball. Our Division I men's basketball players soft. 1,000 players apparently entered the transfer portal in the last day. I saw that's 20% of players at Division I. Is that really the number? Are there 5,000 players across 360 or so Division I NCAA teams?
Times 12?
1/5. That is nuts. That is nuts. Look, I understand everyone wants to play, but I think it is a little bit soft to transfer and for 1/5 of the sport to be in the transfer portal. And I can understand why Stephen A. Smith had his piping hot take on Monday, on a day where everyone's starved for takes, is this could be the death of college basketball if the transfer portal and NIL continue. Maybe. I mean, I would imagine that this is just an anomaly year when it comes to the lack of buzzer beaters, and I bet we'll see more in the next round.
Yeah. Yeah, like we weren't saying this about last year's tournament. Like, it's just one tournament. Where also, everyone knew that there's 4 awesome teams. Like, yeah, I don't know. And with the transfer portal stuff, it's like, you also are getting a lot of guys that like are good, mid-major players that are getting like the call up, more or less. Guys moving with coaches, like the new Indiana coach taking his son with them for the 3rd straight year. Started off at, I want to say, Drake, and then went to West Virginia last year. Now has the Indiana job, and his son's transferred every time. Slight soft boy to the son.
A little bit.
I get wanting to play with your dad, but like at some point, like, do you want to play on a team not coached by your dad? I don't know.
Playing for your dad's pretty cool, though. I based this off of a guy who I played basketball with when I was in 4th and 5th grade. His name was Tim Capozzi. His dad was the coach. He was clearly the best player on our team, so he had earned the fact that he was the guy running point. Mm-hmm. But I bet he was very thankful that his dad was the coach.
Yeah, a lot of shots he could take.
Oh yeah, the offense went through him. Now I don't know. Maybe he wasn't thankful. Maybe this was like a very difficult relationship. But yeah, that's what I remember from my 4th grade, 5th grade basketball days, which I've now brought up back-to-back days. 1, I hit a game-winning shot and was called for travel. 2, Tim Capozzi was basically 5th grade white kid from Massachusetts, Allen Iverson.
Okay. I was going to say Doug McDermott because he also played for his
That's
dad.
true. That's true.
Yeah, I like how we normally talk about your high school athletic exploits, and now we're moving down to 4th grade.
Coming up next, Paul Gallant. T-ball legend?
Yeah. Tomorrow when we're talking about Cam Smith, you're gonna be like, I remember my first game, played T-ball.
Hey, remember my first game T-ball? I played shortstop, and guess what? Ball hit right to me and went in my glove. And you know what I did when it went in my glove? I caught it, unlike Jose Altuve. And guess what? Guess what I did once I caught it? I asked my dad, hey, Dad, what do I do with this catching thing? Quote, didn't know what to do. Luckily, there was no one on base because I might have Altuve'd it. Oh, damn it. I'm calling that a verb already. That's not good. Rick Pitino, Tom Izzo, they're salty. Tom Izzo's salty after a win. He was asked about basketball's transfer portal, and don't give Tom Izzo room to get pissy because he will take that road every single time.
Tom Izzo isn't cheating the people that he has that have been loyal to him for this chaos that is going on out there. Is that cool? You got enough? No, because you don't understand. When I came back Sunday night, that was it. There was nothing on my mind but giving these guys a chance to win one more game, get to Elite Eight, and one more game, and have a memory that'll last their entire life, their kids' life, and their grandkids' life, because that's what it is. And so excuse me for being passionate about it or pissed off about it, whichever words you want to use, but I'm not going to talk about it because it's not fair.
Okay. Tom, we were just asking about the transfer portal and the amount of people transferring. That's it.
I will say it is very dumb to have it in the second weekend after the first weekend of the tournament, where there still are 16 teams that are still playing, which I guess if you're talking about 360 is not the biggest deal in the world. But with college football, like, I get why they kind of had to transfer in between semesters. Like,
yeah,
it sucks. It's not great, but I at least like can understand if we're still like, hey, they gotta enroll in classes. What can we do? They don't have to enroll for another couple weeks.
Yeah,
they can do it after the final buzzer. Then the portal's open.
Yeah, enrolling in classes. What is that generally? April,
It's like
May?
April.
Yeah,
It's like April range.
Rick Pitino, was this soft? I mean, St. John's had just lost, and Pitino was asked a question about R.J. Lewis, who played a long time in a game where he really struggled. Rick Pitino didn't handle it great.
Roger Rubin from Newsday. Rick, you had RJ on the bench, for a pretty long stretch at the end. Was that just because he just wasn't making them, or was there something more to it?
Played 30 minutes. It's a long time.
So he was tired?
No, played 30 minutes, and I went with other people. You already know the answers, Roger. You're asking leading questions. You already know it. So don't ask leading questions. You already know why he didn't play. Okay. Right here in the middle.
Okay. Love that. I get it. I mean, you just lost.
And you can't go, yeah, because he was stinking it up. And it was 3 for 13 or 3 for 17.
Soft Boys continues. We've heard this from Doc Rivers a lot. Doc Rivers thinks he should get more credit for winning 3 games in playoff series in which the team he coached blew a 3-1 series lead, because this has happened a lot with Doc Rivers coach teams. That's soft.
I know. It's like almost like NBA Central or Centel level of like, is this a real quote where he's like, hey, the thing about blowing a 3-1 lead is you're up 3-1. Like, that's something we would say as a joke.
Yes.
Like, if the Rockets blow a 3-1
yes.
lead in the playoffs this year, we'd be like, well, they were up 3-1.
I think the larger point he was trying to make was, I don't get swept in the playoffs.
Even worse. Like, that's even worse.
Yeah. It's
hey, when I lose in 7.
It's right? Soft. Doc, you won a championship. You're not one of the greatest coaches ever, okay? You're probably a better broadcaster than a coach.
Yeah. He's like a, I don't know, B-level coach.
Yeah.
Where it's like he can come in for the coach the Milwaukee Bucks and like be solid. He's not like, oh my God, this team's awful. What are we doing? Like, he's just okay.
One last soft boy. Jimmy Butler, soft for a reflective and thoughtful answer when asked about his time in Miami after he played with the Warriors against the Heat last night. A chapter is ended. What I will say is, I always say I'm very appreciative for the time here, the bonds I've built here. When you look down the road, it's just a huge part of my career. So I continue to say that I'm very grateful. I ain't spiteful towards nobody. Always grateful for the opportunity. A lot of the fan base, it's not bad. It's not all bad. Sir, you quit on this team. You quit on this team when you hate Pat Riley. Beat Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, you said that Pat Riley seemed unhinged when trying to connect over both your dead fathers.
Yes. I like it when Jimmy Butler is the worst teammate ever. It's entertaining to me. I feel like he has actually earned the ability to do it. He is someone that I would definitely want to play with for a little bit, but keyword for a little bit. Eventually,
your contract.
Yeah, I think that the contract, once it wraps up, he wears out his welcome. And one hard boy to wrap up Soft Boys. George Pickens, because per George Pickens' father, George Pickens, food for thought. GP has played with Trubisky, Pickett, Rudolph, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, question mark, all in 3 years. I can appreciate your sanity. George Pickens. George Pickens fights people in the middle of plays. What are we talking about, George Pickens' father? He is definitely not the model of, let's just say, mental toughness. Nope, he is not that. And that wraps up Soft Boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Every single Wednesday at 12:30. Cam Smith made the Astros opening day roster, and the Texans will not have this big name on their roster next year. You'll find out who next.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 713, someone asks, what if Kyle Tucker wins the MVP? Well, he's going to have to do better than he did in spring training with the Cubs. Another text from the 713, Paul, who wins the MVP in baseball this year? We got to go big or go home. And if we end up getting this right, I can pat myself on the back for pulling a prediction out of my ass. And if I end up being wrong, we'll just forget that this ever happened. So, who wins the MVP in baseball this year?
Cam Smith.
I'm looking up the odds right now.
Cam Smith is not going to be on whatever odds you're looking at.
Come on. We got to have Cam Smith odds to win MVP. Did you know that Zach DeZenzo has 1 in 150,000 odds to win Rookie of the Year?
All right. You got to put like $2 on that.
I want to put $2 on that.
Come on.
We saw a little Cam Smith. Cam Smith is plus 600 to be baseball's Rookie of the Year. He is the favorite right now.
But MVP, wasn't that the question?
MVP. I'm looking for the odds.
I thought you were going to say Zach DeZenzo was 100,000 to 1.
I just want to have the odds attached to Cam Smith so that I can put this and we can play it on social media. And I'm just going to be the smartest baseball mind of all time. And all the actual baseball ball knowers are going to be so pissed when I'm right. But first, we actually have to find the odds. And I think that the odds are so against him that he is not listed anywhere.
No.
I would hope that they actually added him to the potential MVP odds, given that he just made the opening day roster and will be starting in right field.
I see Isaac Paredes.
What's his odds to win
plus,
MVP?
7,500.
7,500. I'm looking. We're going to have to come back to this, okay? We're going to come back.
I'm still scrolling.
But if I were to make a serious prediction,
Yainer Diaz plus 10,000.
Serious prediction, it's got to be, if you want some fun odds, I bet Jeremy Pena has decent odds. Everyone's hyping up Jeremy Pena this offseason. But could it be Yordan? Could we get a Yordan Alvarez MVP season, or since he plays DH, he's screwed?
Let me scroll all the way back to the top. No, he's third. He's the third favorite behind Judge and Bobby Witt.
Plus 700. I'm going to go with Yordan Alvarez at plus 700. But later on in the show, when we figure out the odds to win American League MVP for Cam Smith, we're 100% saying Cam Smith. So there you go. Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Cam Smith made the Astros opening day roster. And Stephon Diggs has signed with the New England Patriots. Stephon Diggs actually did have a pretty good year with the Houston Texans last year. They, of course, traded a second-round pick to bring him aboard. Then they took the last 2 years of his contract out of the deal, which led to this situation where when he tears his ACL after 8 games and a pretty productive season, that's it. I do think the trade ultimately was a failure because you gave up a second-round pick for a guy who only played 8 games for you, but I don't think it was the Texans' fault. I don't think it was Stephon Diggs' fault. Stephon Diggs in New England signing a 3-year, $69 million deal with $26 million of it guaranteed. The Patriots are desperate. I don't think any other team was coming close to offering Stephon Diggs that kind of money. And that's a deal that's basically just a 1-year deal if you take a look at it. I'm sure the actual specific details will be released later, but that does feel a lot like a deal where, hey, if Stephon Diggs doesn't play well for the Patriots this season, he will once again be a free agent next offseason. As a Patriots fan, how excited am I about the deal? I'm not that excited. I'm not that excited about it. I mean, they were apparently throwing a blank check at Chris Godwin, too. And Chris Godwin was also coming off of a serious knee injury. So
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
Stephon Diggs is a great guy. He seemed like he was a good teammate. Lots of stuff going on off the field. In a Bill Belichick world, I'm not sure that Stephon Diggs would have been added. But Stephon Diggs now a member of the New England Patriots.
No, I don't think so.
Who are desperate at wide receiver. Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Cam Smith made the Astros opening day roster. Stick around. And joining me right now in studio is a very special guest with an awesome title. He is our front office insider, Jeremy Booth. You guys loved him when he was on the show with me and Joe and when he was on with me before. Now we are going to get a whole lot of Jeremy Booth. I believe we are getting you 3 times a month, Jeremy.
Yeah, three times a month in studio.
Yes.
Yeah. We may do some more outside of that, but it's fun to be part of the team. I've known you a long time and be able to do this, and to be here officially is exciting. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm very excited about it. You can also see Jeremy Booth on KHOU. He does the Extra Bases baseball podcast with Jason Bristol. Okay, Cam Smith made the Astros opening day roster.
Yeah.
And on top of that, Jeremy, he is the Astros starting right fielder tomorrow. What are your thoughts?
I talked to his high school travel baseball hitting coach today, Thomas Kelly, who will be here Friday to see him, right? I mean, Cam's kind of he's a fun story. I remember talking to TK about him back in high school, Future Star Series stuff related, so I knew, watching what's going on with Cam, man, and Mike Metcalf, who recruited him at Florida State, is now back with the Tigers. I'm so happy for the kid, first and foremost, to be here. Sometimes timing is everything, and it's the right time for him to show up, right? You don't have Tucker out there anymore, clearly, or he's not here because that was a trade. You don't have Bregman here anymore. The lineup's got some flex. It's got some places to fit some guys in, and if you're a rookie, the worst thing sometimes you can do is step into a team that's expected to win 100 games. That club's not expected to win 100 games. The club's expected to compete and be good and see where they're going to go. And so all that brings back to him is an environment where everybody's going to be like, all right, man, let's see what you can do. Let's see how you fit. Let's see how you produce. And that's a win for him. That's a big win. Now, offensively, what we're getting is a hitter.
A hitter.
A hitter. You're getting a hitter.
This is not a power guy.
Not yet.
Not a 60 home run guy.
Not yet. This is a hitter. He doesn't have 3 years in the minor leagues. Doesn't have 2 years in the minor leagues. I think he's got 30 games in the minor leagues, right? That's nowhere near enough time to decide this guy's going to hit 40 home runs in the big leagues. However, if you believe that he's going to hit and that the power is going to show up over time, then he comes to this level if you're the Astros and you let him play. The way you're going to judge Cam Smith is hard contact. The way you're going to judge Cam Smith is by not swinging and missing. The way you're going to judge Cam Smith is using the whole field. That's how you're going to judge this guy in year one with somebody who doesn't have the minor league pedigree that everybody else has had before him. Throughout the game, the history of the game, by the way, not just the Astros. There's 10 guys that have done this before? Mm-hmm. So he's in a pretty elite fraternity as it is. The expectations from him to come in here hit 60 are unfair. I think if he hits 10 to 12, it's a good year.
Okay, 10 to 12. I'd like that too. Again, you take a look at the rest of the Astros outfield, which is why Jose Altuve is playing in it.
Yeah.
You're talking Jake Myers. You're talking Chas McCormick. I don't know if Chas McCormick's going to be able to recapture that year he had a couple of seasons ago. I'm skeptical about that. I think the Astros clearly are too.
Yeah.
And Myers is much more of a defensive player. So, okay, 10 to 12 home runs, but discipline at the plate. And I think that's a really big thing, Jeremy. We talked about that a lot last year, how the Astros, from a discipline perspective, they seem to lose their way last year. And so now Cam Smith, young player, you're going to want him to fall in line because that was definitely something that Joe Espada has been beating the drum all spring training about. We got to get back to what we used to do, which is being patient, drawing out counts. And it's going to be really interesting to see if Jose Altuve is someone who adapts that new strategy.
Tuve is going to be Tuve no matter what offensively, right? He's going to swing early. He's going to swing often. He's going to hit the ball hard. He's going to have clutch at bats. He's going to do what he does. The thing that I'm watching with Altuve is I'm really curious to see playing left field, how it affects him offensively, right? Defensively is going to be a interesting experiment.
It has not been interesting thus far, Jeremy. It has been terrifying.
Been terrible. Yeah. So, but interesting experiment is a nice way of saying we'll see what we get. Okay.
Yeah.
When you're talking about him as a hitter, it's like putting Alvarez, as we've talked about at length, in a spot where he's not comfortable, or a Tucker, because of how they approach the game. So position changes, they mess with people. They just do. I don't think it'll mess with him at the plate. I just don't, but we'll see. We'll see. Right. In the outfield, man, I still wouldn't have him out there. I just wouldn't have him in left field. I'd have him at second base, and I'd have Dubon playing somewhere in the outfield. And if you want to talk about Myers in center field, okay, Fine. I get he can go get it. He's not going to hit. He's not a bat for me. We've gone back and forth over this. I'm with you on McCormick. It's flip a coin what you get. Some years it's okay. Some years it's really not. But if I've got Dubon in left field, who looks like he's going to play anyway, right? He's going to play. If I got Dubon in left field, and I got somebody I know is going to play good defense out there and is going to produce, and Altuve's staying at second base. Look, the metrics, they're not great for Altuve at second base anymore. I totally get it. I get it.
He was second worst in baseball.
Right, but you're still talking about a position switch for a Hall of Fame hitter. What do you want to do here? Because Alvarez has no business in the outfield. None. Matter of fact, Jordan Alvarez should, and I see these guys tomorrow at the stadium, should never bring a glove to the ballpark again.
He might have given it to Jose Altuve.
Maybe.
At the beginning of spring training.
Maybe.
At least that's what was happening at first.
He should never own one. It's a box of bats. It's a box of bats and batting gloves, and that's it. That's all we have to own. That's all he needs to own. So when it comes to Altuve playing left field, we'll see. I'd have Dubon playing left, and I'd have Altuve at second base. Outside of that, man, Myers, what you're going to get. He's going to catch the ball. He's going to have a couple of good at-bats here and there. He finds some kind of way to come through in the clutch occasionally.
Right.
But for the most part, man, he's a fifth outfielder playing, 80 defense. So with that, it's a good time for Cam Smith to go back to that to see what you really got in right field, because you got to figure out where you're going to put him.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. ESPN Houston front office insider Jeremy Booth. You like that?
I do.
Yeah, I like it too.
It's good.
It sounds good.
It's like I've been inside a front office before.
It is. You have. He's on the Boggle Live Show, host of the Interactive Sports Talk Show in Houston. Okay, going back to what you were saying about Jose Altuve, and it's funny you mentioned Yordan Alvarez, because I remember there was a couple of years ago where Yordan wanted to play in left field because he thought it gave him a better feel at the plate. Jerry shaking his head. Listen, I'm just saying this is something that he had said.
Yeah.
And it is interesting just to think about the idea that struggles defensively could theoretically affect Jose Altuve's confidence at the plate, especially with the way that things have begun, where Altuve has clearly been pressing a little bit on those two pop-outs to left field where he's had a runner at third base. He was not able to complete the move from glove to throwing hand. And, of course, you saw two really ugly errors.
Right.
So that is actually a factor.
Competitors want to compete. They don't like, in any sport, right? They don't like having part of their game not work. What happens in basketball or football when a quarterback is not completing his passes? What happens then? He's gone.
Right.
It's not mentally. He can't run the offense. It's not to lose clock management. In basketball, if a guy's scoring but he's not playing defense, he comes off the floor. You got to have some kind of one. It depends on the position. Baseball's no different, man. Jose Altuve, a Hall of Famer, and let's get that right. It's a Hall of Famer, right? He's a Hall of Fame player in Houston. With Bagwell and Biggio being the other two, besides Nolan, right? The other two, you've got a situation here where this guy has spent his entire career playing second base and has to go figure out how to run around all this space for 162 games. Listen, we've been in other markets, Seattle, right? Yeah. Chicago,
big outfields out there.
Big outfield. It's not Daikin. It's not Daikin Park anymore. So, it's got a legitimate chance to affect him. And Alvarez proved that point. He proved that point in everything he did about how, defense set him backwards and how not being able to perform at bat-wise. So, it's something to watch for the club for sure.
Cam Smith in right field is the biggest story coming out of spring training. Jose Altuve moving to left field, probably the second biggest story. But a lot of questions about this team. Let's talk about something that you were beating the drum for a lot last year. The Astros lineup last season, which was significantly better, and you had the numbers when Alex Bregman was batting second after Jose Altuve in the leadoff spot, Yordan Alvarez third. You had ideas on what the lineups would be. Now things have dramatically changed because it's not just Alex Bregman is gone, Kyle Tucker is gone. Optimally, what's your 1 through 9 for the Astros?
So I'm going to bring you back to last year just for 1 second because you brought it up, all right? So after the first series, I forget who they play. They were like 1-3, right? And I was asked on camera, what would you do with this lineup? When should they go away from this lineup? I said they would have done it 4 games ago, right? They're 1-3.
Yeah.
Okay. I say that to say this: certain players you just plug in, you just write them in the spot. Altuve, anybody else taking him out of the one spot? No. You say Alvarez is the same thing. It's 3 or 4, but it's where he decides he wants to hit, whether it's 3 or 4. Right? Because I don't care who's on the field and who is in that lineup. Is there another guy you'd rather pitch to Alvarez than? Do you want it? No. Diaz? No. Walker? No. Paredes? No. Bregman? Mm-mm. I'm not pitching to Yordan Alvarez 10 times out of 10. Everybody else is getting a fastball, right? Same concept here. So how you construct that lineup, AKA lineup construction, how you construct that lineup has to do with the best position for guys around Alvarez to produce. Cam Smith, just to start with him, hits in the bottom third of the lineup, period. Hits a 7 spot. You put somebody behind him that's got a little bit of pop and they can use the whole field. A Pena feels good to me in the 8 spot. Someone right, who can run a little bit too. Dubon's going to get on base. Maybe he's 9, right? 8, 9. Flip. Okay, either way, that's your 7, 8, 9. Altuve 1, Paredes 2, Alvarez 3, Walker 4, and then Diaz is in there somewhere 5 or 6. And who am I missing? Missing one guy. Did I say Myers?
Yeah, Jake Myers is probably,
right,
or whoever's in center field.
So slide Pena to 6.
Okay.
Cam 7, Dubon 8, and then Myers 9.
Okay, that makes sense. I like Paredes in the second hole just based off of, first off, the projections for Dyken Park. It looks like he's going to do very well. He did very well when he was at Tropicana Field, hitting in a similarly small left field. And on top of that, this is a guy who draws a ton of pitches, fouls off a ton of pitches.
Come on.
I am really excited to see what Paredes brings to the table. I would say, like, as far as bang for your buck, this guy might be the most impactful addition this offseason.
It's a pretty good trade Dana made. That's a really good trade, right? Because he fits in that spot. Everything you said, I can 100% co-sign with. I'm excited about what he can do here. I'm excited about how that's going to domino effect to Alvarez and Walker, right? Because Walker profiles well in this park too, really well. You know, they did a good job of identifying, and I haven't always been able to say this about front offices, no matter who's been here. They did a good job profiling guys that would play well here, that would fit with their club and line up in certain positions to make them better defensively. That's hard to do, man. That's hard to do, and they found a way to do that. I'm with you on Paredes the whole way, and I like Walker behind Alvarez as well.
Our front office insider, Jeremy Booth, in studio. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You got questions, you can chime in. 713-780-3776 is how you text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We haven't even mentioned the pitching yet. So Framber Valdez
is there a reason to?
It's very good.
Go on.
What do you think?
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Where is it at its best? The starting rotation, the bullpen?
Well, I've always said relievers are volatile. So every year, doesn't care what you've done the year before, we're going to flip. We're going to find out. Okay, we'll find out.
Does that mean
tomorrow.
Rafael Montero is going to be good this season?
The fact that he's back and made the club's interesting.
It sure is.
You know, so we'll see where we find out tomorrow. You know, it is a different look bullpen. That's for sure, right? You got some different guys back there. The rotation, we'll see how Blanco comes back. We'll see Brown, I think, solidified himself into a front of the rotation guy.
Mm-hmm.
Valdez is in a walk year.
Yeah.
I think he's been motivated. And it's been pretty good, you know. So 1, 2, I like. 3, you got to like with Blanco a little bit. And then after that, was Newski. Nothing against the hometown kid. We'll find again. We'll see, right? We'll see what we get.
Exactly.
An extended role, and again, missing somebody in that rotation. Who am I missing? Garcia's not. He got shut down.
Spencer Arrighetti.
Oh, Arrighetti, yeah, another local guy. Arrighetti's earned an opportunity to be in that 4 spot. He's earned it. He did it last year.
Did well.
The league will always tell you the second time around. Pitchers are hitters. They've seen you once. They'll adjust to you a year or two. That's why Pena, when he came in, Jeremy Pena had that great first year, and then not so much the second year, right? Because they adjusted. So I think Arrighetti, for me, is going to pitch. I think he's a 5, but he's earned the spot in this rotation as a 4. You know, and so he'll pitch in that in the 4 spot. And the idea to him is to get enough innings to get to that bullpen and have your 1s and 2s, your Valdez's, your Browns, and even your Blancos go further. Those 3 guys, I will say this: those three guys are built to eat innings. They're in the shape to do it. The Astros have a very good front 3 to get them at least to the 7th on a daily basis.
How concerned should the Astros be about Ronel Blanco's spring? Because you're mentioning second time around. This is going to be Blanco's second full season. And last year was incredible from start to finish.
Right.
I mean, what a great story. But, you know, sometimes a guy just has one great year in the majors.
That happens all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that anybody into their second year, no matter, again, what they do, spring training. Again, that's approach oriented, right? We don't know what a pitcher's working on, hitter's working on. Example out west, the Giants had won the Cactus League. Do you think they're going to win the West?
No.
Okay. So, I mean, like, you know, when you're looking at what we've got, from an approach standpoint, from an execution standpoint, we have no idea unless Blanco's telling us, unless the Astros are telling us what his actual spring training is. He's made the team coming into camp. He's made the club, right? And so it's not about winning a job anymore. Now it's about competing or executing or whatever the case may be that he's got to work on to open up tomorrow, which I believe he's pitching Sunday. Does that sound right?
Mhm.
Saturday, Sunday? So he's got a couple of days to go watch the Mets. He's got a couple of days to figure out Soto. He's prepping for that, right? You don't get concerned until tomorrow because the jobs that needed to be won, you've now figured out. You've come west, not north, right? West with your team.
Yeah.
And now you got to figure, you see what happens when the lights go on for real. The veterans are going to carry it tomorrow. I'm not as interested in Blanco, although that was the question, as I am the guys we've talked about arriving in a new environment. Blanco knows what he's getting in Daikin tomorrow or whenever he throws. It's going to be loud fans and some of the most loyal and loving fans, certifiable fans at the same time, but loyal and loving fans who really love their team. They just do. They love their players and they love their team. And for Blanco to come back in this environment for such a good year last year, it'll be good for him to get his first start at home and to be here and see how that goes. But if he comes out of the gates and whatever he was doing in camp is still lingering with less execution and less feel, then you start asking questions because now that counts, right?
Yeah. Front office insider Jeremy Booth with me in studio. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I'm glad you brought that up. This is something I always laugh at. And again, I'm a baseball casual. I'll admit it. I always get a kick out of pitchers who have performances in spring training. You look at the stats and you're like, Jesus, what was that? And then they're like, yeah, I feel really good about what I did there. It's like, sir, your ERA is 8. You see that a lot. I do get a kick out of that. I obviously understand that there's a process of the things you're working out, things you're trying. Maybe you're not going 100%.
Yeah.
So that's my hope with Ronel Blanco.
You still want to see some success.
Right.
You want to see something, and look, it was Dana Brown, I believe, whose decision was to convert Blanco to the rotation, right, to make him a starter. Javier, conversely, was a starter that they put in the bullpen, right, to make him back into a starter in the minor leagues, to the big leagues. We're just going to have to find out in year 2. But again, I have no doubt that he was working on things in spring training to prepare himself for the season. If spring training would have been a failure for Blanco, if he comes into the season and the work he was putting in isn't accomplished. But nobody counts. No one's going to care if he gave up 19 home runs in spring training if he wins 18.
Right, exactly.
No one's going to care, right? So it's really going to be about how his first start is. If you see any signs what was going on in West Palm,
yeah,
we got a different conversation.
And unfortunately, there's a lot of Astros pitchers. We're not 100% sure when we're going to see them. And I imagine as someone that's been in the front office before, you have training staffs that vary club to club. You have medical staffs that vary club to club. Put yourself back in the front office shoes. You're Dana Brown. And I mean, last year you have a situation where Kyle Tucker says that he has a fractured shin.
Something.
And they say that he has a bone bruise for the entirety of the year. And I'm sure Brown's just following company orders when he's saying constantly when asked about Kyle Tucker, hey, it's just a bruise. But you're in those shoes. You have a boss. You also have a training staff, medical staff that, let's just be honest, is not inspiring a whole lot of confidence. Luis Garcia is getting a second opinion on his elbow. That's always a bad sign. We don't know when Christian Javier is going to be back. We don't know when we're going to see Lance McCullers.
Wait, did he make the roster?
Right. I mean, this is where we're at. How do you manage that if you're a front office guy? And obviously, first off, you theoretically have pitching depth coming at some point this year, but it's entirely theoretically. And on top of that, you maybe don't trust your training staff.
I'm still stuck on that the number 1 or 2 starter that Lance McCullers is in 2025 isn't in the rotation. I'm blown away by the fact that he's not going to eat up 200 innings for the first time ever. I'm shocked.
How do you think he's going to be used? Do you think he's going to end up in the bullpen? Do you think he's
been a reliever since he got here? Just because you put him in the rotation doesn't mean it was the right move. I mean, the best version of Lance McCullers we ever saw was 2017 in the postseason. Does anybody else remember that? He got the ball, he went out there and he shoved. He just shoved because it was an 80 reliever, meaning top of the scale scouting wise. 98, hammer breaking ball, 98 again. Sit down. Good night. We said, what? We walked away from that to put him back in the rotation? I don't understand. He hasn't pitched in 3 years. And we're expecting him to start? Start what?
Yeah,
Start the season on the disabled list? What are we doing?
I'll be honest. I have no expectations for Lance McCullers. I just want to see him back out there because I'm rooting for him. I feel bad for him.
Is he going to start his car? I mean, what are we starting here? Are we starting a game of Monopoly somewhere? I don't know what we're doing. Like, he's not starting. He's not in the rotation, okay? Now, I've always questioned, and I say this for Dana, I've always questioned, not speaking for him, if I was him, I'm always questioning medical staff because medical staff will always err on the side of caution, okay? If you're that cautionary and this many guys aren't coming back, I got major concerns, okay? Because they're never going to rush a guy through. Medical staff doesn't do that. And Dana's right to not tell the media a thing about what's really going on with these guys. He's not right. He's right to do that.
Keep him in the dark.
Yeah, the only people you tell is when you make a trade because you have to disclose it, right? But you're not telling me or you or anybody else what's going on with Kyle Tucker's shin unless somebody else says it. Now, if Tucker wants to go out and say, yeah, I broke my shin, or, if Lance McCullers says I had a bionic elbow put in, if whatever you're going to do, that's up to them to say, right? But it's not up to Dana to say anything, okay? That in mind, if my medical staff, and this is just a statement of fact, not an indictment of any one person, I got to say that because people get really sensitive over there, okay? If this many guys can't come back, something's going on in my development where when they break, they stay broken. Or something's going on with my rehab where I'm so cautionary that it's the wrong level of caution. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Something's disconnected somewhere because this is a lot of guys, Urquidy, Garcia, McCullers, right, who just can't find their way back into anything. They're just done. Never heard from again. So there's questions. There's a lot of questions. And if I'm Dana, I'm going to the player. And I'm talking to the player. And no disrespect. I'm talking to my doctor. I'm talking to my trainers. And then I'm going straight to the player and say, now tell me what's really going on.
Yeah, I think that's a learning experience from last year because I think that the message that was lost between the Astros and Kyle Tucker, I ultimately think that had they kept Kyle Tucker around this year, there might have been some sour, lingering feelings, especially with him going into a contract year.
For sure.
One last question, Jeremy. This is, again, put on your front office insider hat.
Yeah.
So the Astros have not even talked to Framber Valdez about an extension. And look, that's kind of on brand because we have yet to see the Astros give out the big kind of extension that Framber is probably going to get just given the amount of innings he's put in, the fact that he's a left-handed pitcher, all the ground balls that he draws. There's a lot of things that are going to lead to Framber Valdez getting a big payday somewhere. Yes, sometimes he's got the mental hiccups, but the consistency is something that one team is definitely going to say, hey, we're going to throw a lot of money at this guy. Was it a mistake? And this might not have been Dana's decision. This could have been Jim Crane saying, listen, we're just not going to start it. But should they have talked to Framber Valdez about an extension? Because they did not, per Framber, before the season began, talk about a potential extension after his last year of his contract.
So 2 things to keep in mind in any kind of extension talks. The owner's going to dictate all of it, right? And whether they do it or not, the owner's going to dictate it. And here, to your point, Jim Crane just doesn't do it. He doesn't go out and pay people to stay. He maximizes his window. He walked into this as an owner at a time when there was a lot of really young talent in the system and arriving, but they were still very bad, right? And Jeff Luhnow, that level of front office allowed to add and subtract, convert, and bring guys up and be able to do that. You're at a different time. You're in kind of a crosshairs between what Bobby Heck started, Luhnow and Click continued, and what Dana has to do as a front office guy right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so I don't see that approaching Framber is anything less than what you said, and that's on brand. They're not going to do that. Framber Valdez, the way the market is blown up, it's unaffordable for the Astros to stay here. It's his last year, last big contract is what he's walking into. What's he, 31, 30? So it's his last big contract. If he goes out and gets 5 years and it's $30 million a year, Jim Crane's not doing that. He's not going to go pay $150, $180 million for a pitcher. He's just not going to do it. He's going to ask Dana, what do we have in the system? What have we replenished? What can get here quickly? I'm okay to take a couple of years backwards like he's doing right now with this youth movement anyway, to let Bregman go and to let this guy, Framber, go and to let everybody else kind of walk away because I'm trusting you to go rebuild the system. Go get me another Wisniewski. Go get me more guys like that. Go get me Arrigettis. Find me guys to get here and help me out part-time while my big horses develop. So I think he's putting more resources into that than he's going to, especially because of the shorter window in the minor leagues now than him talking to Framber. I don't think talking to Framber Valdez and Javier too, who's still under control, right? If he ever shows back up, he's under control. I just don't think he's concerned with when he's signing Framber Valdez.
He is Jeremy Booth, the ESPN Houston front office insider. Jeremy, this was an awesome first visit. We're going to do a lot of these over the course of this season. But before we get out of here, you got to tell us about what's going on with Future Stars and what's next.
Yeah, so the Future Stars series is in a pretty interesting spot, man. We're having a lot of fun. Just launched a pro series of workouts for guys that are released and ex-college seniors, keep them playing. We have a lot of high school players that are involved with some college summer league stuff coming up. It is an interesting time in the data analytic world. Believe it or not, I know I hate that stuff, but it's an interesting time in the data analytic world and global initiatives. Dominican Republic and Colombia and Mexico, provided they'll let me in the country now, and and working around different places, putting some pretty cool stuff together. But some of the best players in the country and across the globe are coming through our doors. Looking forward to returning to Globe Life with our big events, as well as Hartford, and a lot of our summer stuff's right here in Houston.
Website for that?
FutureStarsSeries.com.
There you go. He is Jeremy Booth, ESPN Houston's front office insider. First visit of a very long and hopefully successful Astros season. Paul Gallant Show, stick around.
Stroud on the slant. He's got Diggs, who's got a touchdown. Stephon Diggs, his first touchdown as a member of the Houston Texans.
Don't cry because it's over. Cry because it happened. Stephon Diggs, he's gone. Signed with the New England Patriots yesterday. 3-year deal worth up to $69 million, $26 million of it guaranteed. So it's basically a 1-year deal. The 31-year-old played 1 season with the Texans. And listen, it was a pretty good season. But since he got hurt second half of the year, I do think that the trade ended up being a failure, even though it's not the fault of Nick Caserio. It's not the fault of the Texans. And it's also not the fault of Stephon Diggs, who I thought actually was a great teammate. I saw a couple of Texans players, specifically Tank Dell, express dismay that Diggs is on to New England. If you don't remember Stephon Diggs' statistics last season, didn't take the world by storm. This was not 2022 Stephon Diggs, 108 catches for 1,429 yards and 11 touchdowns. 47 catches for 496 yards and 3 touchdowns. It was the lowest yards per catch since his 2018 season with the Minnesota Vikings, when he had 102 catches with Kirk Cousins for 1,021 yards and 9 touchdowns. He is not the player he used to be, but I do not think that he is in Odell Beckham Jr. territory quite yet. But we will see, Sean, how he comes back from a torn ACL.
Yeah,
not easy to come back from at age 31.
The torn ACL is really the tough part for me with Diggs' future. I would say I know DJ. We talked to DJ BNMA during the football season. I think it was after he got hurt. One of you guys mentioned like bringing back Diggs, and he wasn't so big on it,
right?
And a lot of it was because he's coming off the torn ACL, and B, it was like his miles per hour during
yes,
during he hadn't cracked like 20 miles per hour while he was healthy, and he was like, that's a pretty bad sign. So I think that it's fair to say that Diggs isn't going to be the guy he was, in Minnesota or Buffalo for sure. I think he can be what he was last year again for the Patriots,
and that's great for the Patriots. The receivers blow.
Exactly. That was going to be my next point. Is he is right now the best wide receiver on the New England Patriots. ... The Patriots still need a better wide receiver one. They need a number 1 receiver still.
And maybe that guy is Travis Hunter playing both ways.
Yeah.
We shall see. As a Patriots fan, I'm not thrilled about the signing of Stephon Diggs because I know how desperate the Patriots have been. They were throwing blank checks at Chris Godwin, who's also coming off of a pretty serious injury. Godwin's like, nah, I'm going to stay in Tampa Bay.
They're shopping for the slightly used part where you can't really tell that there's a dent in this one. You can't tell.
Turns out it's tough to draw people to Foxborough, Massachusetts when Bill Belichick or Tom Brady aren't there.
Yeah, and when your team sucks.
Yeah,
that too.
Drake May, woo! But again, 1 year, who knows? We saw this with Mac Jones. I think Drake May's a little more athletic. The Giants signed quarterback Russell Wilson. The Giants quarterback room is going to be Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, and probably a rookie. We'll see who that rookie ends up being. Does seem like Cam Ward is destined to go to the Titans with the number 1 overall pick. Titans had a private workout with Cam's Ward, in addition to also, being at his pro day on Monday, which, wow, he was so amazing. Oh my
And they
God.
took everyone and their mom on a team dinner where it was like the front office, but then also like people that work for the Titans website and stuff, or I don't know, feels like they're just getting a free dinner.
He's minus 1,600 to go first overall. I saw that Mike Florio was, perhaps partaking in a little bit of that West Virginia grass, suggesting, hey, he didn't 100% rule out the possibility of a trade, but like with the number 1 overall pick. But I think the Titans are trying to see if they can get a Godfather Hall for that. But I do think that they like Cam Ward. They want to have a number 1 quarterback. You need to sell excitement to Titans fans because it's been a rough last couple of years.
Yeah. I agree on all parts. They are a team that could probably like pass on a quarterback. Like Cam Ward's not so good where it's like, oh my God, what are you doing? Not drafting this guy number 1. And I like Carter from Penn State,
Abdul
the edge
Carter.
rusher. Yeah, Abdul Carter. But all signs seem to be pointing quarterback for Tennessee.
Correct. Continuing to go around the National Football League. the Steelers never wanted Russell Wilson back. But get this. I love how the Steelers are changing their, hey, we're Yinzers. We're Pittsburgh. We're football. We're tough. Because remember how Cam Hayward was like, yeah, man, like I don't need to recruit Aaron Rodgers. Now he's saying it would be very cool to have Aaron Rodgers as quarterback. Yeah, the Steelers realize what they are, which is mediocre at best.
Yeah.
The Steeler way.
It is a very funny
About
you know
face.
what? You know what? Actually, Aaron Rodgers would be nice.
Yeah.
I'm still not recruiting though. I'm just saying it would be nice
It
to
would
have.
be nice, but I'm not recruiting. Just tell Aaron Rodgers they say what's up. What up, E? Tell Sloan I say what's up. That's essentially what they're doing. We have some potential rule changes. Kickoff touchbacks are expected to move to the 35-yard line this coming season. I still don't think you're going to be able to save the kickoff. As far as rule changes, this is the 2025 playing rules proposal summary. They're going to keep the kickoff as is. By Philadelphia, postseason and regular season overtime rules are now going to be 15 minutes with both teams being given an opportunity to possess the ball. So sudden death is dead.
So the Bills rule. Got it.
The Bills rule is now an all-season rule.
Or that's the proposal, right?
Correct.
These haven't been passed.
Correct. Another proposal, it would amend instant replay's ability to advise on-field officials
I saw that.
on specific objective aspects of a play. Detroit's proposal to eliminate an automatic first down as a penalty imposed for defensive holding and illegal contact, and Green Bay prohibiting an offensive player from the tush push. That are all the tables that are being proposed. So we'll see what happens.
I like the review one just because
Same.
You see it in the NBA where they'll challenge like an out of bounds thing and they'll be like, you know what? The defender didn't knock the ball out of bounds, but he did foul him. So we're shooting free throws.
Right.
And it is a good change for if you're going to use replay, just like use replay to get a whole scope of what happened in that play.
And especially if it cuts down on time too. If you can do this quickly. Now, I'm a little skeptical that the NFL will do this because, hey, free built-in commercial breaks.
Yeah, which is now just like industry standard of if there's a challenge, we just go to commercial and we'll tell you what happened when we come back.
I hate. CBS is the worst with it because CBS, like, you're like, wait, what happened?
They won't even like show a replay.
Yeah, exactly. Like maybe 3 plays after the play is done, they just move on. Like honestly, I think during the challenge, you should at the very least have the replay happening and put like the commercial in the lower third.
Go box like picture within picture.
Right. Oh, we got to get all these pharma ads in, you know?
Yeah. But first, a word from Tide Pods or something. Yeah.
I'd prefer Tide Pods to put some random like Pfizer ad.
By the way, the CBS announced a bunch of their lineup changes for the broadcasting.
Yeah.
And JJ Watt will be a game analyst, a color commentator, color
kamikaze. Wow.
With Ian Eagle for CBS. So he's going to be calling games beginning this season.
All right. That's fun.
Yeah.
See how he does in that role. He's got to be better than Tom Brady.
That's the bar.
He's got to be better than Tom Brady. I want, listen.
Same bar as Drake May. Be better than Tom Brady.
I want JJ Watt to be a successful broadcaster. I want JJ Watt to be a part of our Sundays.
Yeah.
It would be very fun.
Probably call a Texans game.
To have JJ Watt in a Texans game. Yeah, it'd be exciting.
Probably will.
I hope he's biased. I hope he's just like incredibly biased. That
Yeah,
would be
like
awesome.
he is on like McAfee.
He is biased when he's on McAfee. And also remember when he was doing the halftime update between the Texans wearing and the Titans wearing the Oilers uniforms. Like he was talking trash.
They gave the game update of that game that they're watching.
Please give us JJ Watt for Texans Titans. Please. I would love that. You know, he goes back to talking about like the time he did the selfie over the top of Zach Menberger after sacking him 7 times. Anyway, that is the 10-minute drill, everybody. One last tidbit. The Jaguars might play in Orlando in 2027. Just for a season because they're doing some stadium renovations in the near future. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Up next, we are 1 day away from Astros opening day. Cam Smith, he made the Astros opening day roster. He's going to be starting in right field. But what else is going on the Astros front? You'll hear it on the other side. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. So, it's tomorrow. We really went through this Astros offseason very quickly. Doesn't it feel like just yesterday the Astros lost to the Detroit Tigers? That they were dust busted after I said that the Astros would dust bust the Tigers. A cute way of saying a 2-game sweep in the wild card round, a round I didn't respect.
That does. It weirdly feels like a long time ago, but also it feels like it's flown by. Like especially the last few weeks with Bregman watch and Cam Smith watch. Like the last month or so. Whew.
It's literally just been Cam Smith every day. It's like you've seen that movie, Becoming John Malkovich, where John Cusack somehow, some way ends up being John Malkovich. John Malkovich. That's where we're at with Cam Smith. But there's other stuff going on. And since we are on opening day eve afternoon, technically, because it's not the evening yet, but tomorrow, you get what I'm trying to say here. What are the other things that we've got to figure out with the Astros before things start tomorrow? Some other tidbits from the Stros. One last time. Damn, is this it? This is it.
No, we can do one tomorrow because the game starts at 3:10.
That's true. That is technically true. Oh, boy. We'll be at East River 9 tomorrow. Come out and hang out with us. What a great place to hang out for opening day. Hopefully the weather cooperates and there's a little less oak pollen. Kill the trees. Kill them with an axe. Kill them. Chop them down with an axe. George Washington on their ass. But anyway, bringing it back here. What else is going on? One more day till Astros opening day. Give me that bone. Here's everything else going on with the Astros. Dana Brown's not exactly inspiring a lot of confidence in the defense of this outfield. We heard him talk about Cam Smith's defensive prowess in right field. Here's what he had to say about the outfield as a whole. Worse comes to worse. I think Jose Altuve will be average. We know Myers is going to be really good, and I think Cam Smith is going to be strong. Average to above average. I think the outfield is going to be pretty good when push comes to shove. So I think right there, he tipped his hand. Jake Myers is going to be your opening day center fielder. We'll see if that lasts all season long. His defense is going to be a lot more valuable with both Cam Smith and Jose Altuve playing in the outfield for the first time. But that's not exactly inspiring a lot of confidence in the defense for this outfield. Also, Christian Walker, Astros first baseman, who they just signed this offseason. He's been dealing with an oblique injury. He had 7 at-bats. Damn, that's a long day. 7 at-bats in a minor league game. He traveled back to Houston last night, and he is expected to start opening day, which definitely made it a little bit easier for the Astros to outright release John Singleton. And for Cam Smith, of course, to make it to the opening day roster. The last spot on the roster goes to second baseman Brendan Rodgers, who was a Gold Glover a couple of seasons ago. This is really the one thing I'm not sure about. Is it going to be Mauricio Dumont at second base, or is it going to be Brendan Rodgers? I'm going to assume Dubon because he's been here for a while and we've seen him produce both in the regular season and in the playoffs. But I truly do not know what the Astros are going to be doing at second.
It could also be a situation, and maybe not because they announced it. They didn't actually announce it, but I think one of the beat writers announced it as the last spot on the team goes to Brendan Rodgers, which I felt was unnecessary. That we have to denote that he was the last guy on the team,
right?
But
I know it's kind of a diss to him,
right?
I wouldn't want to know I'm the last guy in the team.
Exactly. Like, no, it was Cam Smith. Who cares?
Yeah.
Or Zach DeZenzo.
Zach DeZenzo.
Yeah. I do worry, or I do wonder about the playing time because Mauricio Dubon is, he's going to be the fourth outfielder, maybe the fifth outfielder, I guess, behind McCormick. But, if there's a day where Altuve needs a day off or something, who's going to play left field? Would it be Dubon moving out there? Or is he just a full-time second baseman now? We've seen in other years past, he plays a little third base as well.
Right.
So I think in those days, Brendan Rodgers has a good time to start or a good chance to start. I just don't know how often that'll be.
It really depends on just how good he is as a hitter at sea level, which of course was one of the funnier little tidbits we discussed this spring. Brendan Rodgers, who played for the Colorado Rockies, has better numbers at Coors Field than he does when he's away from Coors Field, said that I'm a sea-level player and thinks that he will be better playing a full season away from the elevation of Coors Field. Time will tell. We hope he's right. But it'll be interesting to see what they do. I think you're probably right, Sean, and that's how they go about it, where you're seeing a good amount of Rodgers when Dubon is taking the role of various Astros players. I mean, he is a Gold Glove super utility guy, so
it is. I'm just not sure how the back end of the plank, like, is DeZenzo going to get the short end of the stick, or how's that going to work, or is it going to be Rodgers? Just because we saw last year, for half of last year, I think, that it was Greg Kessinger was basically the last guy on the roster because he would come up, be with the major league team, but just never play or be a defensive replacement late in games. But he didn't have a ton of starts under his belt as the last guy on the roster. And I wonder, are they going to maintain that, or is it going to be just because there are more utility guys out there, or is it going to be more people just shifting around the diamond?
Good question. Yeah. Well, we will see. We will find out tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Tomorrow. I love you tomorrow. You're always a day away. Wow, Paul, you're such a great singer. Why didn't they have you play Annie? Your sexuality is questionable. You could have done it. It's 2025. What if that
just
was
throwing
the
a
new
wig?
Annie?
Yeah.
Annie's a 36-year-old man with graying hair who is questioning not only his gender but his age. It's the 2025 adaptation of Annie. All right, guys. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You got any questions about the Astros going into opening day? Have at it. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. Did Cam Smith deserve to make the Astros opening day roster? And what are your expectations for him this season? You answer that on the other side. Stick around. Cam, Smith. It's happening! Cam Smith. It's been a day of jubilation these last 23 hours because Astros super prospect Cam Smith is a prospect no more. The prospect became a player. The boy became a man. Yesterday, the Astros announced that Smith had made the Astros opening day roster, and they did it in a very cool way. How did they do it? They got Cam Smith's mom to fly to Houston last night, and Joe Espada, with a rather dramatic announcement, said, hey, don't you love hearing good news from a family member, a father, a brother, a sister, a mother? Well, I'm going to call somebody, and they're going to come in here, and they're going to tell somebody some really good news. And what happened was Joe Espada called for Cam Smith's mom, who came into the Astros clubhouse. Cam Smith, immediately emotional, teared up, a very awesome embrace with his mom. I love to see it. I'm a mama's boy. Every mama's boy out there, you're probably cutting onions at that moment in time. Oh, my allergies are really hurting me. Oh, I can't admit I cry. That's not masculine. Here is Cam Smith talking about the Astros' decision to put him on the opening day roster. Very emotional at his locker yesterday.
Yeah, I always thought it was possible. I think I had a great group of guys around me to help me out to get here today. So I always saw it as a possibility, for it to happen. And, we're here today talking about it now. So I'm very blessed.
I know this is very emotional for you, but just the special nature of having your mom deliver that. You said you broke down, but can you just take us through the idea that she would be the one, after all she did for you, to tell you that you made Major League?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
At one point it was just me and her in the house. She struggled to take me to baseball games and practice, and I'm just happy to do it for her.
Give that man a hug. He needs a hug. Give it to him, baby. No, not sexually, empathetically. The man needs a hug.
Ari Alexander should have thrown his phone down.
All of those media members right there, they all should have joined together and given Cam Smith a group hug.
Chandler Rome, Brian McTaggart.
It wouldn't have been weird for anybody. And a lot of people would say, Paul, that's not professional. Well, what's more professional than showing your fellow man a little bit of love?
It's about more than professionalism.
Mm-hmm.
It's about a little thing called life.
Right, exactly. Someone texted in, Paul, yeah, you would want to hug another man. Yeah, I would. I'm not uncomfortable hugging another man. Are you? Paul, always tiptoeing that line of gay and not gay. Sir, hugging another man is the straightest thing you can do. You probably want a little more than a hug, Paul. No. I just want to hug a man who's tearing up because he's emotional about finally making to the opening day roster. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. You can chime in at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text. We have Jake calling in about Cam Smith, who just made the opening day roster for the Astros. Jake, yo.
So I heard that when Cam and Joe Espada gave him the news, they hugged and they looked at each other and they said, together at last, together forever, they're tying a knot they never can sever. Sticking with the Annie theme, sir.
I like this. We're just going straight musicals today. Let's make this perhaps the most questionably sexual orientation segment of all time. I love that. The sad thing is the only song that I remember from Annie is Tomorrow. The sun will come out tomorrow and Cam Smith will be in right field tomorrow. There's one texter that hates it whenever I sing, and I really want this texter to hear it because we're going to melt your heart. We're going to melt your heart, whether it's with Cam Smith making the Astros opening day roster or with it's just the power of music. Appreciate the phone call, Jake. From the 832. Damn, Paul. Same clip 3 times in one show. Slow day. No, it's the greatest day of our lives. Cam Smith, who the Astros traded Kyle Tucker for, is already a major leaguer. You know what's better than one major league player? And again, I'm really perhaps reaching here, but you know what's better than one major league player? 3 major league players. Isaac Paredes. You know what he does? Hits bombs in short left fields. Draws a ton of pitches. Fouls off a lot of balls. Yeah, that is what we get from Isaac Paredes. That's part 2 of the trade. See the other thing that happened? Remember when the Astros got Hayden Wesneski? Yeah, that guy. Did you see what Hayden Wesneski played as his entrance music when he came out onto the hill, Sean?
I actually didn't hear that or see this or hear.
Oh my God. It's the ultimate pander move to the point where I think the guy should be in the Astros rotation right away.
I mean, want to be a baller?
3-6, 3.86 ERA. No, but close. Still tipping.
Oh, okay.
Let's go. And look, he's from Houston.
No, I get it.
Sam Houston State, Cy-Fair. I love it. The vibes are immaculate right now. Paul, the Astros aren't even a real World Series contender. Shut up! Don't bring the vibes down.
No.
Just because they have 2 guys playing in the outfield for the first time ever is no reason to doubt the Astros.
2 guys that have played, a combined 10 games of outfield? I don't know. Altuve played a lot of outfield in spring training.
He did.
But it can't be much more than 10 combined.
Right. From the 409, time to get a number 15 jersey. He's wearing number 11. He is wearing number 11.
That thought crossed my mind when he was playing in spring training, and then especially when he hit the triple in against the Space Cowboys, and he was still wearing number 90. And I was like, I wonder, are they gonna give him a real number at some point, or are they?
Yeah.
Is he gonna have to settle for
90? Is a lot.
It's great for the number 1 pick defensive end.
Even now, that's not even cool for the number 1 pick defensive end.
11. Yeah.
Right. Now you're probably like wearing 1 through 9.
Yeah.
You're a 1-digit number. From the 281, CJ and Cam, our criers, real men cry. Yes, CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Crying's in. Guys, toxic masculinity, it's kind of coming back, but it's not all the way back. Crying is in. When's the last time you had a cry? 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text. For me, it was every single time today that we have played Cam Smith talking with Astros media about making the opening day roster. And a lot of you probably think I'm being sarcastic and facetious. Nope. Truly. The first time I watched that, the second time I watched that, the third time I watched that, I got emotional. I'm not kidding. I really did. I teared up a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, I did. It's really cool. The moment with his mom is awesome. It's really cool. I think you're a heartless bastard if you don't think that. It was a really cool moment. Listen, I know I'm a cynical a-hole all the time. I'm a bit of a douche canoe. I get all of that stuff. But from time to time, let's all agree that some moments should be cherished. Precious moments. Like some moments should be cherished. And that was a good moment. And from here on out, let's say Cam Smith struggles, which it's certainly possible. That's a very, very cool moment.
There's no draft pick that's played less minor league games and made an opening day roster.
Right. But you know what? He's the chosen one. It's super cool when you say it like that. But yes, for those who don't know, only 2 players.
Oh, okay.
Only 2 major league players have played in less games before
making the opening day roster.
Making the opening day roster. One of them was John Olerud, but he had played 6 major league games before that. And then there's some other guy from the Texas Rangers in 1986, Pete Incaviglia, 32 minor league games, just 6 above A ball. This is very novel stuff.
I think that's why I can't really fully be excited, because I it's a little bit of I'm watching this through my fingers of like, gosh, I hope this works out, because of how little he's played minor league baseball and how little he's played right field, the position he will be starting at tomorrow. Presumably, he'll be starting there tomorrow. I'm nervous. I'm nervous for Cam Smith. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm nervous for him. I hope it works out.
The Twitch is so mad. They want hardcore baseball conversation. Listen, you got hardcore baseball conversation. That's the most hardcore baseball conversation that I've had without Joe at 1 o'clock ever. You know, check out the ESPN Houston YouTube channel for the season preview that Astros front office insider Jeremy Booth and I did. But listen,
there's almost no show tunes in that one.
Almost none. I don't think I sang in that segment.
None that segment. Okay.
Right. I don't think I sang in that segment. Some are calling this Gadio. Listen, that's kind of funny. But no, we're just all enjoying a moment together. Guys can cry. Have you seen Varsity Blues? Oh, you talk about all this toxic masculinity in Texas football. Billy Bob cried. He was a bit of a crier. That was what Billy Bob did. Why can't Cam Smith? Let's be empathetic. Let's be emotional. Let's all share in the collective experience, celebrating the joy of a young man who finally realized his dream and had his mother announce it to him. Everyone thinks I'm being sarcastic. Sean, stop laughing. This is a really, really important moment.
I don't know. I saw the video. I also I saw it. It was like 2 minutes long. Can I be honest? I didn't watch the whole video.
You didn't watch the whole video?
I didn't watch all 2 minutes of it.
Oh, come on.
I feel like I got the gist.
You didn't want to listen to Joe Espada's speech? It was less than 2 minutes.
I heard that part. I think that's what got me out was the Joe Espada like, oh, let me give them a call. And I was like, okay, I'm good. I don't need to watch this.
People are getting very upset right now. This is honestly the most. You guys know who I am, right? Like you know what this show is, don't you? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. It's a hard knock life for Cam Smith. Will it be a hard knock life for Cam Smith? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Also, Stephon Diggs, no longer a Houston Texan. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Cam Smith made the Astros opening day roster. He's going to start in right field for the Astros tomorrow for opening day. It's still hard to believe. They showed the announcement in the Astros clubhouse, which was made in front of the entire Astros team, where Cam Smith's mom came into the clubhouse. Cam Smith got very emotional, came up to him and hugged him. The Astros didn't exactly bring out the production team to show this video. Honestly, I do think it's a miss by them. I think that they should have used better cameras. I think that they should have had better microphones. If they would like somebody to be their digital make it shiny boy, well, what Sean? I couldn't think of a title on the fly. Okay. They want someone to do that. I can do it. And here's the problem with them not doing it. The problem with them not doing it and recording it on a cell phone, clearly, is that you could see the entirety of the Astros clubhouse. And unfortunately, right in the line of sight of where Cam Smith is in his locker, you could see Chas McCormick, who is facing away from Cam Smith. I think it is very safe to say that Chas McCormick, who is probably hoping that he's going to have a true chance to play regularly this coming season, he's probably not happy about the fact that a guy who has played third base for his entire playing career to this point is going to be in right field to open up the year, having never played a minor league game in right field. And yeah, a couple of people noticed that. Someone on the text line pointed that out. Also, Junior Broncos pointed it out on the Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Someone asks on YouTube, Trill O'Reilly, will Cam Smith be the first Astro to get a 10-year contract? I'm not going that far. No.
It would have to be like a Julio Rodriguez style thing where they sign him like tomorrow to a deal that you hope is it's the Atlanta Braves, Dominican Republic advantageous kind of contract where you're like, there should have been an extra person in the room.
Right, exactly. The deal that John Singleton got and ended up being a bad deal for the Astros. Yeah. Like, that's the kind of deal that realistically Cam Smith should be able to get right now. That is the absolute ceiling because, you do not know what this is going to be. Somebody else also asks, I thought Ken Caminiti's number was retired. No, it's not. He did play for the Astros wearing number 11 from 87 to 94. I think he wore it from 99 to 2000 as well. But it is not a retired number for the Astros. Caminiti, of course, passed away 2004. Really sad. But I think the only way Caminiti, and it's going to sound a little callous, so apologies, but I think the only way Ken Caminiti's number would have been retired is if he died in the middle of the season for the Astros, Didn't Darryl Kyle die in the middle of the season for the Cardinals? Did his number get retired? I don't know if that would happen unless some sort of extenuating circumstance like that happened, even though Caminiti was pretty damn awesome during his time with the Astros.
I mean, they also didn't retire Billy Wagner's number until he made the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
So, he's one of the cases where it's like kind of borderline, but you could see it either way. But no, number 11. It's now Cam Smith.
And Caminiti's numbers were best with the Padres, too, for what it's worth. 95 and 96. 96, 326, 40 homers, 130 RBIs.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Honestly, I for some reason thought one of those seasons happened. No, I think I'm thinking of Jeff Bagwell 94 and having the season he had where he would have won MVP. But
I just looked at his numbers the other day. Yeah, his 94 season was ridiculous because it was like 110 games and he had 40 home runs.
Mm-hmm. Todd the Show says he is in the Astros Hall of Fame, but his number isn't retired. Huh? Interesting. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Other big news in Houston sports today. It's not really as big of a news story as it might have been had he not torn his ACL last year, had he played the entirety of last season, if he played all the way through the playoffs and perhaps had some playoff production, Stephon Diggs leaving for the New England Patriots would be a bigger deal. But this was one of those things where I think we always expected Stephon Diggs to sign elsewhere, and he signed a 3-year, $69 million nice deal with the Patriots. 26 of it is guaranteed. So basically, it's a 1-year deal, I think, for Diggs. The kind of deal that I think very few teams would have even considered offering. The Patriots have just been so bad at getting wide receiver talent for years and years and years that they had to overpay for someone who I think is on the other side of his career. I do not think this is going to go great for the Pats. And it does bum me out a little bit because, one, I liked Stephon Diggs when he was here. Felt like the Texans babied him a little bit and should have been some more media availabilities. But I liked Diggs when he was here. I thought he played well. He was a good teammate. All the crap that he got dumped on from his time in Buffalo, that wasn't a problem here. Everyone seemed to like him. You know, we were thinking going into the year, hey, how is he going to handle a receiver room where he's not getting a lot of targets, especially just knowing how he is. But, I mean, if you watched the games that he was in, I always thought that of all the players on the Texans sideline, when they would zoom in on him, no one was more positive during moments of strife for the Texans offense. And there were a lot of those, right? I mean, geez, between the false starts and the holds and all that stuff, the Texans offense had some really rough moments this past season, and Diggs was more of a leader than Laramie Tunsil was in those situations. Yeah, there's one specific moment. It was against the Vikings when all the false starts were happening, and Diggs, while everyone's coming off the field, specifically Laramie Tunsil, he's like going up to Laramie Tunsil and he's like encouraging him. I was like, whoa, okay. I didn't know Diggs had that in his bag. Everyone said that when something goes wrong, Diggs is going to call you on it because he's super competitive. No, I thought he matured a little bit. The problem is now, I mean, coming off a torn ACL at age 31, I don't care if the injury took place 5 months ago and if it's easier than ever to come back from a torn ACL. That's going to be really tough for Diggs.
Yeah, it was going to be really tough, and it was going to be even tougher for the Texans to make it work just with all that they need to do along the offensive line. Never mind the contract he ended up getting from the Patriots,
Right.
which I don't know if they would have had to beat that. Also, such a classic case of the first number that gets reported. It's like 3 years, $69 million. You're like, wait, he's going to make over 20 per year? Like,
yeah,
he's going to make almost 25 per year and then 26 million guaranteed. It's like, oh, okay. So it's a 1-year contract.
It's a 1-year deal. That's it.
But yeah, that's something that the Texans just weren't going to be able to do or probably even come close to. So it makes sense that it would never actually seem very real in the during this offseason.
It definitely makes, though, wide receiver probably need number one. I think with where they're drafting, it's between interior offensive line and wide receiver. And I again think that people are far too confident in what's going to happen in the draft based off of the scouting reports done by other people. So I'm not going to tell you who I think is going to be available at the back. I'll leave that for real experts like Lance Zierlein there. But it was interesting to see yesterday Nick Caserio at the Texas Pro Day. Did you see how intense he was watching things?
Yes. What a stance by Robo Caserio.
So
not beating the robot allegation.
No, not at all. Although it was definitely robot trying to assimilate to human movement. But it was so locked in, so intense. There is a video online. I think the NFL posted this on X of while Quinn Ewers is throwing for his pro day workout, Nick Caserio is standing in the end zone in the Texas practice bubble. His hands are on both of his knees as if he is, and I've only seen one other guy do this, Lee Corso and his designer jeans practically standing on the field in a game between Texas A&M and Florida in 2012. It was the first time I ever went to College Station. I was watching that game on the sideline, had the privilege of standing next to Chris Fowler the whole game. one of the nicest guys I've ever met in sports media. Unbelievably generous with his time, talked to us the whole time. But the whole game, even though Chris Fowler was like actually being really cool with us and talking to me and John Cassio for probably like 20 minutes or so, I could not get the image of Lee Corso on the sideline, on the 20-yard line, like in the white by himself, as if he's an actual coach. And the only time I've ever seen intensity like that of a man who has his hands on both of his knees watching football is from Nick Caserio in the end zone at an effing pro day yesterday for Texas. You have to look this up. It is weirdly intense to the point where I'm like, wait a second. Is Nick Caserio looking at Quinn Ewers and starting to feel some things?
He's also standing by himself. Like there's
by
no
himself.
There's no one within 10 yards.
It's about as weird as watching Elon Musk balancing a bunch of spoons on his hand that we saw a couple of days ago, I think at a White House dinner. Like there's this fancy dinner and Elon Musk has this like this attractive woman next to him and he's just completely checked out. President Trump is right to his right. And he's just standing there and he's balancing a bunch of spoons on his hand. And there's this attractive girl that I'm sure Elon Musk probably had a child with after things were done because she was just enamored with what he was doing. She takes out her phone. She starts recording it. That kind of intensity was the intensity with which Nick Caserio was staring at Quinn Ewers to the point where, Sean, I am wondering if once again CJ Stroud is going to be looking over his shoulder at Quinn Ewers like he did at Ohio State.
Quinn Ewers, Davis Mills, backup quarterback battle.
That would be something else. Like, hey, if Quinn Ewers falls to the 3rd or 4th round,
no, pick an offensive lineman.
It would be so funny if the Texans drafted Quinn Ewers. I imagine he will go before that, though. Just
although
given the lack of quarterback options.
Patriots, they always picked a quarterback in like the 3rd round.
Ooh, that's true. Well, listen, this is a big sticking point for Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was really pissed at John Schneider, GM of the Seahawks, because he went to the pro days for 1, Patrick Mahomes 1 year, which right call. 2, Josh Allen the next year. Like the guy did his due diligence.
I remember that.
And Russell Wilson was pissed about this like years later. And I mean, honestly, look who's the better quarterbacks. Both of those guys.
Yeah, he should draft. John Schneider should draft him. Now they weren't really in position.
Yeah, it would have been tough, but it wasn't like completely out of reach. You know, if the Chiefs could trade up from wherever they were to go get Mahomes, and the Seahawks probably could have.
Like 15th.
Yeah,
10th?
it just would be awkward to do it only a couple of years after the Seahawks were in the Super Bowl. But yeah, Nick Caserio at the Texas Pro Day, you watched it with quite an intense look in his eyes and a very, very intense stance. And what actually happened at this pro day? Isaiah Bond improved on his 40 dash time, 0.01 second improvement, and he had 0 drops.
No, still didn't
beat the record.
Okay.
Still.
Okay.
He said he was going to run the fastest 40 time ever. Didn't do that. They've already interviewed with Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden, and they're going to interview running back Jaden Blue.
Huge update. I'm glad there's a graphic for it.
Yes, there's one of the NFL Texans aggregators posted update Texans to interview running back.
Yeah.
And then, as all of these rather posts are, sorry for that graphic motion on the air, for all of those posts, you will see some rando who's like, imagine a guy running a 4.36 in the Texas offense with CJ Stroud. And yeah, again,
I remember Trendon Holiday. I've seen a fast guy in a Texans uniform before.
Trendon Holiday was good though, and the Texans let him walk. And I think did Trendon Holiday have a touchdown against the Texans in the playoffs?
That sounds familiar. I think he was also on a Super Bowl team.
He did. Yeah, we'll have to look that up. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on the YouTube. Marty says, we need an offensive lineman, not another quarterback. I just hope Quinn Ewers ends up somewhere safe for us, like the Cowboys. Okay, this sounds like a Texas fan. I am not concerned about Quinn Ewers as a pro prospect. I'm sorry, I'm not. He's had some flashes. He is so effing inconsistent.
Not the only chance he has, but what I imagine the best chance for him will be is a Shanahan, McVay, Kevin O'Connell, like robot point and shoot quarterback system where they're like, hey, listen, we made this work with Sam Darnold. All right. You just do exactly what I say, and that's it.
Yeah.
And boom. I think he can do that. He can, if you just point him in the direction and say, make that throw, he can do it. When he has to create outside the structure, goes terribly wrong.
So he's going to be Jared Goff. He needs a headset.
Yes.
Ooh, what Rams? Quinn Ewers? Replacement for Matt Stafford?
Groom him behind Matt Stafford. I don't know.
That honestly, that would be interesting.
That's like those are the only situations where I would think like this could work. Everything else, I think you're kind of just burning a draft pick of like, hey, we took a guy. Let's see if he develops.
Also, the other prospects for Texas and just Steve Sarkisian as a whole. Texas's offense was so frustrating last year. And I'm not really sure who to point at because obviously Quinn Ewers is the easy person to point at. But I mean, all these weapons that everyone's talking about is like first round players, second round players. And the offense was that last year.
Yeah.
You know,
it's like back to back drafts. And some of this is defensive players of like 13 guys drafted. And it's like,
look, Sark's a little overrated. I think Sark, there's no denying what a good job he has done with Texas, but I think like the offensive guru, let's relax a little bit, just given the amount of weapons he had to work with and the lack of production in big spots by that offense.
It's definitely like it's either Sark or Quinn Ewers, and I feel like we'll know of like which one of these guys is the like kind of overhyped part of it, because even like Sarkisian, like at Alabama, they're awesome at Alabama, but they also had 5 first-round wide receivers
every single year. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Cam Smith made the Astros opening day roster. He's going to be starting in right field. And Stephon Diggs, now a member of the New England Patriots. Up next, what's washed in the world of sports? Are the Houston Cougars washed specifically this time of the tournament? Things have not gone their way in this Sweet 16. It's the third time the charm. We'll talk about it next in Washed Watch Wednesday. Stay put. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Washed Watch. What's washed in the world of sports? Guys, is the train at Minute Maid Park washed? Because it looks like it has been completely scrubbed from Dyken Park. Picture from Ben Verlander. It's opening day eve, and the train is still nowhere to be found in Houston. Yeah, there's no train in left field. I think at this point, that means there's not going to be a train in left field this year.
I thought they said that it would
I did too,
stick
Sean.
around, but
I thought they were going to bring it back, but it's not there. Can we get a wellness check for Bobby Dynamite, who's of course our fearless train conductor?
yeah, we need to hear back from Bobby Dynamite, because if it's just, hey, it's not going to be there for opening day, but like rest assured by the second series it'll be there. It's on the Lance McCullers plan of like, hey, not going to be ready straight out. We need a couple more rehab starts. We need I don't know what they're doing, repainting this thing, taking out all the oranges and putting in something refrigeration based, something HVAC related. I don't know, but I need the train back. If the train's not back, then like all the goodwill from calling up Cam Smith, wasted.
But they can win it back if they put Towles Hill back in.
Yes. Or what?
I need some traditional weird thing in the ballpark, and if I don't have a train, give me a flagpole on a hill in the middle of center field.
Or at the very least, I'll even settle for this. You know how the Yankees and Red Sox, their spring training facilities are exact replicas of, or like measurement wise, they're replicas of Yankee Stadium and Fenway. The Astros should do that with their spring training facility. Make it a exact replica of Minute Maid or of Dyken, but keep the hill.
Yeah.
Keep the hill in center field.
They need money to do that, sadly. Like, this is really for the big budget teams.
It would take a lot of money to do that.
From the 409, the train is being replaced with an aircraft carrier. That I don't think that's physically possible. Aircraft carrier is probably, I would imagine, the size of Minute Maid Park and more, right? Like, you have to have enough room
for
land
on it.
Plane to land.
Planes land.
I don't think it would work. From the 832 Washed Watch, Paul, are you going to be at East River 9 tomorrow? Yes. He says, I think it's time we meet. Let's play a hole for no singing for a month. What say you, your biggest hater? Listen, guys, we cannot do a disservice to the fans of the Paul Gallant Show by stopping me from singing. And I don't know what's in it for me. What's in it for me here? I'm not good at golf. Yeah. So what's in it for me? I see nothing in it for me. So sadly, I must decline your offer unless you can up the ante.
So you're not playing a hole?
No, I'm not playing a hole. Okay. No, I got to get my haircut tomorrow after the show. It's an absolute mop. My hair washed, not today. Washed Watch Wednesday. Didn't wash it. Are the Houston Cougars, when they advance to the Sweet 16, washed? They've lost their last two games in the Sweet 16.
I don't know, but that's old business. That's old news.
But this time they're on the road. They're playing a team that is from essentially Indianapolis and Purdue. I don't know, Jim. I don't know.
I really do think they would have beat Duke last year.
I agree. I agree. The Miami game is the one where you're like, what the hell was
Miami
that?
One's tough.
In 2023, 89-75. And it never was close. I remember watching that from Sarasota, Florida. I was like, what? I didn't think I needed to watch that game going into it. It's like, oh, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
Because they beat Northern Kentucky and they beat Auburn in Alabama, like convincingly, to advance to the Sweet 16.
Yeah. If Shed played last year, I don't think we're talking about this. But.
I don't either. And last year too, like they did struggle in the second round too. They did have to beat A&M in overtime.
That is true.
So anyway, that's just some food for thought. They've lost their last two Sweet 16 games.
I really like them against Purdue. I have a hard time seeing Purdue beat this year's Purdue team beat them, but
I'm with you there.
It's the tournament. Who knows?
You never know.
Who knows? Anything could happen except for this year where it's pretty chalky.
Washed watch. Is he culture washed? Did you see Heat fans cheering Jimmy Butler when he came back? That was lame. The guy quit on you. And I maintain the same energy for Rockets fans who cheered James Harden when he came back. Like, the guy quit on you.
I mean, Vince Carter got his freaking jersey retired by Toronto, who he also quit on Toronto.
Right.
Like I even the Vince Carter thing, it's like, okay, if you want to do, hey, listen, it's been a long time. Time heals all wounds. To be honest, most Raptors fans today were not Raptors fans when Vince Carter was on the team.
Very true.
Okay, fine. Miami Heat. Jimmy Butler quit on your team like 3 months ago.
Yep.
Have a backbone.
Exactly.
Pat Riley's, I guarantee you, wherever he was watching that game, I don't know if he was there or if he was watching it from his house, but he was sick to his stomach seeing him get applauded.
At least they booed him every time he touched the ball, but they did cheer him first.
I don't even like that. I don't even like that.
Make up your mind.
I get when you're a competitor. No, in general, like when Correa comes back, or when Bregman comes back for the first time this year, where we will have the radio segment of like, what should Astros fans do? I generally think for those guys who left on good terms, cheer them. And then once the game starts, like, they're opponents. Like, you don't have to boo them, but you don't have to cheer for them every time they step into the batter's box.
Yeah.
I think with Jimmy Butler, you just boo him every time. He quit on your team.
He quit recently too. Like, this is like 2 months.
Yeah.
Not
2
even
months ago.
Not even. It's a month and a half.
He got suspended for basically all of January.
Yeah, that's true.
Contract detrimental to the team.
Washed watch Wednesday. Do you know what's washed? The word failure. Martin Saint Louis, one of the greatest Tampa Bay Lightning players ever. My favorite hockey player ever. Martin Saint Louis is now the coach of the Montreal Canadiens. After Montreal lost 6-1 to St. Louis, check out this spin zone on failure.
Yeah, to me, at this time of the year, I feel like it's, I heard this saying the other day, it's not failure tonight. To me, it's fertilizer. That's what it needs to be.
Oh, my God. That's brilliant. The word failure, washed. Fertilizer, that's what failure is.
I get it. Because it stinks.
Fertilizer does smell.
But it's also going to help you grow.
Exactly.
I'm also, that's why you typed in this guy's full name into the doc, because he was the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Dude, he's like my favorite hockey player ever.
I just wrote NHL coach.
NHL
I was like,
coach?
I'm not writing down this guy's full name.
No. He's Martin St. Louis. Give him some respect. One of the. This is a man who constantly won the Lady Byng Trophy.
Win, and it looks like it's going to be a win. Houston gets a hockey team. I am going to have so much learning to do about who these people are.
Oh, this guy's a legend.
I was going to say, there's so many legends that I'm like, sure. Martin St. Louis. What's up?
Hey, San Luis. San Luis. Washed watch. Adrian Wojnarowski just tweeted out a bomb. I think Adrian Wojnarowski misses mattering. Being the St. Bonaventure GM and selling his credentials and phones, kind of lame. So he just randomly tweeted out a bomb for engagement, and I think it just shows that he's washed, and I think he's bored.
So when I saw this bomb and then nothing happened, I was kind of on like, okay, does he know something?
Mm-hmm.
And then the only NBA news that he could have possibly be talking about was Damian Lillard having a blood clot in his leg.
Yeah.
And potentially missing the rest of the year. They say it's not as bad as because it's in his leg as if it was somewhere else, whatever. And I was like, wait, was this the bomb that he was teasing? And so then I went to his page to see what he tweeted afterwards. St. Bonaventure's got a guy out of the transfer portal.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's what this was.
Well, I reported him to the FBI because that was a threat.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Sydney Sweeney's engagement washed. She took off a picture from her Instagram of her kissing her fiance. Picture's been removed. Sean is greedily rubbing his palms together. She's not necessarily yet a strong, independent woman.
No.
She's a strong woman.
I don't know
who could be independent.
Yeah.
And have her pick.
Yeah. Let's see if those DMs are open. All right.
I got to shower first.
Yeah, you get a haircut.
I need a haircut first. And not washed. The Hawk Tua girl. She's not dead. She posted a video to Instagram making fun of the fact that she stole millions of dollars
And then
from
went away.
complete idiots who bought her crypto coin / Ponzi scheme scam. So there you go.
Yeah, in
Huzzah.
case you were wondering about Haktua.
The Haktua girl
still around.
Nope.
Although I would say I don't think she should have died, but it would have been the perfect exit for her public life.
Oh,
if
yeah.
she just
Should've
was
faked her
never
own
heard
death.
from again.
Should have faked her own death. The mystery would always be there.
Yeah, I'm not saying really, but definitely a fake death. I think that would have played.
Talk to a podcast, season 2. Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. That is Washed Watch Wednesday, every single Wednesday at 2:30. Cam Smith made the Astros opening day roster. Stephon Diggs is no longer a Houston Texan. We got some garbage time before we wrap things up. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Cam Smith, he's in right field tomorrow. We are a little over 24 hours away from the Astros opening up the 2025 campaign against the New York Mets. Aircraft carrier battle. Cam Smith, Juan Soto, Let's get it. All right. It's that time. Time for some garbage time before we turn things over to the Killer Bees. Hear about this? Heard about this? Remember this story? Remember how yesterday we talked about a bunch of Houston cows escaping a truck on I-45 on Monday, right at the end of the rodeo?
Yep.
Well, according to Marty Keukelhan, the owner of the cattle, 55 cows were in the truck in total. 54 returned. There is a cow still on the loose.
Yes.
The owner says they're working with the Harris County Sheriff's Office to recover the remaining cow. They're confident the cow is in a fenced area where they can't get on the road. How do you know
Yeah,
that?
they started on the road.
Yeah, on the highway.
Yeah.
What if it's dead? I mean, that would then
people would definitely have. We could have accounted for it though if there was a cow carcass on 45.
If you hit serious question, if a cow gets hit by a car and is dead, can you eat it? Is there too much cortisol or stress that gets into its system?
I think so. I think that's the case.
I wouldn't know because it might just
can eat it.
If it's the sweet release of instant death and like say someone hits this cow and then all of a sudden, you know what? I got a freezer. We're going to put it in. This cow could be dead and hanging in a freezer.
That's why they use that air pressure gun from
right, because they don't see it coming.
That movie.
No Country for Old Men.
No Country for Old Men. The only time I've ever seen that air pressure gun, but I know they use it for cows.
They do.
Because it is instant death. Now, I guess it depends how it dies by getting hit by a car. Is that instant? I don't know. If it's wounded and you're sitting there like, I don't know if this cow's going to make it. I probably wouldn't eat that one.
I would. Steak.
Yeah, I wonder how much
probably
of
a prize cow too.
I wonder how much of that is real of like the adrenaline or whatever when a cow dies that makes the meat taste worse.
Good question. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a steak expert. I'm low-key white trash from the Northeast. So hey, we are what we are. I'm not a cultured man. I couldn't tell you about the notes of wine. Maybe I'll be a sommelier someday. Anyway, guys, continuing through garbage time. Are you born in or before the year 1935? Did you live through World War II? Well, guess what? You could win a free lifetime supply of Fireball whiskey until March 31st, which is the 90th day of the year.
Gotta act fast.
So if you're 90 years old or over, a lifetime supply of Fireball whiskey, I gotta say, Fireball, giving out whiskey to somebody who is over the age of 90 for life, that's chicken bleep.
Yeah.
That's chicken bleep. Now, I do hope that whoever ultimately calls in and gets this Fireball for life, I hope that they're at a nursing home and then they just turn the nursing home just turns into like an absolute frat party, where you got TDs passing around because things are starting to get wild. Like, I hope this guy's just an absolute wild man. Would be really funny if someone's grandma.
They're swapping meds.
Yeah,
Who knows what you're taking? Might end up like Saxton on White Lotus.
Oh no!
Do they have bunkmates in retirement homes?
Oh no! And one last note: you might be scared to fly out of Bush Intercontinental. Well, guess what? Fret no more about airline incidents because United Airlines is doubling its maintenance facility size at Bush. Good, because think you need a little more maintenance for all those United Airlines planes. So there you go. Guys, it's been real. It's been fun. It's been emotional. We all shared in something today. A man realizing his dreams. I'm, of course, talking about Cam Smith, who is on the Astros opening day roster and will be starting in right field tomorrow. Opening day show tomorrow. We're going to be live at East River 9. Come out, hang out with us. For all of our listeners, our texters, our callers, YouTubers, and Twitchers, I am merely Paul Gallant for Sean Mapes behind the glass as well. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. Big thanks to Jeremy Booth, too, our ESPN Houston front office insider. Check out the podcast with him. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
I'm glad you did it because I was just not going to say anything.
I know.
Before the show, you said, "Oh, I'm not going to do it."
I don't like it. I don't like doing it. So we got to have some fun with it. Joe George, Brian McDonald, Joel Blank is out today. Jeremy Brandon will be here at some point on today's show. Hopefully not too long. He's traveling, obviously, to the terrible city of Indianapolis with the Houston Cougars as they get ready to take on Purdue on Friday night and hopefully make a run at the Final Four in San Antonio. So we got a lot of stuff we're going to talk about today. Todd Callis is going to join the show for his first appearance on the Killer Bees this season. So he will join the show at 4:15. After this week, it will be every Friday at 4 o'clock. You can text in 713-780-3776. And I know, Brian, 301, you guys got the gift of radio yesterday. Breaking news, Cam Smith has made the opening day roster. But we need to talk about it still because it is the biggest story in Houston sports right now. I cannot believe that this kid is already on the Major League roster for the Houston Astros. It felt like during spring training with the way he was hitting, he was going to get there pretty quickly, that he would come up at some point this season, that he would contribute to the roster in some kind of capacity. But the idea that he was going to be up on opening day always seemed a little far-fetched to me. And then when he finally started playing right field, it opens up the door even more. But he still only played a handful of games. The reaction is deserved. People should be thrilled about this. I mean, it's one of the fastest runs to the big leagues in the history of baseball. He has been phenomenal in spring training, and he's going to be opening day right fielder. This is awesome, B-Mac.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited for it. I think I saw that it was the third fastest ever. I don't know if they're doing that from date on the calendar or amount of minor league games before a call-up happens, but either way, it's the third fastest ever. I'm really excited for it. I think the only reason for any of us to have, maybe a moment of hesitation is if you feel like this is too much too soon for him. And I kind of felt like that at the beginning, but the more and more Jeremy and I talked about it and the more the texters weighed in, I started to see the side of it that if Cam Smith is the special prospect we think he is, and you have to be special to earn a call-up as quickly as he did. He only played 5 games above the single-A level last season after being drafted last June or July. Then if he isn't truly that special, bring him up maybe, because I think I was on the side of bring him up in May. Like, let him spend a month in AAA and bring him up in May. But if he's truly this special, what's a month? Like, if a month early was going to bomb him, then he wasn't actually that special. You know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah. So if he comes up and he's just atrocious, never gets it back, even being given time to go back down to minors, find a swing, and he just never recovers, then I don't view it as the Astros ruined him. He just actually wasn't that guy.
No, he belongs on the Paul Gallant show on Soft Boys.
or Washed Watch.
Yeah, like if you can't handle what Alex Bregman went through, it's like when people talk about quarterbacks in the NFL, rookies, and like, don't play him. Your offensive line sucks. He's not going to be able to handle it. Well, then I don't want that guy.
I would say a little bit different with quarterbacks because they could get the hell beat out of them.
But like, it's like Sam Darnold with like the seeing ghost, right?
Yeah.
Like he was just scared to be in the pocket, and it's like, oh, well, the Jets ruined him. Or maybe like he's just scared of pressure and he couldn't handle it anyways.
Yeah.
And that's the same with Cam Smith. Like, even if he struggles, just let him struggle. Because even if he struggles, isn't it better than having to have Cam Smith in right field than Chas McCormick? Like, Chaz got a noodle arm. We know what the bat is. We know it's not good. We know it can be at times. But Cam Smith, the upside to him being in right field is way better than having Chas McCormick in right field on a daily basis. I love this move. I like the boldness of it. And even like the fact that you think about what can happen to the Astros, there's compensation now where they can get extra draft capital
if he wins Rookie of the Year.
If he wins Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
By bringing him up this fast. So even like if he's now number 2 in odds. He went from number 6 to number 2 in AL Rookie of the Year odds the second he made the opening day roster. And to me, it feels like a great bet at this point because he's going to be there from day one. He's going to be your everyday right fielder, and we know what the bat can do.
Yeah, he's got the profile of someone that can win it because what wins it, as an offensive player is home runs. And I mean, Cam Smith, I think you can argue has the behind Yordan Alvarez the most power of any bat in the lineup. Maybe Yonder would have a conversation there, but I would think at least from the raw power we've seen, especially since I think the majority of his home runs in spring all went opposite field. Now, some people try to nitpick that and say, "Oh, well, he's late on stuff," and then when he faces major league pitching, he's gonna be missing these things. But I don't know. I take it as an encouragement. If he's got so much power, he can regularly go take the ball out to the opposite field. I don't view that as a negative. I think getting back to what you were saying on the timeline, I don't like because Jeremy brought up the question, like, how long's his leash? Like, if he struggles, if the fears that we have are realized, how long's the leash? And you mentioned Chas McCormick, and I think that's the answer. But because Chas McCormick hasn't hit, he was so terrible last year, terrible again in spring. They really don't have any other options that excite anyone for right field. I think the leash for Cam Smith is going to be quite long, because to me, the leash is really not. It's not entirely about the players. It's often more times about what your other option is. And there's really not another option besides Cam Smith in right field. Like, he made the team in part, and obviously in big part because he was great during spring training. But the other part of it was, I mean, he hit and no one else did. And so there's, I mean, what if you pull Cam Smith because let's say he gets out of the box with, like, I don't know, a 220 batting average and like a 650 OPS. Okay, you're pulling him for what?
I think the only way
I mean, for other guys who aren't hitting, so you might as well give the kid a long leash.
So this is the only scenario where I think he very quickly gets sent back down to the minors. And I think there's a couple steps of this that have to play out. Let's say this oblique thing keeps coming up for Christian Walker, and Zach DeZenzo in return becomes basically your everyday first baseman. He hit 391 in spring training, so he had a very good spring. He's made the opening day roster. If he were to have to play first base in Christian Walker's absence and be very successful at the plate, I could see DeZenzo moving to right field when Christian Walker would return, and then thus affecting Cam Smith. But that to me is really the only path, unless, I mean, that's really it. Like, I don't think you're going to put Dubon out there.
No, because we know what Dubon is. I mean, the goal, and this is going to sound like an unnecessary shot at Dubon, but the goal should be for this early part of the season is to find a way to take Dubon out of the lineup on an everyday basis. I mean, look at his OPS plus year by year. He's a below average offensive player. He's a great glove, and so I don't mind him if they have no other options. Well, let's just put the best defender out there. And Dubon is. We know he's obviously won a Gold Glove before, but Dubon playing every day does not represent your best offensive lineup. So if, finding some way to get DeZenzo into the lineup every day, whether at the beginning it's some sort of platoon situation where he's playing a little first, playing a little left, playing a little, third base, whatever, when guys need days off or until Christian Walker gets back, that's fine. But yeah, I guess I could see DeZenzo taking that job in that scenario laid out. But I think the best offensive lineup, if we're looking down the road, includes both of them.
I very much agree. And I personally still think the best option for the Astros is eventually Jose Altuve moving back to second base.
At least, like Jeremy and I had this conversation, I think I would be all for, like, immediately, starting tomorrow, Jose Altuve's in left field for Fromber, and he's in left field for Hunter Brown because they're ground ball pitchers, especially if you're at home. If it's a home game and Fromber and Hunter Brown are on the mound, Jose Altuve's out in left field. But if it's someone that tends to be more of a fly ball pitcher, or you're throwing out a pitcher who may not be able to hold the opponent to 2 runs, 3 runs, and you need to score more runs in a game to win, then Jose Altuve needs to be at second base. So you can have DeZenzo and Cam Smith as your corner outfielders and put your best offensive lineup out there.
Yeah, I obviously, like, that's the positive of it. And we'll get into some of what could be the negatives in the next segment. It's Joe George and BMAC here with you today on the Killer Bees. Joel Blank's off today, should be back tomorrow, and Jeremy Branham is on his way to a hotel room to join us at some point on the show. But the excitement's real. I loved the video. I thought it was really cool. I know we're gonna have to talk about this again with Jeremy later.
Now, you're talking about the video of, like, him, or like the video Joe Espada announcing it?
I like the of Joe, because
I heard Lance talking about this early this morning, and I didn't notice it at the time, but when I went back and watched it afterwards, he's totally right. It was I'm not making anything of it. It's just something that's a little weird that I noticed after Lance pointed it out. But the teammate reaction is just like,
it was I think because the way
applause level's, like, odd,
because it was so sentimental based. Not just like, this is the announcement.
Okay,
it's kind of, that's what it feels like to
me.
Like,
they didn't feel it was appropriate to to explode and
be dropping F-bombs and, like, going crazy
because his mom's
Yeah, it's like mom's is here. So, like, we gotta golf.
Because usually when you see guys get the announcement of, like, in college, oh, you're going on scholarship now, or any other thing like this, like the locker room erupts, and that was not the reaction.
Yeah,
that the Astros had.
It was even as he was starting to make the announcement, I was like, it's really quiet.
Now, I would give an excuse to the guy who lost his job because now Cam Smith's on. He was getting sent down to AAA because Cam Smith replaced him. But
because normally
everyone else needs to be applauding.
And normally when we see these videos, it's happening in Sugar Land. It's
Right.
happening in Corpus. It's happening
Mickey
in
Story's telling him in his office. Yeah.
It's not in this setting. So like it is a little bit different because there's, Chas McCormick and Dubon and all these guys who are on the roster who were like, hey, maybe I'll play a lot of right field this year.
Nope.
And they're like, oh, no. No.
This young kid who's played 5 games above single A has got this job for the next 15 years, possibly.
All right, when we get back, some reaction to this from the Twitch, from the text line, and YouTube as well. And plus, if there is a negative, I think there's one potential negative with this decision. It's Joe George and B-Mac waiting for Jeremy Branham here on the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Joe George, Brian McDonald waiting on Jeremy Branham to make his...
Just you, Joe.
Oh, see, I thought that was really him for a second. I was like...
Have you heard the drop of that before?
No, let me hear it.
Just you, Joe.
What is he saying?
Just you, Joe.
Whatever.
You remember what that's from, right?
Yeah, I do. Whatever. All right, opening day tomorrow.
Just you, Joe.
3:00 on the Space City Home Network. Apple TV on Friday. Todd Callis will join us at 4:15 today to give us a look at the upcoming season, his thoughts on Cam Smith, how excited he is to see him every day to replace Kyle Tucker. First thing, question here I got from Junior Bronco. I knew this was coming, and I know this has been a topic of conversation. I was asked about as soon as I walked into the office today. Someone asked me, Joe, you're a Cubs fan. What's the other side feeling about the Kyle Tucker trade today?
I think, can I attempt to answer for you? If they re-sign Kyle Tucker, you don't care. If he walks, this is going to hurt.
If he walks, they better get to the NLCS.
Oh, I see. See, my answer yesterday was like the only way this doesn't totally become something that Cubs fans, complain about for years in the event that Kyle Tucker leaves is if they win the World Series. Like if you win the World Series, you don't care.
No, they traded Dylan Cease for Jose Quintana and got to the NLCS in 2017, and I'm okay with that.
So just making the NLCS would be enough?
I mean, that's what the Yankees did with Juan Soto, and Yankees fans seem to be okay.
They made the World Series.
Yeah, that's true.
And obviously,
the Cubs didn't make the playoffs last year. So like and Kyle Tucker's not resigning there. He's going to be a Philly. I'm pretty confident in that.
Really? Okay.
I actually think it's going to be more about the prospects they didn't trade that were technically ranked in front of Cam Smith in their organization. Matt Shaw, who's going to be their opening day third baseman. Owen Cassidy will be their opening day right fielder after Kyle Tucker leaves. If they're worse than Cam Smith, that's where it gets really tough. The fact that he's on the opening day roster, people are freaking out. Like they're not thrilled that they traded away a top prospect for Kyle Tucker
for a rental.
They don't think is going to come back because it's a cheap organization. They're not spending money. They thought they were going to get Alex Bregman. They spent no money after they got Tucker. So they made this like half measured all in move. So yeah, people are upset. People are very upset today. I'll be honest. I hate the trade.
Because I wonder like what it would take if you look at the collective war of Wisniewski, Cam Smith, and Isak Paredes this year versus the war of Kyle Tucker. With Cam Smith playing the whole year, it's likely going to be on the in favor of the Astros side. I mean, I don't know how it wouldn't be in that case, unless Kyle Tucker is the MVP and has like the best season of his career. So yeah, you obviously have a little bit of a disagreement. I would agree. Well, I'm just saying, as far as like for me, like if I was a Cubs fan and I know he's leaving, if they don't make the World Series, I'm pissed.
Yeah, I'm just kind of
to give up a prospect like Cam Smith.
Yeah, for sure. It's but like it'd be nice to see them back and go deep playoff. And yeah, Cubs fans are freaking out because no one thought that. You think about like when you trade away a prospect like Cam Smith, you think, yeah, this might bite us
in 3 years.
In 3 years.
Yeah,
we're gonna be at Minute Maid Park in 2.5 months or whatever it is, and there's gonna be a tribute video for Kyle Tucker, and then Cam Smith is gonna run out to right field after the video, and it's like it takes the pain away from Astros fans that were upset that Tucker got traded because you have this prospect, even if he doesn't come out, and even if he's Alex Bregman to start, if he's a disaster at the plate, like it's still like, well, he still was good enough to make the open day roster, and like that will excite people, and it should excite people. I think there's only one concern about this move from the Astros perspective is before they started the Altuve to left field stuff and before Cam Smith really became a thing, the idea was that, Dubon in left, Myers in center, and Chaz in right.
Which would have been the worst outfield I think I've ever seen.
Yes. Offensively, the worst outfield. Do you not potentially have the worst defensive outfield in all of baseball now with Cam Smith, who's played 5 games in right field?
It's a large unknown.
Jose Altuve in left field. That's my only concern. It's just,
I think Jake makes up obviously for some of that because he's got, he doesn't have a great arm either, but he does have exceptional range. And obviously half of your games are playing in a short porch that can mask some of Altuve's problems if he's playing in left. We'll see. We'll still see how much he plays in left. I know Joe Espada said it would be primarily left, but I think if you want to, again, to bring back our conversation from the last segment, I think your best offensive lineup includes or has to include Jose Altuve at second base, so you could get both DeZenzo and Cam Smith in the lineup at the same time. But yeah, I'm not super worried, I guess, about Cam Smith in the outfield. I mean, he's tall, he's young, he's athletic. I have no question about if he can move or not. And we'll see how his arm grades out. But he was a third baseman, and third basemen generally have strong arms. I mean, of every position in the infield, third base and shortstop, those guys generally have cannons or need to have a cannon. So I don't think he's going to be a Chas McCormick out there throwing, 4 hoppers to home plate. So I'm not extremely worried about it as far as the Cam Smith side. Jake Meyers, obviously a plus defensive player. Altuve worries me, but again, I think as we get into the season, that experiment is not going to be as many games per week as we thought it was initially.
Yeah, and I think that if it is looking like it's going to be the worst outfield in baseball defensively,
right,
with Cam and Jose out there, then what's the give and take? What gives? I think it's Altuve moves back to second base. Like Cam Smith will not be, if they're both struggling in the outfield. If only one can be out there, I think logically it makes more sense to have Cam Smith in right field versus Jose Altuve.
Yeah, because the other part of that is Cam Smith really wouldn't have anywhere to move. Like, he's not going to third base because with Paredes there, because Paredes needs to be. I mean, Paredes could play first, but obviously once Christian Walker's healthy, why would he be playing first?
Yeah,
and he doesn't really have much experience playing second base, so obviously he can't play short. So if Paredes is blocking him at third base, there'd be really nowhere for Cam Smith to move unless you were making a second move and having him in left field. But Cam Smith this season is going to be a corner outfielder, whether it's left or right. So I don't really think of that as an option.
Yeah, so I think that's to me is the only real downside. Like the bat, there'll be times where it's really tough, and there'll be, it's going to be a struggle. But then there's times where hopefully it's absolutely fantastic.
What does his rookie season have to look like to you for where you're okay with this move? Like that was something we brought up, and Jeremy and I were a little far apart, but because obviously if this, I think you agree with me in my assessment of this. Like if this fails spectacularly, I'm not going to bang the drum that it was too much too soon, because I think if Cam Smith is special, 1 month early doesn't really do anything or damage him all that much. But people will come for Dana Brown. Like the calls for Dana Brown's head, if he quote unquote in the minds of the fans ruins Cam Smith, and now he also ruins the trade for Kyle Tucker, because without Cam Smith being successful, people are not going to be happy with the return you got for Kyle Tucker. What does Cam Smith have to do this year, do you think, to avoid that conversation?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that conversation sucks.
It does.
He's got 6 years to be better than Kyle Tucker.
I know, but that's not that.
No, but
that's not how it works.
We started the segment from the Cubs' perspective.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what happens this year; it's what happens in 6 years as well. Like if Cam Smith is winning MVP in 4 years and helping the Astros win a third World Series title, a fourth World Series champion title, then it looks awful for the Cubs. I think he has to hit. God, I don't want to set the expectations too high. Give me like 250, 25 plus home runs is what I'd love to see.
25 feels like the George Springer. Now, George Springer did this in only like 70 something games, so it was pretty amazing. But he hit 20 bombs in 70 games. Like, I feel if Cam Smith gets to 20 with a respectable slash line, then I don't think there should be any conversation about too much too soon.
No, I don't think so. I mean, let's look at. I mean, okay. What if he hits 253, 22 home runs? Jeremy Pena. That's what Jeremy Pena did his rookie year. He struck out obviously 135 times. Doesn't seem like Cam Smith's going to strike out that much. But in 136 games, Jeremy Pena hit 253, hit an on base of 289, and hit 22 home runs. If Cam Smith replicates that, of course I think everyone's happy.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit worried about the on base because he profiles as a guy that walks quite a bit. So if his on base is below 3, I'm going to be like, hey, what's going on there? But if he hits 22 bombs or even surpasses Pena, I think everything past that's gravy.
Yeah, I think so too, and that's why I'm not. I don't think there's like a number on it, and I do think Astros fans will always still kind of think to themselves of, okay, it's not Chas. Like I think that's part of it. Now to tie the Cubs and the Astros together again, now it's different because Matt Shaw is going to be the open day third baseman for the Cubs. If he were to win National League Rookie of the Year, which I don't think he will, and is phenomenal, maybe that sours people's thoughts on the trade. If
you could have
had a different prospect.
I don't think that'll be the comparison though.
No, I don't think so.
And I don't think it's Chad.
I think it should be, but it's not.
This is very unfair because I also don't think it's Chaz. Because I think the healthy thing is because Chaz would have been the guy in right field. I think the healthy thing for us to say, or at least for this first season, is he better than Chaz? If he is, then we're fine with it because the Astros improved the position, got more production out of the position. But I think people are going to compare him to Kyle Tucker. That's going to be the direct comparison. That's obviously extremely unfair because before Kyle Tucker got hurt with his mysterious injury last year, he was a top 3 MVP candidate.
Yeah.
He was in the midst of having a career year when, the season before he was nearly 30-30. So it's not like he hadn't had other great seasons before that. And this season was on pace to surpass even those. So if Cam Smith isn't producing I think the season before Kyle Tucker had 29 home runs and like 30 something steals. I don't know if Cam Smith profiles as a base stealer, but if he's not producing 80% of Kyle Tucker by, let's say, year 3, I think people are going to start pointing at Kyle Tucker and said, you traded away Kyle Tucker and we got 80% or like 70% of Kyle Tucker. We got discount, great value Kyle Tucker. People are going to be mad.
Yes, but we all know
it's not fair. I don't think that's fair, but that's what's going to happen.
But also, like, we all know, like, I think Astros fans know at this point, like, Kyle Tucker was never going to be a Houston Astro after this season. He was never coming back. There was never going to be a deal put in place. It was going to be the same song and dance that we went through with Bregman, that we went through with Correa, that we're going to go through with Fromber.
You mean Astro for life, according to Dana Brown?
Well, they said that about Kyle Tucker.
I know. I think they said about Bregman, too.
They're going to offer Fromber, just like they would have offered Kyle Tucker, a deal that when we all hear it, we're going to go, seems
it's going to be
low.
A fake offer. They haven't even talked to him yet.
But, like, I don't think Tucker and Fromber are going to have the same issues that Bregman and Correa had in terms of finding a home in free agency. I mean, Kyle Tucker is going to be the best hitter to hit the market.
Kyle Tucker will be. I don't know if he'll go as quick as Juan Soto did, but he'll be gone before the year rolls over for sure.
And it feels like Fromber will go very quickly as well. I mean, if you look at a team, like there's all these teams. Like, I mean, they're going to go after big name pitchers. Like, I don't.
Yeah, who doesn't want a upper level left-handed starting pitcher?
Yeah,
I mean, Max Fried just got 200 plus.
Yeah, Jeremy Branham, when he's here today, also. We started a new Astros podcast called Inside the Icebox. It's up on YouTube. This week's episode came out on Monday. Normally, it's going to come up on Thursday afternoons, and then we're actually going to also air it as a radio show from 6 to 7 after the Killer Bee starting next week. We talked about Fromber and like what his market value is going to be, and we kind of came at like 30 million based on what Max Fried and these other guys have gotten. Is somewhere between 25 and 35 million.
How many years do you think?
That's why I think it depends on. That's where the number fluctuates.
Yeah,
I think if he goes a 3-year deal, he can get 35 a year.
Yeah, because I was initially thinking his value would be somewhere in the ballpark of like 5 years, 125 to 150, which the Astros will never pay.
Never.
Which
I mean, they haven't even talked to him.
It takes the conversation to a completely different direction. We don't have to go down, but it still begs the question: if you're willing to trade Kyle Tucker because you knew you could never retain him, why didn't you do the same thing with Fromber? Because he's going to walk out the door for what, 1 comp pick?
I've said that.
I mean, you got back Cam freaking Smith for 1, and you're going to get a single comp pick for the other?
All right. Well, I'll spoil a theory that Jeremy had on the podcast that we'll discuss. We'll answer a couple texts as well as we continue talking about Cam Smith making the opening day roster. He will be the opening day right fielder tomorrow when the Houston Astros take on Juan Soto and the New York Mets. It is the Killer Bees here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Joe George and BMAC here on the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Blankers will return tomorrow as the entire station hits the road. We'll be broadcasting live from East River 9 tomorrow from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So if you're going to opening day, make sure you stop on by, get a beer, get some food, or maybe get some golfing even before you see the debut of Cam Smith. Jeremy Brandon will be here at some point. Theory flying around. He's still in the air on his way to Indianapolis. It's also just a terrible city. So
yeah, I mean, you obviously have more experience with that part of the country than I do, but it seems like a very boring city.
Yeah,
unless you're hanging out with Pat McAfee.
I went there 3 times in college. Our fraternity headquarters were in Indy, so they would have us drive out for these like summits. Let me tell you, not fun. Also, I wasn't old enough to drink yet, so like, maybe
yeah, that would be really the only way to make that a passable time would be to throw a few back.
And I was poor, so it's not like I could go to like the St. Elmo Steakhouse and try like this shrimp cocktail that everyone talks about.
See, I don't know how a shrimp cocktail got famous. Like, I like shrimp
because it's hot.
Okay, cool. I mean, I could get spicy food lots of places. I live in Texas.
I know.
The selling point is that it's hot.
I
like shrimp, but I mean, I'm not driving out of my way for a shrimp cocktail. I'd rather have fried shrimp than a shrimp cocktail.
I think, I don't know, man. I just think there's something about.
I don't get the selling point.
I just think it's like, because you think spicy, like I know, like that's what it's always spicy, right?
Have you had it?
No, that's what people always say.
Because I was wondering if it's
like a lot of horseradish.
Well, I was going to say no offense. I wonder if it's Midwest spicy.
I think it's white people spicy.
Okay,
who goes there?
Okay, same thing.
NFL media,
tomato.
Yeah, like NFL media. Yeah, it's Midwest spicy. I'm guessing.
Like I don't know if Houstonians, Texans are used to eating things a lot spicier.
Yeah,
would go there and think that's very spicy.
Yeah, I think maybe if we're ever forced to go there, we can try it. But
yeah, I guess.
I have very little interest in going to Indianapolis again in my life.
Not unless I'm being paid to.
All right, couple things here. From the 2-0, has Rodgers done enough to start at second base? I guess. I feel like he's been fine in spring training.
Yeah, see, I've pushed back on the notion because people will sometimes look at his numbers and rightfully so, like, and then compare it to Mauricio Dubon, who's been a below average offensive player his entire career. You're smirking over there. What's going on?
Just a comment on the Twitch.
Oh, well, okay. Well, there you go. I think I have a drop for that somewhere. I'll
they
hear it
actually
later.
made me laugh for once.
Okay. Oh, they made you laugh. I will refrain from the drop then. Well, people will look at Brendan Rodgers and assume that he's an offensive upgrade to Dubon, and maybe he is just because Dubon set the bar so low. But when you look at Rodgers' splits,
they're so bad.
Yeah, like Brendan Rodgers outside of Coors Field in Denver is a terrible offensive player. So Dubon is a below average player at the plate, but he is a plus defensive player, as evidenced by his Gold Glove a couple years ago. And I don't think Rodgers coming here and hitting outside of Coors Field is by any means a guarantee. So I would need to see Rodgers actually hit as a platoon, part-time, whatever player before I'd be making that switch.
Yeah, and he did win a Gold Glove.
So did Dubon. So
2 years
whatever.
ago, 2-3 years ago, whatever it was for Rodgers. I mean, it's fine. Like, I'm not sold either way on who needs to be the open day second baseman.
I don't think it really matters.
Yeah,
because whether it's Dubon or whether it's Rodgers at second base, I think outside of Coors Field, you're talking about a negative offensive player, someone who's below average OPS plus.
409 Josh, is there a possibility that the locker room continuity
continuity?
Yep.
There you go.
Yep. There. Thanks, B-Mac. Hey, look, it's been a while since I've done a radio show. Okay, is an issue this.
What does that have to
season.
do with speaking?
I don't know. There are more
Same
new
words.
everyday players than normal. Some of the outfielders may be unhappy with Jose and Cam in the outfield. Not too worried about like the locker room vibes. I think that winning cures everything.
Yeah, whose feelings are we worried about? Like Ben Gamble? I mean,
well, he's not on the team anymore.
I know that's what.
Yeah,
That's
Chaz.
what,
it's just Chaz.
yeah, like okay.
Like Dubon knows his role.
Sound like The Rock there. Buy him some banana pudding. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'm not worried about the opinions of guy 25 on a 26-man roster.
Yeah.
Like,
so,
sorry.
No, I'm not worried about it. And because I think that this team still has aspirations to go back to the World Series, to obviously not go out in 2 games in the playoffs like they did last year. And all of that stuff, just winning cures any potential issues that would happen in the locker room. Now, if they struggle, there's always room for that. But even then, like the Astros locker room clubhouse, I know it's going to upset people. The Astros clubhouse has gone through so much turnover, turmoil since 2017. Like whether it's the weird Astros PR guy that was getting in trouble with the way he was.
Continuity.
Oh,
Y'all
look
both
who's
said
here.
it wrong. Y'all both said it wrong.
Hey, show starts at 3:00.
Brian corrected you and said what? I don't even know what he said, but he didn't say continuity.
Yes, I did.
He
I said
corrected
continuity.
You. I don't think you did.
I don't think you did either.
I don't
Really?
think he said continuity. No, I'm pretty confident he did not.
I will go find. I'll go. Hey, you guys
Check the
talk. I'll go
tape.
find the tape.
I turn on the Comrex unit, and I hear you guys butchering the English language, and I have to go all MLA Paul on you guys.
How's Indianapolis, Jeremy?
I just got here.
It's a lovely
Kind of
place.
grumpy, though. I'll tell you that.
Why? Why are you grumpy?
Because I heard you guys butcher continuity.
Oh, you'll be fine.
What are you guys talking about?
Cam Smith.
Yeah, what about him?
If the clubhouse would be upset with all the new faces with Altuve and Cam Smith out there, we got a question from a texter about that. We're just talking about being excited for opening day. I know the news broke right away at the start of the show. Do you feel differently today now that you've had 24 hours to, think about Cam Smith as the opening day right fielder for the Astros?
You know what? I like it. I mean, it's gonna be fun. I think we do need to temper our expectations on it. I was looking at a projection. The Athletic had projections for every single Astro in the lineup or whatever. 246 average, 15 homers, 60 RBIs. That's fine. He's a rookie that's had 5 games above high A ball. That would be acceptable to me. If you want to hit 246 with 15 homers and 60 RBIs, okay, that's fine. I think that's fine.
Not to be ironic with some of the things that have occurred on social media and the station, I used Jeremy Pena's rookie year as the baseline. 253 with 22 home runs.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because I made Lance mad at me. I was wondering too. I couldn't go to sleep last night as I laid, head to pillow. I was like, why was Lance so mad at me for something I didn't even say? And I was like, what could it be? And then I was like, well, I did call him the 3rd best draft guy in the NFL.
Oh.
I said Daniel Jeremiah was number 2. I said Matt Miller was number 1. That was only because Matt Miller came on our show.
Yeah.
So maybe it was that he's kind of tilted at me. I did kind of bash his Jose Altuve and left field take. So maybe he caught wind of that. Maybe he didn't love that I did that. Yeah, I guess I don't know why he's mad. He was mad at me, but he was mad at me for something that he created.
It was just
I
in the
never even
morning.
said that.
It's an early morning. He said he hadn't had his coffee yet. We all know what it's like to be up that early and no coffee yet. And just gotta get the day
I haven't
going.
had any coffee yet. Brian said he was talking about me again this morning. I hadn't heard it. What was he saying, Brian? Anything I should know about?
Brian just left.
Brian left. We have to go to break at 42, and he's gone.
He's back.
When do you ever go to break at 42? I wasn't worried. I wasn't worried about you going to break.
That's a great counterpoint.
I don't remember how it came back up on the show, but the basic gist of it was Lance was trying to say that he got Branhamed. They invented a new term, falling for clickbait or engagement farming, which Lance continually accused you of again this morning, is now being referred to as getting Branhamed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm unapologetic that I do in farm engagement. I harvest it, I reap what I sow, I get it all. I am unapologetic about that. That was actually not my intent of that tweet, though. My intent of that tweet was, here's the Jose Altuve second baseman that cries wolf. And then, you know what it would be like if Jose Altuve called every Astro prospect a superstar? It would be like if Lance called every single offensive lineman in the draft a future superstar. And he would be right on some of them, but we wouldn't be able to take his word. He wouldn't have any credibility because he calls them all stars. It's kind of what Jose Altuve is doing. I'm not saying he's being wrong. I'm not saying he's not even mean, he's a nice guy. I get all of it.
Being a good teammate.
Yeah, sure. But us as the observers, if you call everybody that is making their major league debut a future superstar, well, you're the boy who cries wolf.
Well,
Like there might be a wolf there every now and then, but probably there won't be because you do it all the time. How am I supposed to know?
Cam Smith has now officially gone from a plus 1,200 sixth best odds to win Rookie of the Year. He's now moved up to plus 450, the favorite. It has changed even in the last hour. He's now
Really?
favorite for Rookie
He's
of the
the
Year.
favorite?
He's now the favorite.
That's got to be line movement. That's got to be like the market moving on it.
Well, the top two are him and the kid who's going to play second base for Boston.
Yeah, Christian Campbell.
Yeah, those are the top two for the American League.
I mean, he's got a fighter's chance, but I bet you that's more about, this guy's making, he's going to be up with the club for opening day. Like I should probably put a little bit of, coin on that. I bet you it's the market adjusting itself. Although, I mean, he's probably top three. He's probably top three. I told you I was grumpy. I told you I'm not in a good mood. We got Callis, in 30 minutes?
Mhm.
Callis coming up in 30 minutes. You guys already talked Rockets?
No.
No, we're
Y'all
saving
haven't
that for
talked
you.
Rockets yet?
We're saving it for you.
Okay.
No,
Well, we'll do that later. I
want
don't
to
feel
talk
like talking about the
Astros.
Rockets
We host
yet.
an Astros podcast now, so I figured, let's talk Astros.
What's that thing called again?
Inside the Icebox.
Inside the Icebox. I always forget.
Way to sell it there.
Good teammate.
I mean, the
over here.
content's great. The title is just, it's forgetful. I'm just kidding.
Sounds
It's
like
You
you
wanted
guys
to call
need
it like
change
another
one
Astros
episode in.
podcast.
What is another Astros podcast? That's
Yes.
factual. There's other things I wanted to call it that you ex-nayed.
That's true.
What were they? Let's lay them out.
Lay them out, Joe.
I gotta find it.
I don't think that Joe's able to lay them out. Actually, they weren't. I don't want to say that word.
Yeah,
That
they're
might
not.
be
They were
canceled.
not.
They weren't
typical.
PG.
Yeah, they're not typical things you expect from Brandon.
Blue Branham was
Yeah.
dropping bombs.
Yeah, not
Okay.
what I expected when I got the.
Blue Branham. What does that even mean?
You never heard the using curse words or whatever is refer. This is kind of an old timey thing, but blue language is cursing.
Dinosaur right now.
Never heard of that.
It was
That's fair.
it was Junction Jack, and then there's another word after it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A word for donkey?
No.
713-780 ESPN. We have
Wow.
a busy show planned for you today. The voice of the Astros, Todd Callis, will be joining us at 4:15. I have to adjust here because I'm in Eastern time zone. So it's 4:46 here, but it's 3:46 there. So I kind of have to be careful how I do all of this. So Callis in 30 minutes, right? Yeah. Callis in 30 minutes. All right. 713-780 ESPN. I'm going to go rogue here, and I'm going to go Buzzkill Branham next. I told you I'm not in a good mood. So Buzzkill Branham, I spoiled the wheel a bit. You're getting Buzzkill Branham today. We'll discuss it next. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
It's time for Buzzkill Branham.
Yeah, I know. We know that. Buzzkill Branham. I said that going to break. A couple of texts real quick. Oh, wow. Lance is going to get on you tomorrow. Laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji. Uh-oh. Texture. Who had Altuve been wrong on, though? That's the real question. Jeremy Pena is not a superstar. That's who he was wrong on. He was wrong on Jeremy Pena. That's the answer. And then you could also throw in he said Alex Bregman was going to be here this year.
That's not his fault.
How'd that work out?
That's not his fault.
Sure, but I have conviction that he's going to be back. How did his conviction work out for him?
Well, that Dana Brown
he was
said
wrong.
It first.
His prediction was wrong.
I mean, Dana Brown said.
I hope Cam
Bregman,
Smith is
Tucker.
the first time that Altuve's right.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Yeah,
Well,
he's been wrong.
Do you know
more
what
than
he
he's
said
been
about
right.
Jordan Alvarez?
He said that he's one of the best hitters in baseball, but he said that after he'd already been playing for a while. Yeah, I think he might have said that Springer's going to be real good, so he hit there. But Altuve's been wrong. So, stop crying wolf. Who peed in your Cheerios, Branham? I don't eat cereal, dude. Cereal's for children.
I heard during the break you might eat a lot, though.
I might what?
Yeah, you're eating a lot these days.
What do you mean?
I heard you broke a chair.
Porky,
Sat down.
hog,
No,
fat
the
ass,
chair's
double
weird.
wide,
It's not
butterball.
broken because it doesn't, it's fine. But it has, you know how you can lean back in a chair?
Yeah.
This one you can lean forward.
Like
that.
You see him almost fall off his chair just now?
Yeah.
I didn't almost fall. I completely
he's
fell.
having to get up and readjust.
The chair's jacked up.
He looked like somebody on the front of a roller coaster putting his hands up because he's about to go down the decline. And then he fell out the chair.
I do whatever for this show. I almost busted my chin on this desk.
Yeah, I could tell.
It could have been bad. I'm not the
You might have
athlete
been
I
doing
used
the
to be.
game with the scar on your chin.
It just happened for everyone watching on YouTube and Twitch. That Will
Yeah, you'll have to put that on.
We'll start calling Jeremy Scarface because he
Y'all
took
need to blast that
one
on
on the
social.
chin in Indianapolis.
Why is the Price is Right theme playing on a segment called Will of Bits? Do we really have to explain that? The will?
Well, why are we playing the Wheel of Fortune theme? I think would be the retort.
I didn't like the Wheel of Fortune theme. I think when we
Pena's 27, a World Series MVP, missed me with slander. Branham. Okay, 4576. Do you think Jeremy Pena is a superstar? Because anybody who thinks Jeremy Pena is a superstar doesn't know ball. You don't know ball. If you're putting Jeremy Pena in the status of superstar, then you don't know ball. You've lost all credibility. I don't take your opinion seriously. Yes, he's a World Series MVP. No, he is not a superstar. Yes, he was critical to the Astros winning the World Series in his rookie year. No, he is not a superstar. Yes, he has a great physique. No, he is not a superstar. Yes, he likes taquerías, has great taste in his food. No, he is not a superstar. Yes, Jeremy Branham loves Jeremy Pena. No, he is not a superstar. And by the way, 27 is like your prime age in baseball. 27 is not young in baseball. Once you're on the wrong side of 30, you're trending down. You take the aggregate of Major League Baseball history, the average prime in a player's career is between the ages of 26 and 29. So 27 is not a feather in the cap for Jeremy Pena as a superstar or young.
I definitely agree he's not a superstar. I just there's two levels to this. Like you said, he World Series MVP, ALCS MVP. He's a great defender. He can be good with the bat, but he's not a superstar. He's not a star. He's
not even close.
He's never made an All-Star game.
Yeah, I don't really love using All-Stars
No,
as barometers of credibility because they put an aging Miguel Cabrera and Howard Pujols into an All-Star game because they wanted to get send them out right.
Yes.
So that disqualifies that as a credibility.
He's a good player. He's just not a superstar. So that's why it's where Altuve's wrong. Yes. Do I think that you're taking it maybe too literally? Also, yes.
I don't think I'm taking it literally. I'm saying that Jose Altuve likes to call young players superstars.
Yeah, he does.
I'm not taking it seriously. I'm showing the levity of it. I'm taking it lightly. I'm taking his word lightly. It's everybody else who's taking it seriously, and I am telling those people you probably shouldn't, because Jose Altuve has said this in the past about guys who have not been superstars. It's not me taking it seriously. It's me taking it lightly.
How's your Twitter mentions been since you posted that?
The Twitter mentions weren't bad.
Okay.
Like the Twitter, I mean, I think I got like 150,000 engagements, so like that's my hand patting my back.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
I might be able to afford a $5 biggie bag this month with my my engagement farming funds that Elon pays me. But no, I'm not taking it seriously. I'm saying that we shouldn't take what Jose Altuve has to say seriously, and he might be right. I'm not saying that Cam Smith's bad.
You went on Jason Brown's show, the coach from Last Chance U?
I did, yeah.
Nice. How's that?
Well, that's what happens whenever you're a social media star and an influencer. You get invited to guys who flamed out on Netflix.
Oh, well, this tweet says you went on because you talked Houston Cougar basketball. So
yeah, I did. He was talking to me about the Cougs. Yep. Let's reassess in a year or two. Jury can still be out. Yeah, the jury can still be out. Like, if Pena has an MVP season this year, I will be like, I'm an idiot. Who is this loser that was saying Pena wasn't a superstar? Although right now, Jeremy Pena is not a superstar. Can he evolve into one? It's potential. Like, it could happen. He currently today is not a superstar. That is non-negotiable, not up for argument, not up for debate. That is a fact, not opinion. Right now, today, he is not a superstar. Could he become one? Sure. I guess he could become one. And I do like his potential. Like, he has power. He has good defense at times. He has speed. I think he can become a really good player. But usually you don't take leaps and bounds at the age of 27 unless you're juicing. Like, usually you are the player who you are by your late 20s. That isn't always the case, but mostly the case. So if Pena has an MVP type of year, okay, well, then in 8 months, he is a superstar. But he currently today is not one.
I also don't think that's what our expectations or want for Jeremy Pena should necessarily be. I mean, I would like to see his on-base percentage go back up to above, his career high is 324. I'd like to see that go up. I'd like to see the batting average tick up a little bit. And I'd like to see the home runs get back to at least 20 plus. He's hit 25 home runs the last 2 years. He had 22 his rookie year. So he's gone backwards in a lot of categories as well. So I think there's still a lot of room to grow. And I do think he's, to me, one of the players that the season kind of hinges on in terms of how far this team can go. I feel like he does have to take a step forward in a major way for this team to take a major run to the World Series this year.
It would help. It would help. I don't know if it's a necessity. I do think he has to be better, but major leap, I think he could take a small, I'm arguing semantics here and I hate to do it, but sports are one on the margin. So I like to argue the margin. I think that they could be just fine if he's just a little bit better.
I think I think Yainer, Pena, one of the two needs to take a pretty large leap this year.
Or what if those two guys and you throw in Jake Myers take little leaps?
That'd be fine.
See, I think you can do it in the aggregate. I don't think it has to be one guy, but if it's not one guy, then it needs to be at least two, maybe all three taking small leaps. So I do think that it's possible in the aggregate. I do think that a leap needs to be taken, whether it's one giant leap for mankind by one of those players or it's small leaps by three of them. And you might even throw Cam Smith and his, being better than Chas McCormick is a small leap too. But I do think that there needs to be a leap taken specifically on the offensive side. All right, the HRP listener line, the Hive wants to get in on this Jeremy Pena discussion. We're off the rails. Todd Callis will be joining us in 17 minutes. I'll ask Todd if he thinks Jeremy Pena is a superstar. Let's see if I can get in trouble the first time that Todd Callis is appearing on the show. 713-780-ESPN. Do you think Jeremy Pena, who has a physique like mine, is a superstar? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-ESPN. Is Pena a superstar? Katie, before I got here, no Blank, no Branham. What will the two grumpy old men in the morning complain about tomorrow morning? Dang, shots fired, Katie. I didn't say it. I just repeated it, and I'm happy he said it. 713-780-ESPN. Is Jeremy Pena a superstar? Lamont on Twitter. Pena is not even a star. In the city of Houston, you have to at least have a nickname that Houston has given you to be a superstar or star. That's an interesting barometer, but yeah, Pena doesn't have one. I guess, doesn't McTaggart call him something like the storm is coming? Does he call him? I think he does. I think he calls it like when he hits a home run or something. I think McTaggart might have something for him.
Paul sings 713.
What's that?
Paul sings about Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, he did that with me first, though. Like, so Paul lost credibility with the song because he once did it with me, and then when a better Jeremy came along, he just switched over to that Jeremy. Paul's kind of acting like Altuve a little bit.
Oh, he's a front
713-780. No, he just kind of does it with everybody.
No, Baseball Reference does have a nickname listed for Jeremy Pena. Do you guys have any guesses what it is?
No.
Is it in Spanish?
It is.
I think it's isn't it like La Tormenta?
You're exactly right.
I think that's what McTaggart says when he hits a home run.
Okay.
I think he tweets La Tormenta or the storm is coming, which I think it means that's that in Spanish. Yeah. So let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up, Israel?
What up, man? Now, come on, bro. If you are the World Series MVP, if you are the ALS the MVP, that's the pinnacle. What more should you want? That means that he comes through in the clutch. I don't care if through the season you did whatever. He batted .330, but a guy in the regular season can't come through in the clutch. He's a star. And
I hear you.
A star. And who else did what he did?
Israel, can I ask you a question real quick? Can I ask you a question real quick? Do you think Steve Pearce is a superstar?
We talking about Pena. I think Pena is one.
Oh, I thought we were
talking
talking about World Series MVPs.
Well, I'm talking about, I don't even know the guy you're talking about. I'm talking about.
That's my point. Do you think David Freese? Do you think David Freese is a superstar?
I only have a
so no. So it sounds like no. You don't think he's a superstar. Do you think Ben Zobrist? Do you think Ben Zobrist is a superstar?
Well, Pena is a star, bro. He came through. He got the tip.
Is Mike Lowell a superstar?
And when you can do that, he's going to be cemented in
David Eckstein
history forever. All right,
Scott Brocious.
That's why I think they're two different
Borders.
They're two different things.
Jose Rijo.
Like, would you like?
Jeremy's definitely reading off of
Daryl
Wikipedia right
Porter.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Steve Yeager.
Yeah, I can see him reading.
It's a great
Gene
accomplishment,
Tinnis.
but it doesn't mean you're a superstar.
No. I think Jeremy
Ralph
made his
Terry,
point when,
Larry Sherry, Lou Burdett, Johnny Podres.
Whenever Jeremy said the first name, I don't even remember who it was, and Israel responded with, I don't know who that is. Well, that's kind of the point. Those guys are World Series MVPs, and we don't know who they are.
You can win, and I get your point, Israel, and I think it's a good point, and I think it's the best point if you're arguing the side of Jeremy Pena being a superstar. So I do respect that. Like if I were arguing that Pena is a superstar, I would lead with that too. So I do think that is the best case if you're making it for Jeremy Pena being a star. So I totally understand where you're coming from. It's just a difference of opinion. I don't think that the barometer of being a superstar is winning your sports championship MVP. And I get the clutch factor, and that you're right. You have to be clutch in order to win that, and you lift your team to probably a championship. But is that your 15 minutes of fame? Did you get hot for a week and a half? Does that equate being a superstar? I think it's pretty obvious that it's a hard no on that.
Yeah, and I think you also look at just dollars. If you think about superstars, I mean, you wouldn't pay him more than anywhere close to what the Phillies are paying Trey Turner, or what the Royals are paying Bobby Witt. I mean, are you paying him $26 million? That's what Dansby Swanson got.
Well, and it's not it's not even just performance, though. To me, the connotation or the meaning behind superstar also implies box office. Someone who's bringing in, viewers on TV. Someone who's putting butts in seats inside the stadium. So, I mean, is anyone tuning in on a Tuesday night because of Jeremy Pena?
Well, the ladies are.
Like if they're putting up the graphic,
that's not true.
if Apple TV's putting up the graphic for the game on Friday, I mean, is Jeremy Pena on the graphic? No, it's going to be Jordan. It's going to be, Fromber, Jose Altuve. It's going to be those guys. He's not a superstar.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. And it's probably why this conversation's like a fun one, and you're gonna get a lot of different opinions, is because like the tier that we're saying, superstar, is really relative. Like how people view a superstar is different for everybody. Like you in box office, I think it's a level of production, maybe some star attached to that as well. So like you throw out this relative term that can really change based on who you're talking to, and then you have a guy who has had a high level of success in a marquee moment, then it's like, okay, well, yeah, for me, I think he's a superstar, where others, and probably the overwhelming opinion of this, that he's not. Texter, Pena's a star here in Houston, but if he went to Seattle, no one would know who he is. See, does that qualify superstar though?
No,
that
I think
you're
it's
a local name.
He's a likable player.
Yeah.
Because superstar and star, what's your list right now? Altuve, Alvarez,
That might be it. I mean, Fromber is kind of borderline because he doesn't have the
I don't know if
cachet.
Fromber's a superstar.
Hunter Brown?
No, he's not a superstar.
Yet.
Josh Hader?
Not yet.
No.
Fromber, meh.
Oh, yeah,
like
Josh
if you want to like qualify by position, then Hader might be. Fromber doesn't have the sizzle, quite frankly. Like, yeah, we know here and he has like a little bit of swagger, but nationally he's kind of a boring name. There's not a whole lot of baseball superstars. Part of it's because baseball does a terrible job of marketing its players.
It's a regional
Texture,
sport in a lot of ways.
It 100% is. If your only other claim to fame is Taqueria Hernandez, you're not a star. Oh, that's from Ocho. That's not true. If your only claim to fame is Taqueria Hernandez, you're a hero, quite frankly. Ask Punk Paul, is he a star? I wonder if he's talking about Gallant. In his young age, he's already an Astros legend, not a star. That might be the best way to put it. And that's kind of like backs up Israel's point. Like to me, Israel, and again, they were good points. I think Israel's more arguing Astros lore than superstar per se. Because I would agree he is an Astros legend. You win the World Series MVP, you're a legend. You live in Astro lore, but I can put you in superstar range.
I don't know, man. I know he won the trophy.
It's definitely in lore.
He won the trophy, but like when you
Bucky
think
Dent is in lore for one critical. Chris Burke's in Astro lore. He had a walk-off homer in the 18th and was a bust as a first rounder.
I know,
Pena 100% lives in Astro lore.
I know he's got a trophy, man, but like if you go top moments of the World Series, he ain't top two. I mean, it's Javier and the no-hitter, and it's Jordan.
It's and Chaz.
Like, it's Chaz. Like,
But he had a big series.
I know
he had
did,
a big series,
like,
and he had a big playoff. He didn't like you have to go beyond just the World Series.
But
Now I'm arguing for Pena.
I mean, his biggest singular moment was in the DS.
Yeah, but like you think about moments, like people think about Jordan Alvarez and Chaz McCormick and the no-hitter. Like, yes, he
If
won.
you don't think he lives in Astros lore,
I think people
I'm taking crazy
people
pills.
will remember the Jordan Alvarez home run for the rest of their lives.
But they
And the
will
Chaz
remember that
McCormick
Jeremy
catch.
Pena was the World Series MVP for the rest of their lives. They'll remember he was the ALCS MVP
But if you ask
for the
like-
rest of their lives.
like, why
They'll
did he
remember
win
the
it?
18th inning home run against Seattle for the
Yes.
rest of their lives. Jeremy Pena 100% lives in Astro lore, but he's not a superstar.
Yeah, but like even then, like it's like
We're
what did he?
so splitting hairs.
Yeah, we are.
I have to stop short of superstar.
I've missed this Jeremy.
The
Splitting
texture,
hairs.
the bench equals superstars. The killer bees equal not superstars. Yeah, what's your point? They're Hall of Famers. We're just cutting our teeth. Texture, superstars are Altuve and Jordan. Fromber, Hader, and Yiner are stars. That's probably fair. Like Yiner might not even be in star, category yet. Maybe he's a year away. Texter, Pena is mid AF. He's a home star only. Pena is not a superstar. If Pena is a superstar, then John and Lance are Hall of Famers. Wait, don't be mean to John and Lance. We're not going to read texts that are mean to John and Lance on the air. 713-780-3776. You got Branham, bunch of guys with backwards hat busting and point and laugh. It sounds like we should do this, like as a social media bit. Like instead of being punked, you get Branhamed.
When you engage,
like, this is gold.
When you engage, you engage farm and I can't even say it, farm engagement. There we go. I reversed it. Jesus. But when you farm engagement and get fan bases like you had Seattle all up in your mentions a couple years ago, that could become a segment, maybe a will of bits.
Yeah, I think
people
it should
taking
be
you the wrong way.
I think it should be a video bit.
Okay.
I think it would.
that too.
Yeah, take advantage of your influencers when you got them. He's not a star. Stars don't bat seventh in their lineups. To be fair, he hit second in that playoff. But, yeah, I get your point. Probably 5 true superstars in the league. Yeah, baseball's bad about that. I do admit that. If Pena never won the World Series MVP, he'd be another Adam Everett. It's not terrible comp. He probably more power than Everett. Everett was a better defender. But, yeah, same tier, probably. No question, not even a star. He's a solid player. Pena's like Nick Foles, Super Bowl MVP. That's an interesting comp. Like, you got hot one postseason, but, I mean, Pena's like an everyday starter, whereas Foles was not.
I know. It's like it's almost like that's more like Zobrist. I'm thinking of the names you mentioned, like someone that did it later in their career. Because, like, Nick Foles didn't really accomplish anything in his career. He had, like, one good year in Philly with Chip Kelly that first year, and then he won the Super Bowl, yes. But, like, he was pretty terrible the rest of his life.
Let's bang out these texts real quick. Cam Smith will have a better season than Pena in 25. You're the World Series MVP. You're a star. It doesn't get any better than that. Can't say not even close to a superstar. World Series MVP, ALCS MVP, and still in his 20s. What's close to a superstar than if Pena isn't close? Because it's been very mediocre in the regular season. Astros are willing to move on from the old guard because he should be entering his prime. I don't think they moved on to the old guard because they have Jeremy Pena on their team. Key from LA, I bet the texter thinks Flacco's a superstar. I don't know if Pena's top 50% shortstop in the league. I'm not too sure the Astros have a superstar on this team right now. Jordan for sure. Altuve, maybe he's hanging on to his stardom. Hashtag Pena is barely average. If Pena turns into a superstar this year, will you retract? Yeah, I will. Absolutely. He's currently not a star. Could he become a star if he wins the MVP in the regular season this year? Yeah. And I would say that he turned into a star. Can you be a star being fifth in the air? We can't get to all these texts. Sorry. Todd Callis on the other side, voice of the Houston Astros, joins us next. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter 1317. The answer to your question is yes. 1317, yes. Let's go out to the HRP guest line, being joined by the TV voice of the Astros, Todd Callis. Today's interview with TK brought to you by Pipe Fitters, Local 211. They do it right. Todd, how was the off-season, spring training? How did you enjoy your time off before you had to go down to West Palm Beach? Things well?
Everything's good. At this time of year, kind of you wait, and then it jumps on you in a hurry. And here we are, ready to go in less than 24 hours. So, yeah, good off season. Did some traveling. Spent some good quality time here in H-Town. Got out of the links a few times. So I'm ready to go. Ready to be busy for the next 7 or 8 months.
When in the offseason did you think Cam Smith would be in right field?
That's a good question. I want to ask Dana Brown that question tomorrow on our broadcast, when he thought he was going to make the team. I mean, when he started out the spring and he walked his first 2 times on his 22nd birthday, showing me like he's not trying to do too much. He's not trying to over impress a new team or a new staff here. He just was within himself that first game. So he walks 2 times, and the next game he gets in like the 6th inning and hits 2 home runs. I'm like, all right, this could be somebody special. Even at that point, you're like, it's still going to be a long shot. And it wasn't until he started playing right field and playing right field well that I thought, all right, this is a real possibility now. He didn't really have a place to play on the infield. It didn't appear they weren't going to move Isaac Paredes up to third. So it looked like right field was his only option. So once he started playing right field well, then I'm like, this could really happen. And good for the kid. I mean, he did everything right this spring. In addition to being a great talent, he's a great kid. He's a great person. I can't wait to see how things go for him beginning tomorrow.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. The Astros are not in a spot where they had to be desperate to get Cam Smith up, and Dana Brown and his staff and Joe Espada, they wouldn't call him up if they didn't think he could handle it. I absolutely 100% believe that. But what are the concerns of calling up a player who has 5 games, 20 plate appearances above high A ball?
So Dana Brown always pushes his guys. He's always been known to be an aggressive GM, or before that, even when he was director of player ops, director of the minor leagues, he's always pushed guys beyond their comfort zone. He just wants to challenge what he thinks are the best talents to see what they can do. He was telling us a story in spring training about how when he was early in his career, he was in Toronto and Alex Anthopoulos was the GM, and he told Anthopoulos he wants Miguel Castro and Roberto Osuna on the team. He's like, you got to put them on the team, and they've got to be your 8th and 9th inning guys. And Anthopoulos wasn't sure because they were both 20 years old at the time. Sure enough, those guys were on the team and were doing well at the back end of the Blue Jays bullpen that year. And so he's always pushed guys. There's never really, to me, even if, and I don't anticipate this happening, but even if Cam Smith goes out and for 6 weeks hits 150 and has an OPS around 400 and gets sent down, it's still not the end of the world. And I'm not projecting that, believe me. I'm just saying we saw it with Tucker in 2018, I guess was the first year he came up, and then he wasn't up again. He went down twice in 18, and he wasn't up again until late in 19. And Kyle Tucker, his life and his baseball career has turned out pretty well. So to me, there's really no downside. If you're a really good talent and you have a really good head on your shoulders, which I think Cam does, then even if he is met with failure at the beginning of his career, he's still going to be okay. But I don't anticipate that happening.
Todd, as surprising as it is that obviously Cam Smith is in right field, I still feel a sense of shock that we're going to see a lot of Jose Altuve in left field this season. What's it been like watching that transition in the spring for you?
It's been a mixed bag. I'll be honest. There's been some really good and some not so good. And I think Altuve had a lot of chances to try and test a lot of different areas in left field in spring training. So what I saw, which was really good, was him going back on balls, on fly balls, and it didn't look like he was afraid of the wall, and he was going into the left center field gap with great speed. But think about Altuve. Even though he's 34 years old, he still runs 30-plus feet per second, which is elite in the major league. So his speed is fine, and he's going to be able to track down fly balls. The balls that gave him trouble, it seemed, were the balls that were slicing from left-handed hitters towards the line, kind of towards his backhand. And then we really didn't get to see him test that arm in the outfield. That'll be something that has to play during the course of the season as well. But he seems to really, really like it. Like Altuve's not just out there like, all right, now I have to play left field to help the team out. He really, really enjoys being a left fielder now, to the point where we're going to see him at second base a little bit, but I don't think we're going to see him much there. I think the majority, probably 3/4 to 80% of the time, he's going to be a left fielder.
I was going to ask you that, so I'm glad that you answered it. So about 75% of the time in left. I wonder if the way that the other offensive players are performing could factor into that decision. Like if DeCinzo's knocking the cover off the baseball in his few spot starts, and whoever's playing second base, isn't carrying their weight offensively. Do you think that could factor into where Altuve's playing, like in July or August?
Oh, no doubt. I don't think there's anything set in stone right now, but I think right now the plan is it could be more than 75%. I'm just using that as a possibility. I think it could be as much as 90% or 95%, but I think it's going to be at least 75% in left. But you're right. If Brendan Rodgers and Mauricio Dubon are not hitting or not, stepping up their game defensively at second base, Altuve's numbers are what they are defensively, and we have watched it over the last few years. It's an upgrade on the infield when you have Dubon at second base or Brendan Rodgers at second base. And when you have Robert Valdez and Hunter Brown as your two key pitchers in your rotation, they're going to get a lot of ground balls. And so you need to have a stellar infield defense. You've got a huge upgrade at first base, and Rodgers or Dubon is going to be an upgrade at second base. So I really see this being the formula for the Astros in 2025. For now, things can change. Cam Smith might not work out in right field. I don't think that's going to happen. Jose Altuve might decide he wants to go back to second base. I don't think that's going to happen. So right now, I'd say get used to, if you're sitting in the Crawford boxes, get used to having 27 out there with you.
What's it been like seeing Isaac Paredes? What are your expectations for him replacing Alex Bregman this year?
Really, really good hands. Really good hands. Like better than I even thought. The range is not going to be quite as good as Alex Bregman, but that's why Alex won a Gold Glove. Isak's going to get anything that's hit within his range, and it's like I said, his range is not going to be as good as Alex's, but it's still very solid. He's going to be a really better than average player at third base. I was really impressed with him defensively, and then offensively. The stats, we probably gave it to you 3 or 4 times during the spring about how he saw more pitches than anybody else in baseball last year per plate appearance. That's going to be huge for so many reasons. Number one, it helps out get pitches on a pitcher. The opposing pitcher may go fewer innings because of that. Number two, and this is the biggest thing, is Yordan Alvarez is a guy, whenever you watch Yordan in the on-deck circle, he's never in the on-deck circle. He's always 5 to 10 feet closer to home plate. And for Yordan, he's trying to time up the pitcher. He's trying to look for visual cues from a pitcher. And so many times when Altuve was batting first and Yordan was batting second, Altuve put more first pitches into play last year than anybody in baseball. So Yordan a lot of times would come in from left field or come in from the dugout if he was DHing, and he would see one pitch and then he would be up to the plate. Now, with Altuve in front of him and Isaac Paredes, he's going to see anywhere from 5 to 10 pitches before he digs into the batter's box. So that's going to be a huge advantage, I think, for the big man.
That's a great point. Yeah, I always fight that Yordan should bat fourth because I'm kind of old school and people called me a boomer and all of that. But that's a great point. He's going to be able to have a little bit more time before he has to come up, and you still get that at bat in the first inning. Todd Kyle is joining us on the HRP guest line. We were just having this conversation. Jeremy Pena, really good player. Jose Altuve called Cam Smith the future superstar. I hope he's right. Also mentioned it about Pena, so it's been a topic of conversation on our show today. Where do you think Jeremy Pena stacks up with the superstar label? Do you think he's there yet?
No, I don't. I think he can be, but I don't think he's there yet. Very good defensive player, probably close to superstar level defensively, but offensively just has not been consistent enough to be called a superstar offensively. But I think this year could be the year where you could call him a star or a superstar. I think, look at that OPS the last 3 years, it's been somewhere between 700 and 715. A lot of that has to do with not drawing a lot of walks. And Jeremy may never be a guy that draws a lot of walks, but this spring, only 3 strikeouts in 45-ish plate appearances, putting the ball in play, really hitting the ball on a line a lot. I really liked what I saw to Jeremy Pena this year. I didn't know Cam Smith at all. So other than Cam Smith, Jeremy Pena to me was the most impressive guy in spring training with how good his at-bats were. So I don't think you can call him a superstar yet, but I think after 2025, you might be able to.
Todd, we spent this whole interview talking about the lineup and position players. Just how do you feel about the rotation going into 2025?
I feel good. I would love it if Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown were more locked into the strike zone the last couple of outings going into the regular season. But as we saw out of Ronel Blanco last night, he had not had a good 4 starts in spring training, and he locked it in actually 2 days ago on Monday. He locked it in 2 days ago, and he looks like he's just going to be fine for the regular season. So I expect the same could be for Hunter and Spencer. But yeah, they both at times were kind of searching for the zone during spring training. Fromber's Fromber. He's going to be fine. He's going to get his, 65% ground ball percentage tomorrow. He's going to be right there with 6 or 7 innings, hopefully, and giving the Astros the lead going into the Abreu and Hader combination. And then, beyond that, I have not seen Hayden Wisniewski, believe it or not. I have not seen him in any game live at this point. He didn't pitch in any of our games we did in West Palm Beach, and we did not cover the game last night. We covered the game Monday. He pitched last night. So I'm really curious to see what he looks like live, but everything I've heard about Hayden is positive, and I think this could be a really nice season for him as the number 5 starter. So I'm fine with the rotation. I think everything is built around. To me, the key to this team is not the rotation, is not this 8th and 9th inning guys, even the 7th inning guy, if Taylor Scott becomes any version of 2024 that we saw. To me, the key is when guys do have 4 or 5 inning starts, bridging that gap between the starter and the 7, 8, 9 guys. That's going to be the key to the season.
Todd, appreciate the time. Looking forward to another yearly installment of TK in the saddle with us. Have a great call tomorrow.
Thank you so much, guys. Looking forward to working with you another year here. We always have fun on these calls. Thanks.
It's Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, joining us on the HR&P guest line. We paid him to say that, too, though. If we didn't pay him, do you think he'd still say what he said about how much he likes being on with us, Joe?
I think he likes us.
Do you think that he knew you weren't Joel, like
No.
Glenn Davis didn't realize you weren't Paul?
No,
Just
because
you, Joe.
you didn't introduce it that way.
I did tell him right before you guys went on.
No, I don't. He also might have listened to it.
He might not even know who Joel is, though. So, I don't know if he knows who we are. He just those random guys.
No, he's met you guys where he came to Easter
Joe. Joe, don't
What?
let the truth get in the way of a good story. What are you doing here?
I'm an honest
Have you
person,
ever done radio before?
I'm honest.
My goodness.
I'm not an engagement former like you.
Yeah. How's that bottle that you owe me? How's that looking? Goodness, ruining the joke.
It'll be
Letting
here
the truth
eventually.
get in the way of a good story. My goodness. Anyways, today's interview with Todd Callis brought to you by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. All right, I'm gonna buzzkill some stuff. I gotta buzzkill some stuff. This Cam Smith clubhouse Joe Espada thing. I'm gonna buzzkill that. What is our honest opinion of that? Was that too much cheese yesterday in the Astros clubhouse? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what month it is? It's March. It's only a few more days of March, but it's March. Spring is on the way. Spring is here. Let's face it. But it's time for spring savings at Monument Chevrolet. Get over to the dealership, 225 and Beltway 8. It's basically like a suburb of Houston. It's so big, and they have a massive inventory. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They're going to have the right car for you, the right truck for you, the right SUV for you. Transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. Don't worry about the stress and anxiety of having to negotiate with a slimy car salesman. They don't have slimy car salesmen at Monument Chevrolet. Employee pricing going on right now, too. So if you're envisioning a new truck, now's the time to do it. Get into a Silverado 1500 today with employee pricing. Pay what they pay on Silverado 1500s. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years, and they've helped generations of families get into vehicles. And these families keep coming back. Why? because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet because they make it easy. They're dealing with somebody they can trust, not that they feel is going to lie to them. It's a family feel. They've had great ownership for those 50 years, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, and they've built a great culture at Monument Chevrolet. Get a fair deal, a fast, easy transaction without wasting your valuable time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. There's no tricks, no time wasting. They're not going to hide charges on you. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it with employee pricing going on right now on their Silverado 1500s. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person. They'd love to see you. 225 and Beltway 8, Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
It's time for Buzzkill Branham.
Okay, let's go, Branham. Lance might have been right. Houston hates me, or I hate Houston. I was watching this. I didn't get a chance to watch the spot in the clubhouse yesterday because it broke like right when we were doing a show. And I didn't watch the video. Battery Chuck sent it to me because he's very nice and he does that stuff. And I appreciate him doing that. So I was watching it this morning. There are some cringe moments in this. One, I think it's a bit cringy here, Joseph. Two, I think it's a bit cheesy here, Joseph. And there's some good moments, like the part where his family comes out and like hugs him and that stuff, and he's crying. Like, I'm here for that. Give me the. I'm a big emoter. I'm a big believer in emotes. So that part I can have. Like that's fine. Like, love that for him. It's kind of weird that they're surrounded by people whose job he's taking or whose starting position he's taking. But just watching this. Like, Joe Espada, we're not going to play. The sound isn't very good here. But so Espada starts giving his speech. Did you watch it?
Yeah, I did.
So Espada starts giving his speech. The clubhouse is looking at him like what's happening here, man? This is kind of high school-y.
Yeah.
Like, this is kind of weird. Like, this isn't stuff that happens at the professional level where you have a group full of people that are trying to make the roster, by the way, guys who are trying to win starting jobs, and you have Espada going through this whole spiel about how one guy has stood out and one guy's about to make this team for the first time and one guy's going to be my starting right fielder. and then he fakes a phone call.
I think
do I
that is
have this number? And then he fakes that he's on the phone, and then the clubhouse is just like staring at him like bewildered. Like, what's going on here, man? This is awkward. This is really weird. And then Chaz McCormick is in this video, and you could just see Chaz's face like, I'll never be in the starting right fielder again. This was cringy, man. This was kind of corny. Dusty Baker ain't doing this. You think Dusty Baker, who invented the high five, who has armbands and wristbands of himself, you think he's having this cheesy cringe moment and then posting it on Twitter afterwards? This was weird, man.
I think the weirdest part is the fake phone call.
Yeah.
I think that is the part. It's also, I forgot because I watched the whole thing. It's 2 minutes. Like
two and a half.
It's like that's why it's awkward.
It's 2:22.
Yeah, it's very long. It's awkward. Like it is. Like I think it's a great. Okay, I like the idea of what they did. I think it was very poor execution.
I'm not even sure I like the idea. Like, to
I like
me,
his family being there to tell him.
No. I think okay. I'm cool with the family there. I'm cool with the emotion. I have no problem with Cam Smith crying. Like, big time moment. The family, they supported you. You had a tough coming up to get where you are. Like, it was a journey. It was a grind. I have no problem with the sensitivity. I have no problem with the emotion. I have no problem with the crying. I think it's cool of the Astros to bring his mother there to share this moment with them. But to do this in front of a clubhouse full of 40 guys where 14 of them aren't even making the team, and one of them specifically, who is literally 2 chairs down, is taking his starting job, is a bit awkward.
Yeah.
It is awkward.
I think it plays better if it's just in a Spada's office, and when Cam walks
privately
in, his mom is there, his sister or whoever the other girl is there.
I think it's his girlfriend.
Oh, girlfriend. I didn't want to.
The one that he hugs and kisses at the end, Joe, is his girlfriend, not his sister.
I guess I didn't watch the video.
Who do you think he is, Joe?
I guess I didn't watch the video in that close.
What do you think they do in Tallahassee?
I guess I didn't watch it that
He's from
closely in
Florida,
detail.
not West Virginia.
There's a lot of ladies there.
He kisses her at the end.
I missed that part.
I wonder, as you pointed out, I'm just moving right past Joe's kissing sister thing. As you pointed out, Chaz being 2 chairs down.
He's 2 chairs down.
And obviously,
It's a kiss on the cheek.
All right. You kiss your sister on the cheek?
I don't have sisters. So I don't know.
I have a sister. I've never kissed
She's
her on the cheek.
also like,
I'm just saying. No.
the closest it could be is a stepsister. Closest it could be is a stepsister. I'm not talking because of the kiss. I'm talking by how she looks.
Fair. Blonde.
Okay.
Pale
Anyways.
skin, blonde hair.
Yeah.
That's at best a stepsister. The closest they have. No, they kiss on the lips, Joe. They kiss on the lips. Smack on the lips. Now it's a little peck, like there's no tongue, but like that's not a stepsister kiss.
How much funnier is this video if there's tongue in that kiss? Like, you're saying it's cringy. Imagine if that happened. It'd be so much worse.
No. It's a big moment for him. I have no problem with him. I have no problem with the Cam Smith part of this thing. I have no problem with the Cam Smith. Like, I have no problem with him crying, no problem with him hugging, no problem with him kissing his girlfriend, we hope. No, it has been reported that is his girlfriend. That is his girlfriend. I have no problem with any of that.
You think
and
it's
I have no problem. It's the setting. It's a spot of faking a phone call, dude. And like, you watch the early like 30 seconds where everybody's just sitting in silence, like, what in the world is going on? It is cringy. It is cringe. The first 30 seconds of this video is cringe. Because go rewatch this video, and for the first 30, 40 seconds, just watch the players in the room. Like, there's one dude like looking to the camera like, what are you doing, dude? Like, there's one like kind of side-eyeing it like James Harden did to Matt Bullard that one time. Like, the audience here is looking at a spot like, what is happening? This is not something that goes on in a big league clubhouse. Dusty ain't doing it. We had a texter saying Dusty ain't doing it. AJ ain't doing it. This was kind of weird. A lot of people are talking about how great this was and all that. And the moment in itself is great. But the first 40 seconds is cringy.
I just hope, getting back to Chaz, especially with him 2 chairs down, obviously Cam Smith didn't know before it happened. We saw his reaction. That's not something he couldn't have faked that reaction if he already knew. I hope Chaz already knew, right? Like if they're like you think of the opposite side of that, like, okay, you're making this really special over the top moment for the rookie, for the kid, for Cam Smith, but you're also kind of in a public humiliating way telling Chaz you just lost your job. Like I would hope Joe pulled him aside beforehand. I have no way of knowing if he did or not,
but even like Chaz is the biggest, like, you know, the guy with the most to lose here, right? Because like, okay, we started spring training. Chaz McCormick's their everyday right fielder. I'm pretty sure we can even go listen to Dana Brown and Joe Espada say how they have Chaz penciled in for right. Like I'm sure there is like quotes saying that. So fast forward, you know, a month and a half later, and now Chaz has lost his starting job. So he clearly has the most to lose. There's no way that he knew, though. There's no way that he knew. There's no way Chaz knows and can't.
Doesn't that make the moment more cringy, though?
Yes.
Yeah. If you're
Yes. That's why
publicly
this thing
telling
is
a guy he
cringy.
lost his job.
So not only are you doing that, not only are you telling a guy that he lost his starting job, but you're also telling like 2 or 3 players that think they might have a chance to make this roster that they're not making the roster. So not only are you telling a dude that he's not going to be your starting right fielder, well, maybe not 2 or 3. There's probably only one. Like Zach Short, Brendan Rodgers was like the last roster spot that was up for grabs. So you were basically telling Zach Short that the Houston Astros will not be employing you. The Sugarland Spacers will be employing you. So you told Chaz McCormick in this setting, you're not my starting right fielder, big boy. Go sit on the bench, Chazzy Fizz. And then you're telling Zach Short that he's not a big leaguer while you're telling Cam Smith on this fake phone call to his mom that he is.
I don't think Chaz knew. I just
No
sent you
chance
guys.
he knew.
I just sent you guys a photo that I took of the video, and you see.
Yeah,
Chaz.
I just tweeted one too.
He's
ticked.
Not thrilled.
He's ticked.
He shouldn't. I mean, look, and you lose your job. You're not going to be happy, but it's awkward. It's very awkward. Joe's kind of cringy.
Not only, yeah, he's kind of cringy.
He's
corny,
like
kind of cheesy.
I don't like the cringe that he puts on our name.
This is cringy, man. And like on top of this, he just fired 2 people.
Well, Chaz is still on the roster,
right? But he fired Zach Short. I mean, he's on the roster, but he demoted him. So demoted means something different in baseball. But he told a guy he's not a starter, and he sent a guy to AAA as he's congratulating another with a fake phone call to his mom. What are we doing here? And like, I'm gonna get flamed. Houston's gonna hate me because I'm saying all this stuff. But if I'm a big leaguer, and I have a big league friend, he pitched like 3 innings once and got shelled. But I have a big league friend, and he's like, yeah, that's weird.
What about
that's weird?
I think this is a great point from one of the texters. Is what about DeZenzo? He also just made his first opening day roster.
Yeah. Did we call DeZenzo's mother? No. To be fair, DeZenzo has made his debut.
I know he has, but this is his first opening day roster. That still means a lot for a major baseball player.
That's the third guy you're offending. Of the 3 people that you're offending the most, while you're congratulating Cam Smith with a fake phone call to his mother when she's actually in the hallway, is Chaz McCormick, Zach Short, and Zach DeZenzo in that order. You're offending those people. And you're kind of offending every player that you called up last year for the first time by doing this. Like, why is Cam getting this treatment, but I didn't? Why is like Spencer Arrighetti sitting there front row? Like eventually Spencer Arrighetti claps, but Spencer Arrighetti's like one of the dudes on the couch, like looking around like slumber. Like, what are we doing here? Like, what is this moment all about? And then eventually he's like, yay, because it's awkward. And he's trying to break the awkwardness. So like, did he get that whenever he made his debut last year?
No.
So like it's this. And then on top of this, Joe, on top of this, it's one thing if you do it with the guys. It's one thing if you do it with the players. But then it'd be like, let's blast that out on social in 30 minutes. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, this makes me I hate to do it. I hate to do it. This makes me think a little differently of Mocha Joe. This makes me think a little. Yeah, this is weird, man. Like, what great managers? In fact, let's carry this over to the other side. The Hive has opinions. 713-780-ESPN. But like, what great manager? What great coach? In the professional level, because you see like college coaches give out a scholarship, like, hey, you're a guy who is a manager or whatever, you're going to put you on scholarship. Yay. These are pros. These are professional players. What professional head coach in like the 3 major sports would do something like this that we think are an all-time great? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Sappy Joe Espada. You can't spell sap without, or you can't spell Espada without sap, Joe. 713-780-3776.
You're right.
Go watch this video the Astros posted. Joe Espada calling up Cam Smith, making his debut, making the roster. It's a cool moment. A cool moment for Cam. Cool moment for his family. I question doing it in front of the entire club. I question doing it publicly. I question then posting it on social media within 30 minutes. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Jack, you're in the Hive. What's up, Jack?
Hey, guys, man, listen to you guys every day. Enjoy the show. I want to comment on the Cam Smith deal and Jeremy. I'd like to ask you another question. If you could let Coug Nation know who may be returning. But as far as Cam goes, you got to remember Joe Espada is not one of the mainstream coaches in baseball. He just got his first chance last year. I think at best he was a bench coach or a minor league coach. So I don't have any problem with what transpired in the clubhouse rather. The only thing I got to take on this, if this young man is what everybody think he's going to be, probably in 7 years, he's going to be leaving us for a big contract. So that's all I got to say about that. But, Jeremy, if you could let Coug Nation know who may be returning, I appreciate it.
You got it.
No?
No, delete that.
Right, sounds great.
I'm not privy to that stuff, Jack. I'm really not. I stay out of that. I kind of keep my blinders on. Like, I don't want to irritate anybody. I know my role when it comes to Houston Cougar basketball. I show up, I call the games, and I try to do a good job. As far as who's returning, I really have no clue. Jawan Roberts gone, obviously. Javier France is gone, no more eligibility. Malik Wilson's final year. You're probably alluding to like Uzan and Tugler, who are fringe draft guys. They'll have a decision to make. But I know that Kelvin Sampson will have a good team. Like he'll have a good roster on the floor again next year. But I'm not thinking about next year right now, Jack. I'm thinking about Friday night at 10 o'clock
Eastern
when the Houston Cougars take on Purdue. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock for me. I'm in the Eastern time zone.
Everyone that's watching the game here is in Central Time.
That's a good point. 9 Central, 10 Eastern. That's why I was late to the show today, Jack. I was traveling up with the team, but sorry I was late. And you had to get stuck with Joe and Brian for 45 minutes.
I just assumed you didn't realize what time it was. And you just forgot.
And I was traveling. I was doing some work. Watch the video again, and Zinzo is clearly like, what? TF. Yeah, go watch the video for the first 40 seconds. Just watch the other players in the room. It is pretty interesting just watching everybody else. So like what other coaches professionally would do this? Like, do you think Bill Belichick's doing this?
No. Well,
do you think Dusty Baker's doing this?
No.
Do you think Ime Udoka is doing this?
Definitely not.
Do you think D'Amico Ryans is doing this?
Probably not.
D'Amico's the best chance of those guys that I mentioned, but I don't think D'Amico is doing this. Like, is Bobby Cox doing this?
No.
Who are the greats? Tommy Lasorda doing this? None of these guys are doing this. Is Steve Kerr might do it? Who are the best NFL coaches right now?
Yeah,
do you think
Steve
Andy
Kerr,
Reid is Andy Reid
no.
gonna fake a phone call to the mother who's in the hallway? I don't think so. This is kind of cringe. Kind of, and like it means nothing, right? It means nothing for the team, their win total. It means nothing for Cam Smith's trajectory and his production. I'm just pointing out the cringe. Here.
Yeah, I think, like, if I was
ahead.
going to bet on who would do this, just based on how cringy and things they've been in the past, and to further your point of why it doesn't matter, I feel like Nick Sirianni would be towards the top of my list, just how awkward he is. Jonathan Gannon.
Sirianni's too much of a hardo to do this.
Yeah, you need somebody.
He's going to cuss somebody out before he calls somebody's mother.
I want to be careful how I word this, but I think you need someone on the softer side, I guess.
LeBron should have done it for Bronny when he got his first minute.
I bet you JJ Redick would do this then.
Jim Harbaugh or Pete Carroll may do it, says Keith.
I can see Harbaugh doing it.
Jim, not John.
Jim, not John. Yeah.
I don't know. Like, he's weird, but he's not like soft.
No, he's not soft, but I think he's also into this feels like a take that I'm not trying to give, but he's into more the emotional side. Like he's willing to openly talk about the emotions of it. And like, you see him before games, the way he slaps, Justin Herbert around trying to get everyone pumped up. I could see him leaning into the emotions of the moment.
In 2 years or whatever it is, do we think that the New Orleans Saints are going to have a family member call in for Arch when he's named the starting quarterback?
No, because it'll be a foregone conclusion.
I think we saw something in professional sports yesterday that is extremely rare. Extremely rare. And it kind of bothers me.
Why?
Because I know what goes on behind the scenes. So what is who planned for this to be on Twitter and who planned for the production of this? So you have to produce this, right? It's basically a show.
Mm-hmm.
That's what kind of bothers me.
It's Joe's
you're bringing in production and fiction into the clubhouse. If you wanted to film him and his family, getting the news together, filming, to me, I wouldn't even want that filmed in public. Filmed, yes, but blasted on social, no. That's my moment with my family to share with them. That shouldn't be you making the decision if that's blasted on social. It shouldn't be the Astros' decision if that's blasted on social. If I had a signature moment in my life, I would want that privately with my family. And I don't think I'd want it out on social. But if it was on social, it would be me making that decision. So they made this a spectacle. They made this this is Cam Smith's moment, which, by the way, you're bringing in other people that you're cutting or demoting into that moment to make the moment for Cam Smith, which, okay, I see what you're doing there, but that's Cam Smith's moment. That's not yours.
Mm-hmm.
So 1, who's making that call? 2, who's putting it on social? 3, is this Joe Espada worried about this stuff instead of ball? You see what I'm saying here?
I do.
This is a lot of behind the curtain stuff that a manager shouldn't be worrying about.
I do see what you're saying. I don't really disagree with you. I think in general, it's very strange. I don't know if it means anything.
There's a very good chance it does not. But I also think that there's a decent chance where the players are looking at him who is managing us?
I do think that if Joe Espada gets fired in the next 3 years, that we will look back at this moment and a lot of people will point to it. People that might be listening to this conversation right now and in their minds, in their cars, saying, Jeremy, this is the stupidest thing you've ever talked a segment about. But if Espada gets fired at some point, people will look back to this and be like, maybe should have known then he wasn't a fit.
And I'm still really on the fence with Espada. I'm collecting information on Espada still. And that's why I'm kind of how am I leaning here? I want to really like him.
Mm-hmm.
I want to call him the most interesting manager in the world. We had a night at J Bar M together one night. He was sitting from across the room. I was hosting the Kelvin Sampson show, and he was there watching it. Came up and shook Coach's hand. All of that. I really want to like him, and I think he did a pretty good job last year. After the struggles they had at the start of the season to regroup and get to the postseason, I thought was admirable. Now you can point to the start and be like, what was up with that? You can easily point to the start and be like, what was going on there? You didn't have them ready to go. And yeah, they had injuries and all of that stuff. But we also had the report last year whenever they were struggling of the guys are kind of wondering about him. The guys might not like him a whole lot. So I'm still on the fence here. And then you see Espada, how he interjected with managers last year or umpires last year, where he's kind of tentative. He's kind of passive. He's kind of soft, he has his hand over his mouth. It's okay, is that the alpha? Is that the leader of the squad? Is this the dude that's guiding us into battle? And then this year, I go back to the Fan Fest thing where he was sitting down with Salisbury, and Salisbury's you need to be more animated this year. And Espada's yeah, I do need to be like that. You're going to see more of that this year. And it's dude, what? You're the manager. You should either A, already be doing that, or B, you don't let a quarterback football player tell you how you need to act on a baseball diamond. And you're yeah, we're going to do more of that this year. So it's kind of he's a little insecure, not comfortable with who he was last year and wants to kind of change his demeanor this year. But if you're changing your demeanor, what really are you? It's kind of posturing.
Yeah.
And then like this, and then like you see him like the social media, like, and then yesterday, like whose idea was that? Whose idea was that? And then secondly, if that's a problem, that's a problem. Like, I hope it wasn't his idea and it was the social media manager's idea. But even if it's a social media manager's idea, you're going to allow that?
Yeah, and I don't know, knowing like the PR staff like I do, like I don't think it's their idea. My biggest thing with Joe Espada, my biggest issue with him is he has spent the entire offseason telling people at FanFest, telling Chandler Rome on his podcast, all these people that this team is going to be more patient this year. They're going to take more pitches. They're going to have a different approach. And I go, why did it take so long to get there when it was obvious last year there was a problem? That's my issue with Joe Espada. This is further down the list. It's just awkward.
That's in my information gathering. This is the stuff I've gathered and why it's tough for me to really get on board with Joe right now. Like I'm probably more off of the Espada train than on the Espada train, and I really was trying to make fetch happen. And look, I could easily, like, they go start the year 10-0. I'm all in. I'm a waffler. We all know that. I'm all in if they start the year 10-0. But it just doesn't seem like he has conviction and he's very sure of himself. And it feels like there's a lot of this year where he's trying to compensate for what he didn't like about himself last season. Which, again, if you're trying to do that, where's the confidence? Where's the leader of men? Where is the alpha? I'm just telling you my observation. 713-780-3776. Text line has some thoughts or two. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Espada holding the phone 10 feet from his face was a red flag. That's a good point. He's FaceTime. Let me see if I have this number in my phone. FaceTime. There's no ring. There's no ring to it. Speaking of Joe George in for Blankers today. Espada coach is scared. That's the problem. He doesn't trust his own confidence. I do kind of see that. I see a guy who's a little self-conscious. It looked like a walk-on finally getting a scholarship. It did. Like, it had a whole lot of, here's our 5th, 6th year, 5'9" manager that we're going to let play 2 minutes of the last 2 minutes of the game. We're up by 40. Like,
except there's one big difference.
Well, this guy's a stud?
No. When that happens, what happens in these college football videos?
They all cheer.
There's a dog pile. There's a dog
pile.
People are freaking out. They're pumped for their guys.
Yeah.
This is
a light smattering of applause.
Yeah, it was like, this is weird, man. We've never seen this as professionals before. Texture, how is this on Joe? He is not a marketing director. Okay, here's the thing, man. If you're the coach, you're the manager of your program, your organization, that marketing director ain't telling you what to do. The marketing director comes into your team's clubhouse and starts giving orders. That's not happening. And if it is happening, I show you a weak manager or head coach. Because a strong leader of men and alpha ain't letting the marketing director call the shots around his team, in his clubhouse, in his locker room. That ain't happening.
I totally agree. You're not. They might have ideas for you, but you're not going to just do whatever they say, especially because you should know that, like, it's kind of awkward. This is Joe's idea. He wanted to tell Cam by involving his family. He must know how much this moment means to all of them as a group, and he wanted them to be involved for Cam Smith. It was just awkward.
Uh-huh.
And it just shouldn't have been on social media. Like,
look, I'll even say that the marketing director could have had the idea. I think that could have happened where the marketing director's like, hey, let's run an idea by you, Joe. What do you think of this? That could have happened. But Joe ultimately has veto power.
Mm-hmm.
Joe's not being told what to do by the marketing director. He might be trying to be likable. He might be trying to make friends. But you think Belichick's making friends? You think Belichick cares about being likable? That's not the priority. The priority isn't being likable. The priority is winning games. Well, this doesn't lose them any games. You're probably right. This doesn't lose them any games unless you start 7-21 and the club is looking at their manager of like, what sideshow stuff were we doing right before the start of the year? Just putting that out there in case something materializes. It's concerning to me that they clearly decided to produce this for social media and couldn't be bothered to put a mic on him. That's a great point. What a terrible show they produced. You are making too much of this. The Rockets played a game last night. You don't have to talk about this. You don't have to manufacture content for us. I'm turning y'all off. Well, I hope you make it back. It's not manufactured content. It's my honest observation.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Good point, Branham. It's Cam Smith's moment. How do you think he feels about the production part of it? If it's me, I hate it. I'm with you. If it was my big moment, I would not want somebody else taking control of my big moment. So that's another aspect to it. I don't think that Cam's unhappy or anything, and he probably feels like he's too young to like have any sort of like say on the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But I did look at it from that point of view as well. Texter, sorry, Branham, this kind of stuff that happens to superstars. I hope Cam Smith's a superstar. I hope he becomes one. I think he will be. Texter, this is in the Howard Dean scream cringy things. You were the adult Espada. Show me the video where Altuve's mom gets the call that he got moved to left field. After that video, Espada's giving Ted Lasso vibes. That's not a bad comp.
Ted Lasso wins, though, right? In the end, I never watched the show, so.
I do think they get promoted at the end. I think they lost in season 1, though.
Yeah. And now he's coaching a women's team, I guess.
Yeah, I think I did read that, which is interesting. I'm not surprised, though. Espada is usually awkward and cringe. If Joe doesn't make the list, I don't know if I could stomach the rest of the show. All right, just for you, Texter, Joe just made the list.
You just made the list.
Thank you. Brian, hit one more time for you. You didn't hit it.
Not only he turned you down, he moved towards the button and he left it.
Joe.
That was disrespectful.
Yeah, can we get a new? We're gonna get a new programmer in by tomorrow. Can you make that happen, Joe?
No.
Texture. Not only backup bench
Joe's the programmer.
coaches made manager do this. Couldn't even make it through the first minute due to the sheer amount of cringe. The first 40 seconds are especially cringy. Especially I watched this probably about 4 or 5 times, and for the last 4 times that I watched it, I just look at the players for the first 40 seconds.
I also think like
it's
this
so weird.
Like, not to go too inside baseball here, so stop me if you don't like where I'm going with this, Jeremy. But I also am not surprised by this take because like I don't feel like you guys did like public video gender reveals for baby Brando. Like this feels very anti-you.
No,
like,
we did.
personally.
We did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hit a bomb.
Oh, you know what? I do remember that. Actually,
Joe, did you do a public social media reveal?
We did, but like it was like weird because it was during COVID, so like I don't really remember. Like we did, like it was just like a couple of us. We posted on social media just for like to tell people since we couldn't have anyone there. But yeah, I didn't like this. Doesn't seem very on brand for the Brando.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
No,
thought,
but here's the thing that would have ticked me off though, is if somebody else filmed the moment and posted it without our consent.
Gotcha.
And that's what happened here. Maybe not. Maybe Cam did consent to it, but the players in the clubhouse didn't consent to the speech. Like they had no say in this thing. Texture says they played the video on Good Morning America. That stinks that you watch Good Morning America. Texture, not one professional manager or head coach will do what Analytics of Spotted did. Maybe, just maybe, Ozzie Guillen. No chance Ozzie Guillen's doing this. Ozzie Guillen's mocking and ridiculing this. Oh, he said Ozzie Guillen would do this as a joke or to embarrass a player. Yeah, that's a good point. He might do that as that way. Can we stop being so sensitive? This is what about me. Society is annoying. It's life. You don't always get a recognition. Grow some. I don't know if he's talking about us or the moment. I think he's talking about the moment. I don't think he's talking about us. Maybe
see, like, and like that, I just so strongly disagree with. I mean, third fastest player ever to go from draft to the majors. It's everything you've worked for. Like, that's what this is all about. Like, that's why, like, he definitely deserves this moment. It's just, it was awkward.
Yeah. I think he should have been private with his family. Locker room moment definitely gave off Little League coach giving game ball to his son vibes. I would agree. There are 4 majors, not 3, says a texter. Not in Houston, big guy. There are 3 pro major sports in Houston. You start going a little further north, then maybe you get a 4th major, but that ain't happening in Houston. Also doesn't help that Espada is a terrible public speaker. I think he's he's not. I mean, he's okay.
He's fine.
Texture, y'all getting soft. I don't know how we're getting soft. We're acting hard. They were soft. We're hard. All of these thoughts were going through my mind watching that video. Completely agree with you guys. A few more texts. Never mentioned right field. Never mentioned he's the future. Phone call wasn't fake. I think it was fake. Mom had her phone out as she walks in. Was it executed well? No, but everything y'all said was false. Okay, we can have common sense here though. Like if Cam Smith's making the team, you don't think he's going to play right field, Texter?
He's playing right field every day.
You don't think he's playing right field? Like did he need to mention right field for us to know that he's playing right field? And you know what else happened 10 minutes later when Espada went to meet with the media? That opening day, he's my right fielder. Like we all know that he's playing right field the moment that he made the roster. Let's have some sense here. Let's have some common sense here. I need the next minute after the camera stopped where the family's at in the middle of the room and all the players don't know what to do next. That is true. Like that.
how quickly does the family stay in that room? Or like Cam has to be the one to be like, all right, guys, you can go.
Yeah, athletes used to haze each other. Now we got this crap. SMH, Keith. Yeah, bring back hazing. I didn't say that. That was Joe. Astros saw Cal McNair's recent success and decided that awkward speeches work. The players not clapping makes it awkward.
Quit.
Here's the thing, though. Cal McNair doesn't publicly address the team. That would be foolish.
No, he makes like super cringy videos all the time.
Yeah, but they're like endearing whenever he does it. And again, he's not. Yes, they are. They're lovable. Yes, I love Cool Cat Cow.
No,
they're
this
huge.
pandering throw up the H thing is so
it's hilarious.
Tiresome.
You don't think that's endearing?
No, it's so corny.
Why are you so cynical, Joe?
I'm not. It's lame. It's lame that he's like, throw up the H. He's never thrown up the H before until like a year ago. Because
but he's
all the fans
hate fun.
The fans hate him.
No, they don't.
Hate him
they
now.
hated him. They hated him.
Past tense.
But now it's like he's got the chain and the dog and the flat brim hat, and he's throwing up the H with only certain people.
I'd run through a wall for Cool Cat Cow.
Yeah,
Never,
me too.
Never quit.
I think Cal McNair is just as fake as Joe Espada is awkward in this video.
But Cal is not
fake being fake.
I think it's all fake.
Cal is not the manager. Cal's not the head coach. He's the dude that signs the paychecks, and he doesn't even wear the pants in his household. Like
that's true.
Like
this might not be Cal's idea.
Cal is not the leader of men, and it's not Cal's idea. It's a marketing director's idea with Cal. It's much different whenever you're the manager, you're the head coach. Private moment shouldn't have been in the clubhouse or recorded. Agree. I think it would have been better if the full team wasn't there. Agree. Seemed like something a college team would do for a walk-on getting on a scholarship, not a major league team or a professional team. Agree. The weird prom invite Astros videos are weird. Agree. I'm not a Espada analytics basher. However, I don't see AJ or Paw going into the club. Could you imagine Dusty Baker doing this? No chance Dusty Baker's doing this. No chance.
No. I don't even know. I mean,
maybe for Darren.
No. Like Dusty would have to, because he's such a historian. Like he would need like a record-setting moment to do something like this. Like he'd have to be the manager of Justin Verlander getting 300 wins to do something like this. Like it's he created the high five. Like he wouldn't do this.
No chance he would do that. Guys, you don't think Jazz knew he was beat out? He might have known. But like that setting isn't where he should be getting the news. Every prospect that gets called up now expects the same production. Exactly. Whenever they call up Bryce Matthews to take over for the light-hitting Mauricio Dubon August 1st, they doing this for Bryce Matthews? I mean, his family's in Atascocita.
They better.
You've set the precedent. You've said it. Texture Dynamo. No, Dynamo are not a big three sport. Sorry, Dynamo. Cal's unveiling with the dog was cringe. Rich white guy throwing up the H with his hat to the side is kind of weird. Might as well do blackface. That's a bit different there, Texture. That's a bit different. Not quite the same. Yes, Cal is cringe, but he's also not the leader that's guiding the team out to battle every day. Texture, Espada's a bottom-of-the-barrel manager. He's only better than a handful in the big leagues. He's a puppet. Brown is also a puppet and very near the bottom of GMs in Major League Baseball. Biggio got Dana Brown the job. I like Dana more than I like Espada. I think this is Dana's team now. I feel like, I think the Jose Abreu release kind of was the line of demarcation there. Like, hey, this is my team now. And then I think like Dana was the one who traded Tucker. Like, that's not coming from Bagwell. Reggie Jackson left. I do think that Dana Brown has his imprints on this organization now. I would go Dana Brown over Espada, but I really want to like Joe, and he's making it very hard for me, Joe.
I really like Dana Brown too. I hope that I need him to start doing the Atlanta stuff though for me to be all the way in.
He did with Javier.
Yeah, I'm ready. Like I want the Yiner contract. I mean, where's the Cam Smith contract? Like when does that come into play? Honestly,
it might be coming.
I know. Like I feel like it might be like think about like Michael Harris and some of these guys that came up and got 8-year deals for $70 million immediately. I mean, like you think about these guys who move up quick, like Luis Robert with the White Sox, like they get paid to buy out arbitration immediately when you do this.
I wonder. We need to go see like how early they were doing it in Atlanta. Like, were they doing it the moment they got called up? Were they doing it after year one? Were they doing it after 3 months? Like, that's the piece of information I'd like to know.
Yeah, I mean, I know Michael Harris was a rookie when he got paid August 17th. Of his rookie year. So he got paid.
Was he up on opening day?
Yeah, I think he was up during the season. Okay. And it was an 8-year deal because the last with an 8-year deal with 2 years of club options. So he signed from 2023 to 2032. Like that's
I'm a fan of that.
You got to do that. I mean, like I would do that for Cam Smith.
Yeah, I mean, it takes two to tango, though. Like, yes, I'm with you. But it's also a guy who has some leverage. Like, I would do it with Yiner. Like, Yiner would be a guy I'm doing that with.
Yeah.
Pena, it might be too late. It might be too late with Pena because he's got 3 years left. He's closer to free agency. I think and plus you already have him signed through the age of 29. Like, you might not do it with Pena. Yiner for sure. And I mean, if you're this much a proponent, and you're this, hell-bent on your opinion of Cam Smith, I'm with you.
Because I think about the caller we had earlier. I mean, he immediately went to he'll leave in 6 years. I mean, you can prevent that. Like there is a reasonable enough contract where you could pay Cam Smith right now. If you believe in him this much, you trade Kyle Tucker for him. You put him on your opening day roster. Like logically, the next step would be pay him for the next 9 years. and lock him up without having to do a massive deal, and he gets money, and eventually it's going to be one of the worst contracts in baseball, you hope, at least for Cam Smith.
Salute to Espada. Dana gave him the ideal. They can care less what y'all think. I think you're trying to say they can't. They couldn't care less what you think. If they could care less, they would care less. 713-780-3776. Rockets won a basketball game. The texter earlier is like, you guys need to talk Rockets. So, we do what y'all say. We are puppets to the Hive. So we're going to do what you want us to do. Rockets won a basketball game yesterday. I also have a Jalen Green observation that might not make y'all hate me as much as my observation about that cringy clubhouse video that a spot in the Astros posted yesterday. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You want to escape the cringe? You want to escape the cheese and corniness that might be clouding your week? Why don't you get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and escape it all? Get rid of the hustle and bustle. Get rid of the stress and anxiety of the job, traffic, coworkers that are bothering you, guys that work for you that aren't doing what they're told when they're told to do it. Get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and escape all of that. Bring some happiness and joy into your life. The best weekend idea going right now is a trip to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat that. What I love about it, they're only 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without wasting half of your weekend traveling to your destination. Hour and a half away from the city. Don't go too far and just visit Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. 92 acres of property for you to explore, hike, kayaking, pickleball courts, or you can just hang out by the pool to drink. That's not so bad either. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is going to take care of all their visitors. They have barbecue cook-offs one weekend. They have crawfish boils the other. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Just pull up the RV, stay in one of the tree houses, the cabins, do a little glamping. They have the perfect stay for anybody. Book your weekend escape now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
The Rockets won a basketball game yesterday. We're talking Rockets because that texter wanted us to talk Rockets, and it's what we do. Good to see them bounce back, get a victory after they had their 9-game winning streak come to an end with the Jokic-less Nuggets in their previous game. But a good win here, Joe. Jalen, 32 points, 11 rebounds, played pretty well. Rockets played well, maybe a little closer in the fourth quarter than it should have been, but hey, all's well that ends well.
Yeah, I think it is important you're going to have runs against you, so it's to not let the Hawks get all the way back into the game and still find a way to win by 7. I think it's important, but it was a good game for Jalen Green. I'm pleasantly surprised with Jalen Green this season. I think I don't think he has reached the heights that I've wanted him to, but I think it's been a positive for him this season for sure.
I do get annoyed that after every game, it's what do we think about Jalen Green tonight?
Yes.
That to me annoys me. But an observation that I have about Jalen Green, like he hit the 6,000 point club yesterday, which he's the fastest or the youngest, not the fastest, the youngest player to reach 6,000 points in Rockets history, which cool. Like that is like significant, I think. I do think that matters. Now it helps that he entered the league very, very young. Obviously he had time on his side, but the knock on Jalen, like there's a lot of knocks on Jalen. His shooting, streakiness, inconsistent shooter, all of those things. Like prior to this year, defense, are you impacting winning other ways whenever you're not shooting it well? Like those have all been criticisms of Jalen Green. But one of the other ones was like, can Jalen Green be your best perimeter scorer on a good team? And it hit me yesterday. Do you realize that Jalen Green's going to lead the Rockets in scoring this year? You probably did.
Yeah.
You probably realized that Jalen Green's going to lead the Rockets in scoring. But the Rockets are going to win 50 games. If an NBA team wins 50 games, would you consider that NBA team good? Like
Yes.
they're a good team? Maybe like the whole contender, pretender, like we talk about that probably way too much. If you win 50 games in the NBA, you have a good team. Might not be a great team, might not be a contending team. But if you win 50 games in the NBA, you have a good team. So Jalen Green is going to lead a good team in scoring this year. He's going to, for the first time in his career, he's going to be the leading scorer on a 50-win team. So, like the whole notion of Jalen Green can't be your best guard on a good team, well, that's going to be dispelled this year because the Rockets are going to get to 50. He's going to lead the team in scoring. So the notion that Jalen Green can't be the best perimeter scorer on a good team, he's going to debunk that this season. That is out the window because he's doing it this year.
Yes, correct. Those are all factual statements. But I think it not to move the goalpost.
I feel like that's what's happening with Jalen, though, because every time he checks another box, okay, well, the shooting's a little better. Okay, well, he's still scoring under Ime. Oh, he's playing defense now. Oh, okay, he's passing the ball a little bit more. Oh, now he's rebounding. Oh, okay, now he is the leading scorer on a team that's going to win 50 games. Okay, well, now he's got to do it on a championship team. I feel like we've been goalpost moving on Jalen Green forever for his entire career.
We have, but part of it's the expectations that it came in and how bad it was at first. He has, unlike other guys who come into the league, there's so much stink around the Houston Rockets in the Steven Silas era that he has a lot of work to do to get it going. Like I just don't think it's as simple as like you can do this and like reach amount of points and lead the team in points. And yes, I do think the difference maker here is the win total because you do get to 50 wins, but that's where it's not like I want to just give him credit for that. Like, I don't want to say, like, it's because of Jalen Green. It's because of Ime and Amen Thompson and Tari Eason and Şengün and Fred VanVleet. And, like, that's where I think the argument goes against him is because they're more of a team than they are one individual that's leading the way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, they are a balanced team. I would say that's one of their strengths, though.
It is, but like, because like for me, my biggest criticism of Jalen Green right now, it's not necessarily. I think it's who's taking the shot at the end of the game. Like I think back to the Amen Thompson game winner.
This topic.
It's who your coach feels the most comfortable giving the ball to.
It changes night by night based on your opponent, and
You're
it
right.
might be, hey, you draw the defense and then pass the ball. I hate who's taking the last shot of the game. I hate that topic, but it triggers me.
But when Fred VanVleet was out and games were tight, the ball would not go to Jalen, and things were disorganized. And you need him, even though he's not a point guard, You need him to be the leader of the basketball team in that moment. It doesn't necessarily matter if he has the shot. He doesn't even have the ball in his hands to make the decision about what happens with it. Amen Thompson had the ball in his hands. So it's not necessarily about
it depends on the night. It depends on the night because they've drawn up plays for Alpi Şengün isolated at the top of the key. And like that's the point. Like it's going to change based on where you think the matchup is at on any given night. And the Rockets don't have a player like that. Like if they had Kobe, Kobe's taking the shot. If they had Jordan, even Jordan passed the ball. So like to me, it's like who takes the shot. It's who do you trust late in the game. Yeah, it bothers me.
I can tell.
Yeah, I just don't like that logic. Like who's going to pass the ball at the end of a football game? Your quarterback. Quarterback. Who's going to have the ball in their hands late in a basketball game? Well, your best player. And then what are they going to do to counter it whenever they have good defense against it or they send an extra man?
For sure.
Like it's the chess match. It's just not,
This is where I'm really at with Jalen Green. It's like I'm just still not the comp. I think it was perfect. It has been for years now. I still struggle watching him play, Jeremy, not just seeing Zach LaVine. Like I know they're winning basketball games, but I still feel like I see a lot of meaningless stats at times. And like I'm still not a believer in Jalen. I'm not there yet.
I feel like a lot of people aren't.
Yeah, the numbers look good, but I think he's gonna have to dominate a playoff series for people to buy in.
Probably. Like, dominate might be too strong.
Best player on the Rockets. Too strong. In a playoff series.
What if he's the second best player behind Alpi and he looks really good and they beat Memphis in 5?
I think people will move the goalpost and say, but he was behind Alpi.
See, I think the goalpost is always going to be moved. And I think we saw it with Harden. Like Harden got here, you didn't really know what he was going to be, right? Okay. Like I want him to be an all-star. Okay. Well, he did that. Okay. Well, I want him to average 28 points a game, 7-8 assists. Okay. Well, he did that. Okay. Well, I want him to go deep into the playoffs. Okay. Well, I want him to, he did that. Okay. Well, now I need an MVP. Okay. He did that. Well, now I need a championship. Didn't do that.
But isn't that a positive moving of the goalpost? Like, because typically moving in the goalpost, I think has a very negative connotation for it.
I think it changes your opinion on the fly.
But I think this feels like it's like you're raising expectations. You're raising the bar for what he can be. Like we've moved the goalpost for CJ Stroud because of what he accomplished in his first year. And then, yes, there was a step backwards in year 2, but like we've moved the goalpost in a positive direction of what you want to see him achieve next.
I think it depends on what you look at as the next barometer. And to me, there's always the passing grade, right? Like CJ Stroud's still looked at in a very glowing light. Like, and he went backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Green's going forwards, and he's not looked at in nearly as glowing a light as CJ Stroud for whatever reason. Like, and I really don't get it.
Because you can get Devin Booker, people think.
No, I don't think that's what it is. I think what it is like what you were talking about with like your expectations of what's going to happen in the future. I think people look at CJ Stroud and the expectation is that he's going to lead the Texans to a Super Bowl someday. Whereas Jalen Green, I think people look at and they don't have that same expectation because they don't quite believe it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Even though he has been trending upwards for his entire career.
Yeah, I think the expectation is that if the Rockets win a championship, it's because Jalen Green was traded for a player like Devin Booker or Giannis or something like that. Like they view him more as a piece to the player that you ultimately need than him being the player himself. Like because part of it too is I don't feel like it typically takes as long. And I know youngest to 6,000 points. I do feel like we typically feel the superstar of a player quicker than we have with Jalen. You know, you feel it with Wembanyama. The injury has changed the conversation a little bit for the next player. I'm gonna literally talk out both sides of my mouth. I feel like we've seen it earlier with Cade Cunningham because of the injuries that have kept him off the court. He hasn't been out there as much. So typically, I feel like when a superstar comes into the NBA specifically, we just feel it faster, and it feels like the superstar thing is past Jalen Green by. And I think that's part of the reason too.
I mean, he's only 24 years old.
I know. He came to the league at what, 19?
Like people are saying that Jeremy Pena still has time to be a star. He's 27, but Jalen Green still doesn't have time to be a star. He's 23.
I know.
What are we doing here? 713-780-ESPN. Jalen needs to help on the perimeter. The only thing limiting him now is a lack of a reliable shooter to pass to. Dylan Brooks been better as a shooter. I don't disagree with that text, though. My knock on Jalen is he can't take over a game like an elite scorer. He does every now and then, but not as often as you would like. Rockets would never win a conference. Rockets would never win a championship or get to the conference finals with Alpi. He's a hindrance.
Don't let the Turks hear that.
I know. I had the Turks on me one day.
It's not fun, man. They're loony bins.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be decapitated.
You know what this reminds me? I just forgot about this. I heard Bill Simmons and Ryan Russillo on Sunday night on the Bill Simmons podcast. They did a redraft. Evan Mobley. They took him over Jalen Green. Fair?
I don't really watch a ton of Evan Mobley.
Okay.
The only NBA I watch is playoffs and Rockets. That's it. That's all I watch.
I understand that.
Jalen Green was a 3rd overall pick. He hasn't justified that pick yet. I don't know, man. He's been pretty good. He's averaged 20 like every season he's been in the league. What else does he have to do? Leading guard on the 2nd seed. I guess win a title, Texter. That's what people were telling me. We've discussed this at length, though. Jalen only played AAU and silas ball before Ime. Ime had to teach him to play basketball. That's 100% true. I wish he had Ime his whole career. How long did it take Steph Curry to become a superstar? Asked Huey in spring.
That was a long time ago. I don't remember.
He also had the ankle stuff.
Yeah, because I feel like once the ankle stuff was cleared up, it was pretty quick. I mean, they won as the.
He also had Monte Ellis taking all the shots.
Yeah, once Monte Ellis was gone and the ankles were cleared, it was pretty sky is up or ceiling is up there pretty high for Steph Curry.
Yeah. All right, 713-780 ESPN. You call it Wednesday. Call your shot. What happens this year with the Astros? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. You call it Wednesdays. What's going to happen this season with the Astros? Joe, you're our boss, I guess.
Okay.
Joe in for Blankers today. No Blankers today. You have to deal with Joe, our boss, one of the suits upstairs.
Just you, Joe.
Joe, the Astros are going to play baseball when we do a show tomorrow. Can we just go off the air while the Astros play and we don't talk and we just watch the game?
No.
Okay.
Because we'll be at East River 9 hanging out.
Can we do live play-by-play?
Don't call it that.
That would also be dumb. Should we not talk Astros while they play?
No, that's also the stupidest thing that programmers
Is
say.
it, though?
I think so. Because anyone that's ever listening to your show, like, they know an Astros game on. So trying to pretend like it doesn't exist.
The few, the proud, the strong.
Like, they know. Like,
yeah, but at the same time, anyone that wants to hear about the Astros is listening to the game?
Or they're listening. They watch the game on mute.
And listen to us.
Yeah, and listen to a sports talk show that might be talking Rockets?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I love the conviction. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And then, like, when we pose you with questions, I don't know.
I just think it's dumb. I just, if people are listening, like, they clearly don't care the Astros are wrong.
I love your points there as to why you think it's the stupidest thing in the world.
I
don't know.
Well, how about this way? I think dictating content is a dumb idea. So you guys do it how you guys want. That's a better way to
That's
play
the stupidest thing I ever
it's
heard.
stupid. I don't know.
Why? I don't know.
It's just dumb.
Where should Yordan Alvarez bat in the lineup?
Third.
Fourth. No, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Why? I don't know.
I did make a declaration about using those same words actually about the Houston Astros.
Should Jalen Green have the final shot in the game? No, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Why? I don't know.
I missed you guys. Missed me on the radio.
D'Amico Ryans down by 1 point in the Super Bowl. Should you go for 2? No, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Why? I don't know. Oh, that's a great point. That was a great point. Touche. Yep. I'm with you now.
Yep.
I'm with you. You're Johnny Cochran protecting the freedom of one O.J. Simpson. If the glove don't fit, you must have quit. Well, why, Johnny? I don't know.
It doesn't fit.
I don't know. All right, you call it Wednesday. Astros game starts at 7:05 tomorrow night. Great point, Texter. The Astros game does start at 7:05 tomorrow night. I forgot about that. That's on me. Thank you for putting me in my place, Texter. Yes, the Astros play at 7:05 tomorrow. I'm about to tick a lot of people off with that. People hate when I do that. All right, you call it Wednesday. What are you calling this year, Joe? What's going to happen for the Astros?
Anything?
Anything. You call it.
Yordan's going to hit 45 home runs.
Hope so. I have him in our bet.
What's your bet?
Most home runs on the Astros?
Yeah, but no one else is coming close to that, right?
Well, we do like a draft deal.
Okay.
Like
He had the first pick
I got
for
the
that
first
one.
pick on that one.
Good call.
Well, I mean, he could get hurt.
That's true.
He could
Texas
decide he
says-
just doesn't want to play in the city.
That's
Texas
true.
said, "Random, stop being a bully." Why? I don't know.
I'm used to it.
Hey, you're losing me, Branham. My bad. Sorry, Texter. I'll be better. All right. So Yordan's gonna hit 45 homers.
Yeah, I'll say 45. Do I keep going?
All right. Yeah. What else you got?
Astros are going to go to the ALCS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spicy.
I'll name that tune. Yeah. I'll go one more. I think the Astros go to the World Series. They'll go to
Now
the
it
World
feels like you're
Series.
trying to out-homer each other.
No, actually, I was going to say
Benford?
that no matter what.
First of
I was
all.
going to say that no matter what. The AL's wide open, man. Like, there's not a team in the American League where I'm like, oh, my goodness, they're not getting past that juggernaut.
Yeah.
Now, if the Dodgers were in the AL, I'd feel differently because the Dodgers are loaded. Like, this is the best team money can buy. Like, their baseline should be a World Series title. But no, there's no one in the American League I'm scared of. Like, am I scared of anybody in the East? No. Like, I think Boston has flaws. Yankees are going to be without Cole. Orioles, I love their young talent, but their pitching staff's like, meh. I'm not scared of anybody else in the American League Central. Yes, the Tigers 2 in Cuja last year, but they're the Tigers. I'm not scared of anybody in the American League West. Now, I think it'll be a tight race. I think Seattle, Texas, Houston, I think it'll be a 3-legged race. I do think that the Astros will pull away late, but there's nobody I'm scared of in the American League. I think the World Series is very much on the table, and I think they're going to get it done. I like the top half of the rotation. They're going to need to stay healthy, yes, but that's the case every year. I like the final two in their bullpen. They might have some troubles like over 162, but if you get to the playoffs with those two, you're going to win some games. And then I think their offense is going to be better than people think. I like the top half of the offense. I think Pena's going to be a little bit better. I think Jake's going to be a little bit better. I think that they could absolutely reach the World Series, and I'm going to say that they go to it. They go to the World Series. Hopefully the Dodgers aren't there.
I think it's totally fair. I mean, you hear like Jeff Passan and all these people, they're starting to predict the Rangers. And if you're telling me those people think the Rangers are going to go to the World Series, then I'm fine with calling the Astros going to the World Series. I'll say ALCS. I think Baltimore's going to figure it out this year, but
their pitching is like, where are they going to get quality starts?
I don't know. No, you're right though. It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem.
You say that with every team. Like the other day, you were trading Dylan Cease to the Rangers.
Someone's gonna get Dylan Cease.
When we filmed that Astros podcast, I still don't remember the name too.
Maybe that should have been the name.
What are you calling here, Brian?
I'm calling Yainer Diaz establishes himself as the best offensive catcher in the American League.
Okay.
I think Salvi's, age 34, he's dropping off a little bit in KC. Obviously, Adley in Baltimore is a great offensive player, but I don't think he has the raw power of Diaz. So at least by the power metrics, I think Diaz becomes the best offensive catcher in the American League.
Yeah, I think if they're going to rest him more, I think they're going to try to give him more days off this year. But that doesn't really factor into what you're saying. I just don't think he's going to have like 40 homers. But can he be 25 homers, 85 RBIs? Because that would put him in best offensive catcher territory. I think it's in play. I think it is in play. I hope he does it. I love Yainer. Astros won 82 games and missed the playoffs, but Jim Crane saved money on his car insurance. I still don't get the Crane is cheap thing. I don't understand it. The three new additions to our lineup, Walker, Perez, and Smith, will combine to hit over 100 homers this year. That's a lot. That's 33.3, repeating, of course, a piece. That's a lot. I would trash it. I hope so, though. No doubt in my mind, Astros win the AL West, the pennant, and we get the rematch of the world has been waiting for. Dodgers, Astros in 7, Cam Smith, World Series MVP. That'd be cool. Astros win the World Series. Book it. Grayson Rodriguez turns into an ace for the O's. Isn't he having arm trouble, Grayson Rodriguez?
I feel like he is.
Yeah, he's not going to start the season with them.
Yeah, I think he is. Brian, you want to give away tickets now or whenever we return?
Yeah, let's do it now. Going to break.
All right, Wild West Brew Fest happening this weekend. There will be over 80 breweries represented, more than 500 beers, live music, and VIP experience. And we're giving away a pair of VIP tickets for Saturday right now to caller number 4 to 713-780-3776. Caller number 4, 713-780-3776. You're going to the Wild West Brew Fest. Car Wreck of the Day coming up next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We're about to get to our Car Wreck of the Day. You could be the Car Wreck of the Day if you're not saving money with Ownwell. If you're a homeowner, you need Ownwell in your life. Homeowning isn't easy. It's very expensive. And one of the things that you shouldn't have to stress about is overpaying on property taxes. You can fight those property taxes and save thousands of dollars every single year. Ownwell has a core belief that when it comes to paying property tax, you only pay what's fair. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes. Easy to do. It's fast, no hassle, very simple. And you're going to get their team of local experts in cutting-edge technology fighting for you to try to save you money. Also, one of the perks with using Ownwell, no upfront cost. You don't pay anything upfront. You're only going to pay if they save you money. So there is no risk, all reward. Homeowning is daunting. It's expensive, but save big by using Ownwell. The protest process isn't fun either, but Ownwell takes that on for you and eases that burden. Ownwell is easy to sign up. Just a few minutes, couple of details, and you're good to go. Ownwell effortlessly saves people money without you having to do anything. Deadline to protest May 15th, so don't run out of time. Takes 3 minutes to sign up. Do it today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com. This Friday, the Bees and Paul Gallant will be broadcasting live from Wild West Brewfest happening at Typhoon, Texas. So put it in your Google Calendar. All right, 713-780-3776. What's your car wreck of the day? Texture, nobody predicted Pena to turn into a superstar. Laughing face emoji. Yiner will lead the team in RBIs and will make the All-Star team, says a texter. Okay. I'm not trolling. You said that. It's going to be hard for him to lead the team in RBIs. It's going to be hard for him to lead the team in RBIs because I think they're going to try to rest him more. Espada's kind of alluded to that. But Espada also said they want to play all the youngsters every single day if they're up with the big league team, and that's not going to happen with Azinzo. Car wrecks of the day. Texter says car wreck of the day is Branham. Why, I don't know. Fair enough. Thank you for sticking to the end, though. All right, what do you got, Joe George? What's your car wreck of the day?
I got two here. Number one, continuity.
Yeah, y'all botched it.
But we botched it.
Are we sure we botched it?
I botched it.
Okay.
You were supposed to check your tape.
Yeah,
it's funny how whenever
the SML player in here is not working anymore. I'm going to have to check it after the show.
Okay.
It's funny how whenever one of us pronounce a word, it's always there at the end of the show. When Brian mispronounces a word, it's not there at the end of the show.
I'll find it for tomorrow. Don't worry.
Our producer's starting to put himself ahead of the show, I've noticed. Doesn't play the drops when he should play the drops because it might embarrass him. Doesn't play the mispronunciated.
You just made the list.
Pronunciated word. Whenever it's him mispronouncing the word. Starting to a lot of me instead of we here, Brian. A lot of me instead of we. Killer Bees don't operate that way.
Also, I really like opening day. I like the pageantry of opening day. I like to have someone that means something to the city throughout the first pitch. I think it's cool. Tony Finau's throwing out the first pitch tomorrow. I think it's dumb.
Oh, a little business.
Yeah, don't like it.
The Shell Houston Opens in town. It's this week.
It is.
I wonder what his tee time is.
It must be early if he's throwing out the first pitch.
It's got to be very early.
Like very early.
That might be. He tees off at 1:14. Is that right? How is he making the first pitch?
I hope the reporter that's put that out there wasn't wrong, making me look stupid.
His tee time's at 1:14 tomorrow, Joe. Is he maybe throwing out the first pitch on Friday?
Oh, that would make more sense.
Joe made the list.
It's not my fault.
Joe made the list.
It's not my fault.
Made the list and his car wreck of the day.
No,
both of them.
Jessica Kleinschmidt, she reported this.
No.
Passing the blame.
What do they teach you in journalism school?
She
that
said
you
fun
always
notes for opening
fact-check.
day. Golfer Tony Finau will throw out the ceremonial first pitch in Houston.
Hey Joel, when you point the finger,
don't call me that Joel name.
When you point the finger, 4 more are pointing back at you.
I'm just reading her tweet.
You fact checked everything in journalism. You're a journalist, Joe.
Yeah, we don't want to call Joe a journalist.
I'm not a journalist.
We got a fact-checking, non-fact-checking co-host in a Boston. I don't know. My car wreck is North Texas. They had to move their NIT game due to a scheduled staff luncheon.
Can we just kill the NIT?
The Mean
Who
Green.
cares?
The Mean Green had to play in the NIT, and they said, nope, you have to go on the road. We're going to have a scheduled staff luncheon that we plan. Like, how important are these people? Do you have very important dignitaries in Denton that you couldn't bump the schedule for?
I need to know what they're providing for lunch before I decide if this is bad or not.
Can you not turn it around? Can you not turn the floor around quick enough?
Nope, can't do it.
Lunch to evening? Come on now. What are you nominating, Brian?
Chaz finding out when he was on the bench in that dramatic moment.
That's my winner. Joe?
I agree.
All right, Chaz McCormick is our winner. You're the car wreck of the day. All right, does it for us. We'll be back tomorrow, we think. Thanks for Brian doing the hard work. Joe George filling in on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Hall of Fame with that jobber Booker T at 7, Comic Cast at 8. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.